that you wanted to. Amaze me, taking your turn in the spotlight, blinding us all 'cause you're so bright. Explosion of light everywhere. Tell me, how did you do what you're doing? You're gonna bring me to ruin, but I got some love I can share. I'm gonna love you day after night. I'll always be after you. Baby, your love is only a lifeline. It always feels like a lifetime, each moment away from you. Maybe the time will make us to marry, being so necessary to solve some issues with love. Baby, I wanna feel your sunrise. Never give up 'cause it's alright every time I'm with you. Crazy, watching your hands as they're swaying. Hear what my body is saying. I know that you wanted it too. I'm gonna love you day after night. I'll always be after you.
Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's higher. And you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud, sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's higher. And you can't find it. That silver lining, silver lining.
with me. Everything you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe, maybe, maybe I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality. Come take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Let me be your goddess and your queen. Everything I do, gonna make your body scream. Get me, like I got you so beguiled. Open up our souls, or the sides running wild. Take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. No concession, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be.
Don't hold back your love. Don't hold back your love. Na 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 So when the sun stops shining, when you wear that tired face, and when the moon looks down, when you show a little grace, 'cause everybody who loves anybody would say you're gonna be someone when you have a little faith. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. So when the sun starts shining, when you wear your tired face, and when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace, everybody who loves anybody would say you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith.
is pumping. You got me dancing on the streets in the Hawaii. You got me dreaming of desire. You blow my mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild. You got me wearing a smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train. Oh,
Welcome back to Rising Legends EMEA Grand Finals. It's finally here, our last day with our top 8 players to figure out who is going to represent us in the World Championship. And honestly, Panda, it feels like it's all happening so fast.
It has. I mean, we've already seen so many GSCs, so much hard work on ladder to make it all the way here. Very few players had a realistic chance of making it to this top 8. I'm sure all 8 players that have done so are excited, but also feeling a lot of pressure.
Well, I know somebody who's great under pressure. I was going to say it's you, Matt, and you're of course ready for the day as well.
Yeah, I even had to glance a little bit at my desk. Didn't want to embarrass myself in front of Panda again and forget to unmute. So we've gotten that out of the way. We've gotten the mistakes safe. But yeah, I'm really excited. You know, we have the chance for a 2-time regional championship there for Canbiz, 3-time for double, which would be the absolute top of the top, the hat trick for him. So not the only exciting players. These other 6 have been stalwarts of the scene, some very exciting, very new, but most of them we've been seeing for a while, and it's really just the fruit of their labors over several sets that have led them to the finals once more.
Well, let's break down on what we have in store today in this pre-show, because it is packed, let me tell you that. We're going to be starting off with a pick'ems reminder. Make sure you lock them in. They will be closing very soon. Then we're going to be talking about our predictions. Yep, that's right. We'll have an interview with Dalisum and Arzu, the 2 remaining players in the top 8 that have, for the first time, made it there. Then we have the meta talks as well as our co-streamers. Quick reminder on the Madrid watch party. So it's all gonna come in clutch, and someone that knows about all of the things math and format is with me here today. Panda, can you explain to me and chat who is already qualified to the World Championship and how everybody else is going to get there today? Because there's been some format changes.
There have been, and Makes, you'll be happy to learn, despite no dock players making it to top 8, 2 of them are already through to the World Championship Tactician's crown next weekend. Wet Jungler's back, ready to maybe reprise his performance in set 9, where he finished 2nd in the world, and Solgasang as well. And Arzu, one of the top 8 players today, has already guaranteed his slot to Worlds with his qualifier point run across the entirety of the set, being so consistent in GSCs.
So we will be having 5 more players make it through, and it is a little bit conditional, so it's all going to depend on specifically where Arzu places, as you said, already qualified, and then how everybody else is going to do as well, of course. But Matt, before we go there, we need to remind the people of the pick'ems, right?
That's right. Absolutely. We've got the link. We're going to throw it up on screen, I hope. But we have the pick'ems. They're going to be closing 10 minutes before the games start. That is going to be bit.ly/RL pick'em, capital R, capital L, capital P. If you don't capitalize them all, you'll end up somewhere else. I don't know where that is, so I can't promise you'll be safe there. I just, want y'all to be okay. But you're going to get plenty of prizes. You're going to get plenty of opportunities. We're down to our top 8. So really, you have like a 12.5% chance to get it right. Just throw a dart, and maybe you'll come away with some prizes.
Honestly, you should definitely check that out. But of course, also a quick reminder that there will be a unique icon on this channel with the game start. You need to be watching in order to get it. And I've been running the Rising Legends icons on my account for several years now. So let me tell you that they're a big flex, because that's what I tell myself anyway. We are going to be talking about yesterday, because a lot of the action happened there. Of course, we were talking about the qualifier points already, Panda, with 2 DACH players making it. Now, what was your favorite moment out of your game so far?
I mean, Makes, is this a real question? My favorite moment, of course, was Dalisum sneaking his way into the top 8, a nail-biter, as it always is with finals, with that last 12th game deciding the entirety of the set, really, for so many players. A lot of heartbreak with, I think, standouts in the EMEA scene like Lelouch not making it, but really happy to see Dalisum finally, and a Spanish player finally, making top 8.
Well, we are going to be looking at a recap from yesterday, so stay tuned and make sure you have your attention span tuned in as well. Welcome back to the Rising Legends EMEA finals here.
Oh, no. No. We were talking about how it could go with Herald. I'm pretty sure that when we're at a point now where...
Just off, the Syndra targeting the Galio instead of the Kaisa. Positioning was almost enough for Clemo to take the win. I'm for that Kayn to pop up. There goes the Titans. But unfortunately, that Kindred too, putting in work temporarily. Lakoko will be taken down.
It's just so costly, so expensive. First Kaisa comes online, but then you get a free Ashe
One
too.
Silas.
And both of the sniper players.
This seems to be a fantastic game here for German and TFT fans. Like I was saying, currently the highest ranked German player in the tour right now is ripping through this board like it's not even there. It's the edge of night. It's the beginning of a new dawn for German players. In Locket's jungle. There we go. Tam Kent's tree and the Living Forge block. We find the Wit's End. It's just a little bit too late.
Wait, just record the Rage Blades.
Just yet, but a loon will do just so. Too late,
Here?
too little,
The cap.
and it will not be enough. Dalisum knocked out, Solo Design knocked out
For a chance to charge at...
already, and he's so high on points as well. Is going to be the one that will knock out Tartman here. For now, Ryosko seems to have won his round, so will be a 5th place for Tartman. Honestly, what a great competition it has been thus far, and it's promising to look even greater throughout today. But first, we're going to be taking a look at our standings from all our players thus far.
And as excited as we are for our top 8, of course, going down to 32-8 means that we have had quite a few players eliminated. You're going to see them on your screen here. Again, cream of the crop of EMEA. Unfortunately, did not make it to day number 3. Names that have been featured in our competitions many a time. And of course, Wet Jungler, one of our world representatives, I believe needed like a top 24 in order to qualify, getting that 23rd place. As we head on and see the people who barely missed out, some names that are very near and dear to our hearts. I'm looking at Solo, I'm looking at Darkest, my heart's breaking a little.
Well, Solo is there. You're not needing to worry about him. He's going to make it to the World Championship. But of course, like we mentioned before, players like Lelouch and Darkest unfortunately missing out here. But we will be talking about our top 8 extensively in a couple of minutes. So let me bring everybody else back to the predictions, because I feel like somebody might be on track to win it all in this graphic. Any comments?
I thought the predictions were who would go to Worlds. So I put Wet Jungler.
Same.
And Safo, I actually told production the other Spanish player, but I think they misunderstood and they put Safo. I meant Dalisum. So I think I'm good. I'm safe.
Yeah, our production chat is confirming that GG Tech, based in Alicante, Spain, don't speak Spanish. So
Yeah, it's been
I
a
think
lot of
it's just a
trouble in the
language
past.
barrier.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to continue to watch today whether or not Arzu can take it all. I personally would very much like that, just to be right. But of course, we've also seen a huge outpour of support in our chats yesterday from the MENA region, from the Tunisian players. And we did get the chance to speak to him recently, but that's not enough, you know. We thought we're going to bring the man back, and we're also bringing in Dalisum, 2 of our very amazing players in day 3. Welcome to both of you, Arzu and Dalisum. Welcome to the show. I hope you're feeling great in this, stressful time of day 3 here at the Grand Finals. Starting with you, Arzu. You already qualified to the World Championship, so congratulations, of course, for that. But when you realized yesterday that you had made it in on the back of the qualifier points, what was going on through your mind in that moment?
I already know from game 5 that I made it to Worlds, but at that point there were like 12 players playing for top 8. So my only concern was I need to top 4 game 6 to make it to finals. And after being safe, I was very happy. I was jumping in the room. Because, you know, like every TFT player's dream is to make it to Worlds. So I achieved my dream.
Well, of course, the travel's not finished. We're banking on you to win for EMEA as well, of course. But Dalisum, you're very close to making that same step. For the Golden Spatula Cup, it seemed like all of Spain was rallying behind Safo. Now the tables have turned. All of Spain is rallying behind you. How confident are you of making that dream come true of the first Spanish player making it to the World Championship?
Hello. My opinion in TFT is, and look, TFT is all about luck. So, saying my chance,
Please.
I opted for at least 4 plays among 7 players. So I'm quite happy with the chance I have to qualify it. And respect to Spain is our first set in 11 set. That is good for us. So I'm happy about the rallying in this set.
Looking at you, Dalisum, first of all, congrats on making it this far. I think you know how happy I am. To add some more context for our viewers, Spain has been, unfortunately, for many sets, the joke of many, from France, a lot of players saying that, we suck at TFT. And it's been maybe the case for a long time, but this set that's changed a lot. In your case specifically, you've made a lot of jokes about yourself, despite being very good on ladder, despite having a very good level, reaching very high ranks. In tournaments, it was always day one, GSC, and you allowed the younger players to, outperform you, Safo, Chuso, Odessa, etc.
Yep.
Where it mattered most, that has changed. You are now in day 3. You are now the player that everyone is believing in. What does it feel like, being realistic, and let's be honest here, not just log, not just all this. What does it feel like to be so close to doing so much for our country?
I'm gonna be brutally honest. The community is crazy. Everyone wants me to do it, but it's the perfect time to disappoint them. Everyone.
No.
I'm finished today. And
Okay, I'm gonna caster bless you, and then the reverse caster curse, and then you'll win.
Okay. Nice.
Oh my god. That was a perfect answer in my opinion.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here for you, buddy. Arzu, I want to circle back to you because on day number 1, we asked you what it felt like to be, one of the 3 MENA players really who have made a splash at the top level of play. And you mentioned that for you, seeing Bricks at the World Championship for the first time was what inspired you to keep playing. Now that you have qualified for the World Championship after yesterday's games, what does it feel like to now be that person who can inspire those other MENA and Tunisian players?
Yep, exactly. Hopefully I do well today and in Worlds. So I already inspired many players. I think our community, especially Tunisian community, started with 5 players, and now we have more than 200. So yeah, if after making it towards again for a Tunisian player, I think our community will grow more, and I'm pretty sure in the following sets there will be more Tunisians in GACs and in Rising Legends final. Pretty sure.
Looking forward to it.
Dalisum, another question for you, but now looking at your game plan for this weekend and back to TFT, you seem to be a unique player where you didn't play any Reapers whatsoever. Everyone else
played. I played one game of Reaper yesterday, but was a really strange game.
Okay.
Because
but generally,
I finished the game playing 4 duelists with the
exactly,
Lilia.
Yeah. It was like half.
Yeah.
But you did play a lot of Lilia. That's the other 4-cross comp that we see a lot of play rate with. And yesterday, in the last 2 games of day 2, where you had to have good results, where it mattered most, you played 2 games of Lilia. Is there a comfort comp? Was it just what the game was giving you? Is this the comp you rely on to find good results, maybe in this day 3 as well?
It's totally the game obligate to me to play Lilia. Okay. Because I'm making a mistake be playing the comps that are more free. Mm-hmm. Because I felt especially comfortable with trick shots, Reapers, maybe Ashe, other comps, but the game given me many strange situations, many strange spots, and I have to adapt to to play the best for every game. So yesterday, the last 2 games was Lilia, was really, really rare games, because the 5 game yesterday I was Tainer Sentinels. They gave me like in Shadow, Invoker, and I see the lobby because I like to play in Shadow. And in the lobby are 7
Shadow. Yeah.
7 and blind Shadow. So
yeah. We were casting the game.
Yeah, I need to play Lilia. Yeah.
Well, Dalisum, that actually segues into something I wanted to ask you anyways. As you mentioned, you are one of the Ink Shadow enjoyers here in the competition.
Yeah.
This is probably a composition that most people haven't had a ton of experience with. I know Makes and I were talking in the green room about how neither of us can quite make it work. What do you think is the secret to making that comp go? What do you need to see in order for you to go, okay, this is an Ink Shadow game?
Probably Emblem, but I'm not sure about that because I was my plan went to Shadow really clear this weekend, but I am saying the China's competition this weekend, the talk, and they play really, really strong the Shadow lines. So I'm trying to adapt that weekend to new spots, and I'm not sure today, but I will try.
And Arzu, last question for you, also more specifically with the TFT and your game plan for this weekend. Everyone in this top 8 has played 6 to 8 unique comps. You did not. You only played 4 comps. The 4, I would say, meta comps. 4 Lilia, 4 Reapers, 3 Snipers, and 1 game of Lux Janna. Very little reroll as well. Was this your plan? Or are you just trying to, perfect and master a few comps and try and play them every game?
Oh, actually, coming to this tournament, I didn't prepare Reaper at all because, in scrims, there were 2 people always playing Reaper. So I thought I should not play around Reaper at all to not be contested. Like first game of the tournament, I had Yon from Europe, plus Hoj, plus Keepers. So I just said if this is not a Reaper game, I don't know anything about the game, and I won second. So that game gave me a lot of confidence. And for Lilia, if I have AP start, my game plan was to play around Kog'Maw if I hit a lot of Kog'Maws, or Lilia Lux, or Ghostly, and Lux was very contested, and I think to play around Ghostly you need to have good arguments. And no one played Syndra in Scream, so I thought Syndra is not good. So it was always Lilia if I have AP items.
Okay, got it. It makes sense.
It absolutely does. Well, before we let you guys go off, of course, you already know this, starting with you, Arzu. Anyone you want to shout out today before those final games of the EMEA Grand Finals?
I mean, shout out to Briggs, shout out to TFT community, and shout out to the people who wrote me good messages yesterday. Thank you, guys. That's it.
I love that. I don't know if you saw it, but Brix was just in chat saying you inspired him. So we're coming full circle here now. Very cute. Dalisum, what about you? Who do you want to shout out today before we let you go into the games?
I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna win the tournament. So I'm gonna say my shout out at Dead on the Die.
I thought your plan was to disappoint us, Dalisum. Can you decide what you're going to do, please? Just for consistency. I need to know how to feel, I'm prepping my emotions.
Let me be me. Let me.
Never better said.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Hold up. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate that you took the time to talk to us today. Good luck out there on the Convergence. We're, of course, going to be watching and following along. And, we'll see you out there. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, man. I come on. You just cannot not like Dalisum. That's insane.
Oh, believe me, every
I'll
time
do
I
terrible. I'll win.
I'm just very happy and proud of him for being brave enough to come on and finally do an English interview, because I ask him every set, he's like, no, I'm not ready yet, but catch me next set maybe.
I love it. Honestly, Insight, you are two wolves and they're both Dalisum. But if you want to catch players like, our top contenders for the World Championship, you can visit the La Arena Esports in Madrid. We're going to be having a giant watch party and you guys can come and watch it live. There will be a Spanish live co-stream as well as other regional co-streams broadcasting from there. And it's going to be absolutely amazing. But what's also amazing is our social media contest. And Panda, very quickly, one sentence. What's Pango doing today?
Writing the script so that Dalisum wins.
Oh, so that's what was happening. All right, I understand. If you guys have more creative answers, head on over to our Twitter. You can win prizes. And we also shout out the most creative answer at the end of our broadcast every single day. So definitely worthwhile to check out. But we now want to focus on our amazing top 8 players, starting us off with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Dalisum here, Panda. What do you have to say after hearing him speak?
I think we heard most of everything around the narratives and around his game plan, but I'll just say, finally, this man is beating the fraud allegations, which have been going on for, 5 sets of TFT now. And hopefully he can just take that one last step to make himself and our entire country so proud.
And I think also one of the players that's been really interesting to follow this set, Tartman, who's one of our most experienced players. He's been competing since 2020, so this is his 4th year competing in TFT. His first real strong performance was back in Dragonlands, but of course, in Golden Spatula Cup 1, he got 3rd place, and then for the EWC qualifiers, got 1st, actually. So this has been a really strong performance from him so far this set.
And for Kubikson, he started off his career very strong, winning Season 4 of the Ultraliga, the Polish TRC Championship at just 16 years old. He won a Golden Spatula Cup recently as well, but this set he really leveled up, gained the respect of his competitors in terms of ladder performances, being rank 1, starting off so dominant at the very start of the set, leading maybe a little bit heavily on Kaisa trick shots. But again, beating fraud allegations from other players that he was a one trick and playing so well across the end of the set where all these different lines are optimized, having the best day 2 of any player yesterday. And I think with really good momentum to potentially become EMEA champion at such a young age.
I think someone also who was champion at a very young age, double 61, not only regional champion in Galaxies, but the world champion as well. Also took home a 2nd regional championship, so this could be the hat trick for him, but has tons of experience, did very well in certain GSCs, just 1 or 2 places off. He's got a 2nd and a 3rd, but really just one of the strongest players we've had consistently, competed in the TOC Invitational earlier this set, got a 5th place. So this is probably the strongest double has looked in quite a while. So I'm really excited to see what he can bring to this day 3, because days 1 and 2 are a form we haven't seen him on in a while.
Well, speaking of a form we haven't seen in a while, we're going to be talking about Enzo next, our player that has made it to a 5th place at the Monsters Attack World Championship. He's already been there. He's already qualified to the World Championship and had the hope of all of EMEA on his back. With a smile and with his charm, he made us all root for him in an absolute beautiful fashion back then. And he's back. He's ready to do it again and go further than he ever has. I think we should definitely be watching Enzo in today's games. But another player that we just heard from, I think is promising as well. He might be playing a lot of the same comms, but honestly, if you're just winning with those, you might do that as well. Arzu, the Tunisian player for the very first time, making such a deep run, the only player in our top 8 here that is already qualified to the World Championship. I think he's going to be someone we should be watching now and in the next sets as well, because he seems to be on an absolute upward trend.
You know what makes? I already went through one Carmen Corp player. I might as well go through the other one in this competition. Canbiz, cousin to Double 61, has been competing for a long time with Double. they have never made it into a day 3 of a regionals together. So this is the first time we're going to see them competing directly against each other for the title, which is exciting. But I think for Canbiz, it's really a story of being a relative late bloomer compared to Double, who had so much success in his first tournament. But Canbiz came out in Monsters Attack, and Golden Spatula Cup winner, regional champion. I think the other 2 Golden Spatula Cups were 9th places, if I can remember. Just absolutely blowing everyone away in that set. Didn't have the same amount of success this set in the Golden Spatula Cups, but again, much like Double, those day 1 and day 2 performances are promising the form that we expect from Canbiz, that we expect from a regional champion.
And last, but certainly not least, Clamu, a player who already knows what it feels like to become a champion in this Set 11 Inkborn Fables. Of course, he won Leipzig to get a guaranteed pass into EMEA finals. A lot of players in the community said this was a fluke. He came out of nowhere. He's not ready to perform at this high of a level once again. But day 2 smurfed the competition, sent a message to everyone else while playing very flexibly. 8 unique comps played 2 games of Syndra Faded, which we heard Arzu saying was maybe not a good idea for the weekend. Clamu knows something others do not. And alongside Tardaman, the only 2 players to not play Lilia at all. So really has a dominance over the, I think, more niche AP lines and knows how to make them work as well. Very excited to see what exactly he decides to commit to and play across the 6 games today.
Well, we are going to tell everybody what we're expecting players to play because we are going to be moving into our Meta Talks segment. And with that, we have a lot of stats to throw in your face right out of the gates. Our highest play rate still is going to be Reapers, but quickly followed by that Invoker Lilia and that Lux Jenna reroll. I will say I'm expecting maybe a little bit more Duelist to shine through whenever that spot seems to be good. Personally speaking, I think that's a comp that could go very far with those keepers like we just heard. Definitely not something to underestimate and usually align with that Lee Sin that is open. But we want to focus on 2 more lines on this Meta Talks Panda. The first one is in our top 6, the trick shots.
It's been really, I think, the staple across the entire of the first 2 days, especially when a good player is the one piloting this comp. In most cases, you're playing it off of a fortune cash out with so many extra resources, and I think it's the highest cap comp of the game. If you reach level 9, if you have all these different items on Teemo, on Kai'Sa, and on Xayah, but you need a lot of gold to make it that far, and especially certain augments really elevate the comp to the next level with things like Too Healthy and Lucky Ricochet. But a second version of this comp is the one we saw from Canbiz, the one we saw from Lakoko in day 1, and that is the Blighting Jewel Teemo-centric trick shot line where you maybe lose streak a little bit more heavily in stage 3. You push levels to 8. You don't roll on 6 for Teemo, but you find Teemo naturally later on. And I mean, we've seen it. The boards just evaporate as long as you have a strong enough front line to buy time for the damage over time effect to do its thing from the Blighting Jewel. So it's really all about having an upgraded Galio, 3 items, Silas swerving around, doing his thing, distracting your opponents as well.
We're going to be talking about a comp, Matt, that we already mentioned in our interview, a comp that I lost infinite LP to, unfortunately, because I can just never get it to work, despite, you know, the tattoos being good and the emblems being there. Do you have any ideas on how to get better at Ink Shadow for me, Matt?
See, this is why I was cheating and asking Dala some, because we need all the information we can get with this composition. But like he said, it's a lot about the emblems. Like you said, it's a lot about the tattoos, and it's finding stability where you can. In this example, Volta itemized both the Kai'Sa and the Senna. But if you want to skip that Senna reroll, you can use her as item holders for the Kai'Sa. She's gonna prefer Rageblade, but can do well with just that Giant Slayer Last Whisper IE combo that's so strong for Kai'Sa. And you get a late game cap. Kai'Sa herself has been buffed in the most recent patch to make her stronger without having to have as much support. And then Udyr, of course, an incredible capstone, a really strong unit when you set up for him, when you have him itemized. And the Ink Shadow composition is one of the rare ones where you actually get the chance to do that. So we've even seen it earlier on. I believe it was yesterday when we had the Wandering Sentinels and we had 5 people going for Ink Shadow. I've never seen Udyr be more contested or more terrifying. So it is possible. All you Ink Shadow believers out there, follow your dreams, just maybe not without an emblem.
or maybe even a second emblem. Definitely makes things easier if you can get those going, but we do have a list of co-streamers ready today, of course, as we do on all other days, so make sure you check them out. They're all linked in our score sheet, of course. One last question to both of you. Of course, I'm going to go first. My prediction still stands. I'm still on the money with Arzu being the only player out of our predictions that made it into the top 8. I'm going to say he takes it all. But what about you, Niberia?
Well, you know what, Makes? I've already mentioned the Carmine Corp players. I'm just going to double down. I'm going to say it's double. I'm going to say it's Cambiz. And I'm just going to throw a dart. I'm going to throw it at Enzo. Because just one? It says 3. It says 3.
No. Only one. I don't care. I make the rules here.
Do 3. I'm doing 3.
No, your top one. Who's going to take it?
I think my top one is going to be Cambiz, tied with Double and Enzo.
What about you, Panda? Top one.
Reverse caster curse. My captain, Daleso. I'm going to do it for my country, and Double and Kubikson.
I didn't ask about the other two, but I'm going to ask about other two casters because they're ready for game number 1 here at Casterfit and Wita.
Thank you so much, Makes. We can see our analyst desk is pumped up. We're pumped up as well. Our players are readying themselves for a full day. 8 players only against each other today, Wita. We will have ourselves an EMEA regional champion for Inkborn Fables.
Yeah, what a top 8, right? Again, the guys have been talking about it for the last 30 minutes on the desk. Absolutely incredible scenes here. So many storylines all in terms of like just how much action has been going on here, right? You have the Cousins in their first top 8 after bubbling out left, right, and center, right? Even in the Vegas Open as well, Double had to kind of knock out Cambiz from that semifinal they played together, right? Absolutely incredible scenes. You kind of get to see whether or not their playstyles will actually clash in a 6-game series.
Well, speaking of players who've got a lot of history here, before we get into our first game today, which will be coming up momentarily, I want you to kind of take us a little bit back in time and talk about the previous regional and how it compares to this one.
I think the big thing here is that we have a clean slate of players, right? Going back to the Remix Rumble regional finals, we had 3 or so players were repeats from the Runeterra Reforged top 8 here. This time around, we have 8 new players here with all types of different goals here, all types of different milestones to work for. And Asu is the only one right now that's guaranteed a spot at the Tactician's crown here for Inkborn Fables. We're going to see him kind of just meditating, getting into his Zen mode right before we're going to be going into game.
That's definitely been an aspect we've been hearing more and more about from our players in recent times, taking care of themselves, making sure they can perform at the very top level, and this is the very top level here in EMEA. We're going to start us off with a dance party, because of course we are, Wita. We all know how important it is to get limber before such an important day.
Yeah, but obviously not everyone will be dancing here. People just kind of standing on there, just trying to ensure that they're going to get those cash outs in as soon as possible from those things here. So going into these bigger arenas, interesting to see whether it'll be 2 components here for the likes of Kubikson already. Has an IE ready and available, so could go down one of those Kaiser routes we've been speaking so much about.
Oh, for sure. We certainly know it's a big way to get those wins in. Of course, if it goes wrongly, it can go pretty darn wrong as well. Again, to speak today, a reminder for anybody who came into us late, we'll be sending 4 players forward based on their performance overall, but we've also got the average placement as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of our players we've seen here today who will be going forward to the Tactician's crown, but in terms of overall approach to the day, Wita, how do you think our players should be, starting from game 1 and looking forward to the rest of the day?
I mean, again, like, on paper, right, you should be top 4 every single game, and then that will be good. But these first couple of games here will be super, super critical to kind of figure out your approach, right? Because Clamu and Cambiz can kind of play for that average placement spot, right? Coming in here 69 points over the last 2 days, whereas someone like Daleso, right, only 62 points, right, means that for the AVP spot, for him to be an approach for him, right? He already is kind of pretty much going to be guaranteed a spot by just being in the top 4 of the standings. So it is all about that top 4. It's all about stable TFT, but it's also about just sticking to the game plans that have taken you so far already.
And it's worth noting again, just for the purpose of clarity, the average placement taking into account days 1 and 2. But in terms of points for today, it is a fresh start for our players. So even players like Dalison, who barely got in to our final day, outside of the AVP, they've got a fresh start. But we're going to start things off with a gold augment. So we got the chance to find something spicy, and Canvas is first out with Built Different.
There's something we saw come out yesterday as well from Double 61, right? So it's definitely a line that the two players have kind of had a lot of experience with, right? Both very seasoned players, and that's no surprise to see that come out of Canvas. Interesting decisions here on offer for Kubix, and a lot of this also comes down to the absolute overflow of components being offered right now for our players. You're looking at the ideal Lisbon combination with that IE on the bench already would be a great option here, but the Keepers in combination with potential of an Edge of Night here means that the Reaper line is going to be blown right open.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we can do with that. We want to hopefully check out with Arzu in a second to see what the Wandering Trainer has ended up being. So we've got a potent combination here for Arzu. Remember, Arzu has got a guaranteed spot whatever happens, but he can also become a regional champion here today. He said he was here to inspire a new generation of MENA players. If he can do both, then that would be even better.
I mean, did he just did he ring up Cliconin, over the course of last night here, right? So, what's the source for the Lux comp? You just get the Wandering Trainer here, pick up the Arcanist Emblem plus the Porcelain Emblem, right? That's probably going to be what he will be leaning in towards. For me, I can see Double right now, a player that has only played one game of reroll pretty much all throughout this entire weekend so far, if my stats here are correct, which was the Lux reroll game where he did go first, right? So a player that's going to be very familiar and already looking like with the pick of the new Magic Wand will be going down that road.
It certainly has some strong items to get started with. See, Arzu, we know he's definitely got a huge amount of potential long term, but as you said, we'll definitely be keeping our eyes out on any players who are contesting lines here, because again, we know that can go very, very poorly. Tartman going to be picking up a little bit of duplication here, as well as the Ginsu's Rage Blade. We do know that the Warden composition, the Ash Warden composition rather, has suddenly picked up a lot of popularity between days.
Yeah, it was a line that I don't think a lot of people were really kind of anchoring around super heavily going into this there's been the case for most of the players here in this top 8 so far. We're looking at Asu, who played 3 games of Ash, the only one that's really has a big kind of part of their game plan. It's kind of a line you kind of fall into. But for someone like Campus, he will obviously be looking to pick up Ash, we're looking to pick up the Kaiser as well, and then just play towards that.
Well, we have got an update on the contested Lux situation. Looks like Double 61, after running directly in to Arzu and those incredible emblems, has decided to try elsewhere. We certainly know Lilia has been pretty popular. Looks like Double's got a pretty good line in towards it.
Yeah, right. That's another thing as well. Right? That's generally speaking a pretty solid standard thing about every single player in this top 8 and their most forecast center composition is generally speaking going to be that mythic Lilia line. Right? When you have these players that are so good at pushing the limits and get to play those high cap compositions, they will very often find themselves in success here. But it does seem like Kubixen has opted for a different way of kind of spreading out these items. No Edge of Night, instead going for BT and the Sunfire Cave for sheer tempo.
Yeah, it'll certainly keep the Sunfire around for a good amount of time. You can see Kubixen with a couple of wins in place at the moment. We can see actually quite a lot of our players, Kubixen, Clemo, and Double 61, keeping their streaks in the early going. We'll see if Kubixen's able to bring it through for another round again. I mean, of course, the Death talked about Kubixen a little bit coming into this one. Definitely one of the newer players on the scene at this level, at least. How optimistic are you thinking about the chances for our only Polish player to come through and become a regional champion?
I mean, there's been a pretty history with you, Kubixen for a while was kind of the European ramble in the sense of the fact that very often Kubixen was kind of held back by, he always had really terrible tiebreakers in every single stretch of the imagination, then finally broke through when he got that GSC win right back in the day, and now he's made it here, and I think there's a very good chance that Kubixen could find himself a strong placement today. And again, that's generally speaking, when you look at this top 8 here, there is no single standout player where you go there's a bit of a surprise that they're here, right? These are all 8 players that you really you're not surprised. Clemu comes out here, won the Cactus LAN, right? You have players like Dallas, some great results, very consistent all throughout Leto the last few sets. And then you have the likes of Enzo, who needs no introduction, right? The player that really put EMEA as a region back into the international map. Just so many different players here with all types of great stories to tell.
Yeah, and I suppose, we can talk about it broadly as not necessarily, new blood coming in, but a lot of players, finally getting their chance to head to the big time in a big way. Of course, Dallas, as I mentioned before, managing to break the Spanish curse of not making any top 8s at all during the whole of Rising Legends Regional, has a chance to head onto the world stage. So, I love what he was saying before with, the pressure weighing on him a little bit, but I have to imagine for our players who've been to more of these regionals, they're more easily able to shrug off that kind of level of pressure and expectation.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's the thing. We look at the likes of Cambish, you look at Double 61, these and Enzo as well. These players have been in final lobbies before, multiple of them, even for the likes of Double 61. He has made it to 3 championships, like 3 world championships. What this Double 61 is almost unrivaled outside the likes of people like Volterix, right? Looking at Juan May over in China, looking at Michael, who made this, secured his 3rd World Championship appearance last night in the Americas region, right? These are the players that Double is kind of in the league with. Campus also was so close to kind of making it all the way back in Fates, following up his cost, and then had a couple of sets for redemption. Then all of a sudden, right, he came back, regional title win in his own right. It's just so many strong players here. It's amazing.
So let's take stock of where we are coming to the end of stage 2 then. Kabixon, one of our many, many Reaper players in the lobby, and Double keeping their win streaks going. Thank you very much, production, for showing us both of their rounds. Of course, we did have those couple of components come in, but our portal hasn't given us any, or portal encounters haven't given us too much in the way of economy, so these streaks are going to matter a lot.
And no hits ahead here between Double and Kabixon, so that's the first one out of the way here, right? We look at to the wards of Asu on the left side here. Has moved these items over to Ari, right? One of the most prominent item holders in the game when it comes to these AP items. She is able to pull out so much damage as she has that little AoE spread to really work with, right? So just a super, super strong early game unit here, but well, it's been a tale for the entirety of the set so far that Darius 2 is just one of the strongest frontliners and, well, just keeps on trucking along.
Yeah, he's been an absolute unit, but it will mean after that round, Kabixon, Double 61, they are both keeping their win streaks intact, but they are not the only ones streaking. Tartman, Enzo, 2 French players currently at the bottom of the HP standings at the moment. They both maintained full loss streaks as well. You can certainly see in Tartman's economy very, very good at this point heading into stage 3.
Yeah, there's something else we gotta keep in mind here now. We have our eyes on Enzo's board for a second, right? Yone is exalted this game, right? So we might see some players kind of figure out some Reaper lines here. We definitely see Enzo has had some interesting item slams here with those early extra components. Could even make an IE if he wants to, but a lot of things to kind of keep an eye out for here, because like when we get into towards like these like 4-1 roll downs, so much of this game will kind of be set in stone, but the second round of Awkwards coming out shortly here as well will be huge. Now, I'm also all eyes, Peter, on Kabixon and Double. Will they sacrifice economy to go level 6 to try to protect their streak?
Oh yeah, I mean, we were talking before about approach to the day. Certainly for Kabixon and Double, starting off this first day, this first game very strongly, keeping those HPs up, gives them a much better chance of getting that top 4 you were calling out for. Of course, for any of our players who do get, inevitably one of them will go out 8th in the first game and will have a mountain to climb. But Double, though, will avoid running into Kabixon again, as we will see Arzu with the incredible Wandering Trainers board. It looks like he hasn't quite come online as of yet.
No, but he has found himself in Amumu, right? That's going to be absolutely huge pickup here alongside that Gargoyle Stoneplate. Amumu is just such a powerful frontliner, because again, like that continuous healing also found that early Ilawi, so has pretty much everything set in stone that he needs to work with for now. But as you're talking about, the board not fully online here, and Double just playing strong tempo with the sniper setup. Their combination of the Caitlyn sniping off backliners and Cockmoss just artillery raining down makes this a very difficult board to deal with, and understandable why Double decided to not go level 6 just yet.
All right, our second onwards coming in. We have, of course, what would have been a very tasty choice for Double 61. Otherwise, we'll keep our eyes on the right-hand side of the screen. Bear in mind, in this lobby, as we'd have pointed out, we have Exalted Yone, and that means Enzo straight into Grim Harvest. Despite the fact, I believe, there are at least 3 players total going for the composition in one way or the other.
Yeah, interesting pickups here for Kabixon, right? Picks up the Divine Roll, something that we saw a lot of at the start of the set, and now it's kind of it's just a strong tempo argument for Kabixon that has a very clear thought-out plan for this game in particular. Takes the early Kabuko encounter, runs with it, just plays for the sheer tempo line.
Well, yeah, Kubikson, presumably going to be going for the Heavenly variation rather than the Bruiser variation to try and at least keep some of the setup here. I know we did find a interesting prediction from Kubikson coming into the regionals, talking a little bit to Org about his chances.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, right? Because Org, obviously a very story player as well, speaks with a bunch with Kubikson on the side here, and he was kind of like asking, like, so you're gonna win regionals, right? And he's like, no. And then he asks like what's broken, and like he just like goes, not me. So if this is like how he feels when he's not on form, and like all the way suddenly he finds himself in the top 8, the final lobby here, as he breaks down double streak on top of it, like that's just a fantastic story to tell here about this young Polish competitor trying to kind of walk in the steps of the likes of Lelouch, of the likes of Chicane and Zabroisen, all the way back from the start of competitive TFT.
Yeah, we definitely would like to step into the shoes of Lelouch, of course, our Dragonlands regional champion. The other sum towards the bottom is the one to keep hold of his loss streak, though not quite as fulsome as it could be for Kubikson at the top with the 7 wins. It is worth noting in this low week, while we've had several players with good streaks going on, one thing which has been missing is fortune. We haven't had these players towards the bottom, getting this to kind of double down on those loss streaks.
No, right. And I also think there's something else to kind of keep in mind here. If the fortune had been on offer, with the fact we had the early Kabuko encounter, just pumping out extra components into the game here meant that you could potentially would have an additional risk in terms of trying to balance what you're playing for, because of the fact that you take a ton more damage because there's just going to be more itemized carries or itemized frontlines at the start of the game, right? So you would have a harder time like getting good losses in. So understandable as to why, but also again, it's just so dependent on whether or not you get dropped an early Teemo, get dropped an early Zoe to work with.
And not the case in this game as Dalasam slips down to 56. Enzo winning out the previous round. So we've got a couple of players on the lower ends. Enzo, of course, we mentioned before, picking up the Grim Harvest to go for something a little bit stronger, and we'll be able to swipe up a Silas as well. So this might be Enzo's moment to start pushing up the table a little bit.
We'll see here a bunch of tiers done off for some of these AP players to be picking up here. Kubikson as well has a choice between tier and a rod, and will be going for the tier on the Nico, right? The unit that's currently going to be on his board, with the fact that he is playing for the very heavy Heavenly line at the moment.
And certainly we get a chance to keep up his momentum, as you said, those rolls in there. Able to just find him the units he needs in a hurry. Remember, of course, the keeper's in there for a little bit of extra beef to make sure that Darius stays up and fighting. For so far, for Kubikson, it's going pretty damn well. We can see Cambiz rising up the table as well with a slightly smaller streak. Do you think Kubikson can take the streak all the way through stage 3 as well?
It's going to be interesting to kind of see, right? Because they're going to be coming up an encounter after this next fight here, but it kind of can start changing up. But he took down Double, who was like one of the other strongest players. And if he gets fed Asu, who is currently not in a strong position, well, that's going to be good for Canvas, right? So really big deal to kind of see if they can dodge each other. That will be a great deal to kind of look out for. But also he has the opportunity to find himself an early Kha'Zix free as well. Kind of like an off the beaten track kind of unit, right? Not the greatest unit in the world, but with the fact we have the Malphite encounter in play, Peter, something we haven't touched on at all so far, he can put all those items onto the Kha'Zix free as a carry unit, and then once his real carries roll around, you can just move those items over and still have a Kha'Zix free threatening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly saw Kamu doing similar things with Ari previously, as we will have Senna coming in. So win streak or loss streak. You can see on the right-hand side, Kubikson, Cambiz, Dalasson, they're already on substantial streaks, so they'll just take the 3 gold. But for the other 5 players in the lobby, they don't really have streaks at all. So this should be potentially a big injection of gold if they can keep those streaks going one way or the other.
Yeah, a bit of a minigame within the game here, right? We see Campus now making the move, now making great use of the Story Weaver tree as a great piece to kind of max out kind of what units you're playing around. When you are playing this build different line, we'll be able to put on the likes of Morello onto this Irelia. She's one of the best holders of it in the entire game. It's one of her best items here. And also a very familiar spot from the likes of Dalsum. We've seen this so many times from this weekend already. Very often paired with the Fortune, but the loss streak into a big turnaround game plan we've seen him be able to pull off these transitions fantastically before already.
A little bodies being picked up, so Dalasson definitely with some big plans going forward. Right now, I think he's able to at least strip away a couple of units, maybe, to try and soften the loss here, which of course has stayed in place for quite some time. Kanu, of course, on the other side of that equation, with a good amount of money in the bank and HP as well, handing out that L as we head into PvE. Dalasom down to 32 HP. I mean, we've certainly seen players coming back from this one strong, coming back from this kind of position strongly, but usually again with the fortune cash out to get them, the momentum they need.
Yeah, but this time around at least has access to a lot of gold to work with. It will be a pretty dicey roll down. And I'm kind of to see whether or not we're going to be seeing Azu go for the Zoe reroll aspect with the vertical Arcanist here instead of the kind of just going for the traditional catch all locks reroll line. You can see right now he's kind of low on locks. It's not really holding on to anything else. Whether it's going to be rolling deep here is going to be a big indicator of that. He could just be going for a fast 8 line, try to play around the likes of the Syndra instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolute ton of AP, but all credit. I mean, certainly wasn't the way which we'd be expecting to go, but it has been an unusual start here for Azu. Again, looking to try and inspire the future generations. Kabixen, though the streak is over, Cambiz moves into pole position. That built different board has definitely come together strong enough. You pointed out the Aurelia coming in. I think Cambiz is going to be the big hitter for a while.
Yeah, but a lot of players here really trying to get out and ahead of these 4-2 roll downs, right? Topman being one of these right now, trying to roll down for the Ashe composition. Only finds a singular copy of the Ashe, however, so will not really be a guarantee to hit anything at now, but will have his augments going to be tailored towards this, so there could potentially be a pretty big thing coming out here on 4-2. And obviously a very strong board. So another player that are really invested here, Kabixen, we're talking about, is currently bleeding a little bit of HP.
Yeah, and you can see he spent all of his money to try and bring things a little bit more stability, but for the time being, imagine we'll see Kabixen slip down, like Casey Cousins, Cambiz and Double towards the top, but they don't keep their streaks intact. It will be the old gold lobby, and hopefully we'll get to see some really spicy augments coming in here to end off. Certainly Kabixen finding the Heavily Emblem is a fantastic lease of life.
Yeah, and this will open up the lines of the Heavenly Lee Sin board, right? We were kind of talking about this for a while. It was one of the omnipresent compositions alongside with the Kayn at the start of the set in terms of competitive gameplay, right? Just such a strong composition once it gets rolling. With the multiple healing options here as well, we'll be able to kind of run multiple carries. We'll be able to put the Titans and the Heavenly Emblem onto the Lee Sin. Makes great use of all those additional stats.
As we take a look in on Enzo, currently towards the bottom, has slipped below 50 HP. Looks like he might well be working towards a 3-star Yone. Remember the Grim Harvest in place, playing two of them, two different versions of that same unit, itemized. Keep an eye on to see if he can climb further up the table. Tottenham with the sniper boards, as you mentioned that before, busting a little bit of not all the units that you could hope for. Up against Azu with this Arcanist board. Can see potentially Lissandra, she can start getting some kills in, could farm up a storm for Azu.
Yeah, and also speaking about getting those kills in here, right, having access to the Zoe 2 at this point in the game will be a great bonus. Granted, she's able to get those first few kills to really make her start rolling for now, but Amumu 2 is just such a prominent and strong frontliner here. And again, with all the mixing and matching with those emblems here, we'll be able to do a great job. But Peter, we need to talk about something here. To talk about Dalasom and Enzo, both on the Grim Harvest here, and Dalasom's roll down here, not as fruitful, right? Kind of is stuck on this Kayn 1, nothing to really show for it, but does have the Grim Harvest, so he's pretty much just heavily locked in.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a pretty risky move. As we said before, this is a heavily contested line in the lobby. But Dalasom, very little room to work with. At least we've got the Edge of Night in there and the little bodies, as mentioned before. A little bit more defensive stats, but it's not looking good for Dalasom. No money in the bank at all. He needs these wins here and now.
And we'll be going up against Azu at this point in time, right? If that Kayn and the Yone can get into the backline, will disrupt these pieces from these Arcanists here, that will be a great deal. But the issue is, well, like, Zoe has already gotten her first few kills off, so these bounces are going to do a huge amount of damage. You can see all the damage deals are just absolutely removed. And as you were talking about earlier, Peter, this Lissandra can now just start farming away. And Dalasom, well, it's looking like it's going to be a rough start to the day.
Oh boy, yeah. Only 6 games to determine who will be our EMEA regional champion. Our top 4 going through guaranteed spots along with our players from before. We'll see who's going to be coming out the strongest. Dalasom certainly in a lot of trouble. Tartman's starting to drop down as well. Everybody else around the 40-50 HP mark, so we'll have a while before our next elimination, but we do spot a second Lissandra coming through on the carousel.
Yeah, and unluckily for Dalsum, there's no access to the likes of another Kane copy, for example, right? Making it a little bit more achievable for him to get that Kane to get towards a stabilization point. Because we can kind of see, if you look towards what's happening on Enzo's screen right here, Enzo is well on his way to that 3-star Yone, currently rocking 2 2-star copies of that. Doesn't have to rely on the Kane as a carry unit at this point in time, because he just has 2 strong 2-star carries instead.
I will see how it works out. Dallasum doing a little bit of last-minute rejigging of the board to try and stay alive here. As we said before, while it is possible to come back from 8th place in the first game, it's a very tough thing to do indeed. Dallasum will go all in on bringing this Kane online, but I'm not feeling optimistic, Wheater. How about you?
It is definitely not. It's definitely a rough road to travel from here, right? Because he's on 10 HP. A lot of it will depend on his matchup pool. You can see both Totman and Double are currently on some rougher loss streaks due to transitionary phases coming through, right? Because they got Double's board here. If this is not a win for Dallasum, well, this board would not going to stand the test of time anyways.
Yeah, I mean, the Kane does stand directly in front of Lilia, which is a little unfortunate. Has the Edge of Night and the Bloodthirst to heal back up, but we'll get into that corner. And as I think you're alluding to, it's incredibly important to get onto that backline and delete the primary carry.
And now something else to kind of keep in mind here, right? Kubixen still just kind of rocking with that early game power that he got from his early combination of Archon pickups, strong tempo line. Sure, he might start to bleed out a little bit at this moment in time, but looking at the HP pools for the likes of Dallasum, for the likes of Totman, as said, takes us to the gym, he will be in a pretty good spot to at least secure himself into the top 4. Granted, that again, he will still be able to have a lot of time, a lot of resources to work with, just to kind of say, you know what, I have time, I could go for a first place instead.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, if we're talking about players who seem to be headed there, thank you very much to our wonderful observer for showing us the player I was exactly about to mention. Enzo demonstrating for us exactly what a Reaper composition should look like here. On an 11-round streak, the Grim Harvest we mentioned before in place as it is for Dallasum. I particularly like having the Grim Harvest here, just, you know, for the ability to start really snowballing these rounds. You get those first couple of kills in, make your Reapers even stronger.
And also, right, an 11 streak is very impressive, but we gotta kind of point out here, Enzo was the only player to kind of accept the streak setting, but then took it and ran with it, right? So 5 wins on the bounce here for Enzo, and there's no wonder when you look at the board state.
All right, we're on to our bottom 2 players. Dallasum hoping desperately to stay alive here. He was our lowest seed coming into the final day. He's got a lot to prove here. He promised us 1st, he promised us 8th, but it looks like for now, he's going to be able to keep that promise from coming true one way or the other. Totman goes down low, but I think, yes, barely stays alive.
Yeah, but Double also keeps on his loss streak now, but will have a little bit of a respite here, right? We are going to be on to the Raptor round. So the last round of resources for now here, getting to have agency over which components you're going to make here, and a double AP item drop for the likes of the Lilia here could be the saving grace for this AP board of Double.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much more power that could be drawn out of the composition. Of course, we've got, you know, several big hitters to deal with here. Cambis, of course, finding the early Aurelia. Waiter, if you find one Aurelia, what's even better is finding 2.
Yeah, it's just, again, just such a great unit to have here. Really benefits a lot from the additional stats coming out of the build different. Again, these itemizations here are just absolutely immaculate now. Has so much gold to work with. Meanwhile, his cousin is struggling to find himself an Annie-2. Cam is just holding to them on the board. He's just playing this build different line to perfection. Can find himself even more frontline upgrades, but has to kind of figure out what does he want to value, what does he want to sell. Because again, at the end of the time here, if he finds an Aurelia 2, he wants to be able to put that Ashe on the board as a secondary carry.
Well, we'll be reconfiguring those items as Tartman tries to stay alive. Dallasum, just above the table, has built up some momentum for this Warden Sniper board. Momentum seems to have fled. We have the Heavenly board for Kubixen on the other side. That is incredibly strong. You mentioned before, we are in the kind of duelist territory, duelist Heavenly territory, bypassing a lot of the Reapers. The Lee Sin is still surviving to the tail end of the round. Tristana comes a-calling. Tartman will drop. On the other side, Dallasum fighting for his life as well.
Yeah, big round here. Again, going to be figuring out who's going to go out and where. It's all going to be about that negative HP. And it will be Top Man taking the 8th place here, as we're going to have some free rerolls coming out. So the players that are struggling to hit here will maybe get a little bit of a boon thrown their way, right? Meanwhile, someone like Clamu has a ton of gold to work with, might be going really deep.
Oh boy. All right, Kibixon. Of course, we remember from much earlier on the Heavenly Rolls, make sure that the units get online, good unit quality. Right now, we can see the Heavenly Lee Sin doing really well. And we even saw in the previous round that the Tristana was still doing a ton of work as a 3-star as well.
Yeah, and like now we can kind of see we have multiple players in the lobby kind of on this line, right? It's kind of both sides of the paradox right now for Double and Clamu, right? Like, just as they fight up against each other right now, you can kind of just see how much more stable it seems like at the moment that Clamu's been able to be, right? Has just been able to play full-on tempo line now and has been able to just fully get that Lilia online. Look at this with Double as well. Double has double Shojin here, no secondary damage items, so the combination of that gunblade on the likes of Clamu's Lilia just keeps that front line topped off as Double goes out in 6th.
With you there, it did not seem absolutely ideal. Double 61, very much a player's player, out in 6th in the first game. Still has a chance to recover, of course. 5 more games to go after this. All these players, of course, will be playing against each other every single time. Hopefully, across the course of today, of course, we'll be seeing the evolution of a micro meta here between these 8.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because when you're playing a competitive TFT situation, normally you're switching lobbies every round, every other round, so you don't necessarily get a feel for what's going to be that lobby-specific meta, but for these players, it's going to be very specific. They're going to play against the same 8 players 6 games in a row, so that's going to be a really big thing to keep in mind here. And as well, for someone like Kubixon, he's looking very, very jealously at those Irelias on the side of Campus's board.
It's extremely unfortunate to be running into these kind of lobbies, but we've seen it plenty of times over the course of the tournament. Again, the double Aurelias, the unique kind of board structures that Built Different allow you to do, where you're very much encouraged to play 2 copies of the same units, and there are multiple of them on Canvas's side. He's doing very well, but Clamu is on top of the lobby right now on a 7-round win streak. You bear in mind that Lilia board has eliminated its closest competition. Clamu looking real good.
But there's going to be a donation I have coming over to Campus here, right? Kabixon can't be like, why did that spawn on the opposite side of me? Campus gets that 2-star Irelia. Absolutely huge boost, and now has to figure out what to do with the last open slot on the board here for the likes of Enzo. There was no free Yone to pick up to get that Yone free. It would be such a huge power spike to maybe sells himself away into the top 4.
Of course, with our encounter removing the items, Campus can make sure there's no shenanigans happening. I can now add in a second backline damage dealer. Campus is in a really good spot here. Might go up against Clamu in the next round. I really want to see how well this does against that composition. But, of course, we've got to remember Arzu in the mix as well. On a loss streak right now, had this incredible wandering trainers, but does seem to be slipping in the lobby.
Definitely will here now. Big fight in terms of the battle for that 5th place spot here. If Enzo can get a win, it would be absolutely amazing here. Will be able to pull Asu even closer to elimination range.
Oh boy, just keep your eye on the Zoe in the backline. A lot of the chaff units have been eliminated. That Ricochet! We were promised the princess was coming to destroy everybody, and Enzo goes out in the bottom 4. That's absolutely huge.
And meanwhile, Kubixon takes a very narrow loss as well. Might be like, as we're talking about, will potentially bleed out to the 4th place here, not finding access to the likes of the Irelia, but does finally find a Wukong, one of the strongest cav-out units for these heavenly boards now. So really big thing to keep our eyes on here, but Campus is also taking a loss right now. It looks like Clamu has been able to kind of just get this Mythic Invoker line fully online to its absolute utmost ability.
It's particularly impressive given that I believe he's got the 1-star Nautilus and the 1-star Annie as well, because those are being stolen en masse by Cambiz. We'll see how they do up against Kubixon's board. Remember, Kubixon on 17 life. The Bad Enough Loss might be able to throw him out here. You see the board getting a little caught up in the middle, but the front line does collapse relatively quickly. Lilia stays alive for a good amount of it. Remember, we've got multiple carries here from the Heavenly side of things. But I think it's taking a very long time to find the Lilia. One good cast is doing it, and the finishing blow. Kubikson goes down to a single life.
It's also worth noting, right, just like the sheer power of the Nautilus, even though it's still a Nautilus 1, right, just be able to delay that Lee Sin to be able to get to the backline, get those mana reefs going. They're absolutely huge here in that fight for Clemu. But as you're talking about, Kubikson still down to just a singular point of life here. Still not like fully out of it just yet. Still has time to maybe figure something out with what's going to be coming out here off the Dragon. But again, look towards the likes of Vasu. Look towards the likes of Clemu, right? Like these players are sitting on a ton of gold, where Clemu's kind of sitting there. Do you want to go for a 3-star forecast? Do you want to go level 10? Like the entire world right now is Clemu's oyster.
Yeah, I think, to follow on to what you're saying there, I think the reigning goal worked out extremely well there for Clemu, who's very close to hitting a 2-star Hui as well. I think we might see a little bit of recombobulating going on the board to try and bring everything in again. We can, for all of our players, are able to reconfigure their items at will. Arzu, though, this Zoe board, such great explosivity, guaranteed the top 4, has to survive now against Clemu's 9-win streak in the coming round.
Still lacks that Amumu free, though. That would be the huge spike for that front line. That's going to be a big deal to kind of keep in mind. But right now, elimination potentially on the line on either side of the screen.
Yeah, Kubikson managed to fit a second Lee Sin into the mix. We'll keep one eye onto Arzo, one eye onto Kubikson, because this is going to be huge. Even if one of them can survive, this will extend the game considerably. Hopefully for Kubikson at least. We see the board starting to collapse, built different, getting the job done. On the left-hand side, it's looking like the Arcanists are getting the job done for Arzu. So we have got Kubikson out, but Arzu holds on.
It's a very big thing to kind of keep in mind here as well. Like with the jeweled Lotus being picked up for Asu, it is such a strong tool for the damage dealing situations in the game. But Clemu has gone towards that ever so fabled level 10 here. He now gets access to the Wake and start printing copies of the frontlines that he needs, but it doesn't matter. They show up either way here, but now does he want to get the weight? So he just makes both of them now. Can't move the Addy over, start printing her, so the campus cannibalization doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a fantastic spot for Clemu. Again, coming into this whole event, we did wonder, in this season, whether or not he would lose any of his focus, having been qualified since the beginning of the set, thanks to winning Cactus, but it seems to be very much not the case. We did see him yesterday, of course, trying to go across the finish line in wild fashion. See if I might be able to get a chance to do it here. Cambis, though, up against Arzu's board. The ricochets are starting to stack, but the Aurelia has just enough punch. If this wasn't a Mumu 3, Aurelia down to barely alive. One more cast. And he does it. Cambis, you can see, disappointed not to get the kick through there.
Yeah, just a combination of the stacking damage from the Sunfire kit with the Amumu. It's like just like so much damage just continuously ticking and ticking away, and the healing is just such a powerful tool here. Denying the execute away from the Irelia. And again, he's stuck on level 8 right now, right? Again, his board state is not as kept as it could be, and that is going to be a big deal. Meanwhile, Asu, as we're talking about keep up his win streak, Clemu goes back and wins this fight as well on the Ghost side of things. So a ton of action here in the works. Everything kind of hanging in the balance. Clemu up to 7 Mythic, goes head-to-head with Asu.
I do think a lot of these front lines are going to be very, very hard to punch through and start to get those ricochets. We can see Elisa Zoe is doing a lot of her to try and get the kills in, but I don't think it's quite happening. It's all going to go through very quickly. There's the first elimination, I believe, coming through, but we've got the Syndra alive as well. The Amumu once more proving MVP as another cast should just about do it. No, Hui hangs on to the end. Clemu has still got the possibility of printing an even stronger board, but right now it's Arzu on the win streak, the 3-round win streak.
Another adaptive helm here on offer as well for the likes of Clemu. You can see Cambis kind of hovering around it here, wants to block that potentially away, but we'll go for the Giant Stair instead here. And that's something we haven't really spoken too much about, right? Just picking up the adaptive helm augment from the start of the game from Clemu has been such a centerpiece of his entire strategy, just full on with the tempo game plan. The Annie 2 comes around here. Cambis's cannibalization of the key frontline units in this game hasn't been paying out so far. Now Asu also finds the 3-star Amumu. This is such a massive combination here of things just kind of working against Cambis as he's trying to avoid bleeding out to a 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a matter of inches here. Arzu, we saw before, and basically all of our players trying to play for that 5% increase in effective power. They know their matchups for this one. The double Nautilus from Canvas's side of things should be able to keep that Lilia out of play for quite some time. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side, see if Canvas is able to punch through. Arzu on the left, of course, with the Zoe ball will continue to punch through powerfully, has been streaking for a little while. Looks like, I believe that will remain the case with the front line staying intact. Canvas with the built different board, trying desperately to use the unleashed power of the Aurelia. The stun is no good, but Canvas takes an L again.
It's a really rough spot to be in for Canvas, right? Like, again, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now finally gets the goal to go towards level 9, can put this Kane back in. It's going to get an additional threat to kind of work with here. That is going to be what potentially can secure his way in towards this top 2 at this point in time. But again, Arzu and Canvas both on 15 HP here. It is going to be a direct head-to-head, whether that's going to be a ghost or just a direct fight. That's going to be the big deal. It's going to be the direct head-to-head. Clemula Hakra runs away with the ghost fight yet again here. And now for Arzu, the addition of this Syndra as the secondary carry alongside this Amumu free in the front. That means this board just fully capped out in absolutely amazing fashion.
All right, up against Canvas, as was pointed out by Makes in our production chat, a flock of Nautili, beautiful in the dawn, but the focus damage from the Arcanists in the corner, they are getting stunned and stunned and stunned. The Hextech Gunblade should hopefully keep them up for a few hours longer. Zoe will drop, the Syndra drops as well. Arzu on 15 life needs to try and make sure he doesn't get eliminated this round. We're down to our tanks again. This time it's 2 Aurelias. We'll see if Amumu can take both.
That will be a big deal. We can kind of see just how the fight has just changed scope by the addition of the Kane, right? If there be even more items, this fight would have been even more explosive, and most likely Arzu would have been removed from the game already. But now gets to run around, who gets to get 3 players into stage 7, as Clemus is kind of riding above this now, guaranteed a second just based off of math.
All right, well, Peter, this is an unusual board we're seeing here from Arzu. In the previous round, I have to think that the big problem was having both of your carries stunned repeatedly by that flock of Nautili. If you're in Arzu's position here, or indeed any of our players' positions, what kind of differences would we expect to see over these coming rounds to try and swing the matchups one way or the other?
I mean, it's all kind of come down to whether or not can Canvas find a new itemizations here for that Kane, right? That CG coming out, it will be huge. Clemo just kind of do whatever he can right now. Just been sitting up, building this economy up now, trying to roll down heavily here on the level 10 here. Could try to find his way towards something like the Lilia free. Still a couple of copies away, however, right? Needs to find free copies, so that's not going to be a given here. Doesn't even have access to something to print as well. So if he could just move that one over, but we'll be able to see here that he's still going to be a couple of turns away from even having the chance of finding that now. This item decision so critical. No real catch-all from an item for the Nautilus to kind of keep it waiting.
I was going to look as soon as we came to the next round to see who was holding Lilias on the bench. It looks like both Gambits and Arzu are going to try and take on that task for themselves. So Clemu will have to wait a little while longer to at least eliminate one to be able to get that win condition. Arzu on the right-hand side. You see the Zoe starting to stack off. We've got both carriers alive. They were separated across the field. Lilia is surviving that one, but next cast, I think, will barely not do it. Let's try again. Zoe, she has been our sleeper unit throughout the competition. She hands out a heavy L to Clemu, who seem to be unstoppable.
And I must admit, right, I thought Clemu was in a strong enough spot here to kind of be guaranteed at least the top 2, but again, this Arcanist board from Arzu just takes the line, runs with it, instantly realizes that the spot is going to be very strong around this Zoe free. And as you're talking about, we see why. She just out so much damage, but the true MVP here is that Amumu free in the front line. Just buys so much time, just buys so much off the attention, directs those Lilia balls away from the Zoe, giving her so much time, just absolutely fire away into the backline.
We'll see on the right-hand side. I believe that will be the real deal. Cambiz, again with the double Aurelia setup, which has been in place for a little while, fully itemized on both sides. Keep your eyes closely on the Lilia, who fortunately doesn't need some Hextech Gunblade to ignore some of that incidental damage. She needs those big casts through, of course. Wei is cutting through a lot of the front, and it does look like Cambiz is in a little bit of trouble here. Clemu rips through the board, and will it be an elimination? It will!
Which means we have Arzu and Clemu, 2 of the breakout performers of this set so far, right? Arzu, one of the best, probably the best player outside where jungler on qualifier points throughout the set. Clemu obviously came out absolutely fighting hardcore at the start of the set here, took down the Cactus Land, had great performances in the domestic land scene as well, and now is back to prove that he's going to be absolutely fighting tooth and nail here for a spot at the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown.
I just don't know if Arzu can be stopped, though. As we've heard from him before, he is fighting to inspire a new generation of players from MENA. Doing a little bit of recalibration on the items again, making sure they're perfectly poised. Again, we have to get the resets in. The Tam Kench will be eliminated early on. The front line of battle is turning slowly in favor of the 3-star Mumu. So friggin' strong. The stuns are landing as well. Konu is running out of space. You can see the exasperation on his face. Arzu can't quite believe it, but he will take the first lobby. The only player with a guaranteed spot today, and he guarantees he's ending out first in the first lobby.
It is absolutely amazing recognition of the spot that he finds himself in, right? Like, again, just absolutely incredible. So, you know what, I get this set up here. Most people be like, oh, you know what, I'm going to play Luxury Roll. Meanwhile, he just goes, you know what, I'm just going to play Vertical Arcanist instead, anchor around the Zoe. I'm not going to be contested in matches, the lobby tempo much better. And, well, it was ever so close to getting knocked out against that 1-5 of Campus. Now holds on, finds the Amumu Freak, trucks along, wins the first game of the day.
Well, MENA viewers, if you're not inspired yet, we've still got 5 more games to go before we crown ourselves a regional champion here in EMEA. We'll be headed to break and hearing from Soga-sang, and then our analyst has to break down that first game and look forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, my name is Solo Gesang. I'm from Germany. I'm a streamer and player. I discovered TFT when they first released it on the beta, on the PB, the very first set. Yeah, I got hooked up immediately, and when TFT got announced, a new game by Riot Games, so it was very exciting, and I just spammed 10,000 games every day. And I hope I will win it. I mean, the last 2 cups, second day I got first once and second the other time. So I hope, I think if I get a good day, I can hopefully finish first on the last day as well. So hopefully, to be honest, I wanted to prepare much more this season, but I had some other stuff going on in the background, private stuff. So I could only couldn't fully focus, but I hope I can do it for the European finals regionals. But performance-wise, was okay. I mean, I'm never satisfied unless I get first. So yeah, a routine I usually don't stream before the tournament starts, and then I usually take a short nap, 1 or 2 hours before the tournament starts for 20 minutes, 20 minutes nap before a tournament. I think that's my routine. Yeah, power nap. I would like to shout out my viewers also supporting me and the people I've practiced with in this season. Last set I practiced with Hydra, but Hydra will skip this set, so next set we will practice again, hopefully.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here after our game number 1. And of course, in this game, a certain someone that was in my predictions took first place. I'm not going to let you lift this one down. Arzu taking that first place, Panda.
And Arju did it playing a new comp. We talked about it in the interview. He had only played 4 comps up until now. He really had no choice this game with Wandering Trainers. He had to go down a path that looked really good with Porcelain and Arcanist being offered as the traits, and navigated a perfect game. Vertical Arcanist, a ton of natural AP, and the Jewel Lotus to add the extra crit to allow Zoe to ricochet. And one more, I think, interesting thing to make note of in this first game of day 3 is the fact that only 3 players, or rather 5 players, played unique comps. They had never played them before in the 12 games prior in day 1 and 2. 3 players played their most played comp. Enzo, 6th game of Reapers, Double, 5th game of Lilia, Tardaman, 4th game of Snipers, and they all bought forward. So I think going to be important to look at adaptability and look at trying to go down new paths the game are offering you in this day 3.
My favorite path is that build different game from Canvas, baby. We were talking about it day number 1. I was like, this is a really fun set for it. There's a lot of cool units. But here's the thing. Canvas, man close to my heart, says, you know what, 1 Aurelia is not enough. I'm going to get 2. Then I was a little heartbroken because he upgraded her, and I was worried that we weren't going to get the absolute spice. Not only did he find another Aurelia and run her, but by the end of the game, Canvas was running 3 Nautili on the same board, 2 2-stars and a 1-star. And I think it's just such cool adaptation that's very unique to the Build Different board. You are playing these units for their individual strengths. You are not playing so much for how they synergize with their traits, which means you have a lot of backline carries on the opposing teams. You know what's really good? Stuns. You know who's good at that? Nautilus. So you just throw as many as you possibly can on that board and try and use that CC to stall for your Aurelias, to stall for that massive backline damage. And it was so close to working, but I think at 3rd place, I would still be thrilled if I were Canvas.
Honestly, I agree. And if you want any insight on how it looks like when the analyst desk is not on air, I can assure you that this entire game was just Matt nerding out about how many units Canvas was feeling of the same type on his board there. Needless to say, it worked out. But of course, honorable mention to Clamu as well, who took that 2nd place there with the Invokers. Quick reminder on our format, there is going to be a point reset from yesterday to today. So what you see is what you get after that first game, but 5 more to come. And even 4 players like Dallasum, like Tartman, who are unfortunately at the bottom end of the leaderboard right now, it could still all be toppled and turned upside down. There are 5 spots for 7 players. Arzu is already qualified, so it's going to come down to the wire.
And of course, because this is not a checkmate format, because we have different world slots also up, not just the winner matters, it's going to be very standard, 6 games. Whoever gets the most points will be the champion, and then everyone else trying to fight for those world spots.
We'll have the opportunity because we have our casters ready, guys. I'm really excited to get into game number 2. Maybe we'll see 4 of the same unit. I don't think so, but my heart believes in it, and my heart believes in Counterfeit and Weta to take us into game number 2 of the Grand Finals.
Thank you very much, Matt, Makes, and David. We are your favorite North Lloyds, bringing you game number 2. Weta, that first game was pretty spicy, but it's what we should expect. We are in day 3. We are at the very peak of EMEA performance.
Absolutely. It's like an amazing game to kind of follow and bring to the people. Like, insane game we got to watch there. Like, it had everything. Strong reroll lines, strong. We got to see the duality of the Lilia reroll as well. I would say Lilia reroll, but it kind of was Lilia reroll towards the end there, right? But
oh, sure.
Really, also we're like almost there with a free stuff way as well, right? Like, there's just so much stuff just kind of almost coming together in that game, and I just can't wait to see what game 2 has to offer for us, because like, can it topple a game? Like, that's the big deal. Like, we need to figure out, is that actually even possible at this point?
Well, I mean, for me, coming out of that previous game, of course, a big part of that was the lack of fortune we discussed in the game. Certainly for players like Tartman and Dallasum, they are doubly motivated to try and play super risky to bring things back. I mean, I suppose those are the 2 paths really, aren't there, for the players who have had a bad first game, is either just continue to try and play top 4 and hope other people have some bad games that you can leapfrog them, or start playing risky right away and shoot for those first places.
And that's a big deal here as well, right? With Asu kind of already winning the first game here, like if he just keeps on playing to relatively the same level, right? Then we got to keep in mind that the boy that you have to clear just moves down a spot. And that's a big deal as well, right? Because all of a sudden you get like top 5, and then you have the AVP spot also comes into play. That means that potentially a top 6, right? So it's definitely not as bad as it seems for the likes of Delsum and Todman at this moment in time here, but I am just super excited to get into this game here. It does seem like most of the players are leaning towards the champion delivery. No one wants to lose subscription, Peter.
Well, at least Cartman Co-op are on one page about looking for a golden finale here. Of course, some of our players looking to try and chill things out considerably in Cambridge, in particular between the two cousins, hoping to things go nice and smooth. As you said, most of our players here for today, we're going on to the Tactician's crown. We're really hoping to avoid the outward ones, as Arzu, our winner from the first game, will get the champion delivery. So we've got potential for some big units to drop and a lot more, also economy if you're just going to sell them anyway.
Yeah, and that's also worth noting, right, that compared to something like the conference, right, this actually has a very big amount of variance to it, right, because sometimes someone just gets like the perfect unit for their composition. Like also like there's always that one guy in your lobby that's like they're always just like sat there like, all right, so okay, they needed an Ashe, they got an Ashe, and like meanwhile you're getting like an Ornn while you're like not playing anything that makes use of the Ornn, right? So it's definitely one of those things where you kind of got to keep in mind that there are going to be some openings opening up here with this champion delivery kind of being offered, right? But this I'm going to see already now, the Exalted being brought into play here. 2 of them already on the board here.
Yeah.
For Asu, very, very low cost, only the singular 1 cost, right? So this means that there will be a lot of stuff like augments like Little Bodies, for example, might be super interesting because then you're going to be running a lot of these lower cost units anyways due to the Exalted when you start to spread the boards. It also means that you can put together some pretty solid boards in the early game that might be able to kind of just like fully play for the tempo while also granting you the XP from Exalted.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly getting 1 XP per round doesn't sound like a lot when you're at level 8, but when you're at level 3, then suddenly you're getting up to those levels just a little bit faster than everybody else. So keep our eyes on the far right-hand side. I think a lot of our players will be running as similar boards as they can. I guess for anybody who doesn't manage to find the Exalted 3 to start off with, they're going to be pretty far behind the curve.
Stars are Born here as well, offered up for Quebec. Now, we've seen him play for a very tempo-centric game plan last game. Stars are Born definitely also opens yourself up to kind of go down that route if you want to. Something like the Caretaker's Favor also gives you a bunch of additional power. It becomes a little bit easier to achieve that when you get the Exalted in from stage 2-1 already.
Oh, for sure. Keeping our eyes out. We do have a second built different game from another French player, Talon. We're the one to pick it up, inspired by what he saw in the previous game, no doubt. A couple of idealisms creeping in as we expected. Double 61 picking up 2 healthy. And Dallas, we saw on the screen there with the slam in. So we have at least got some amount of direction from our early augments for our players, as well as expected a lot of early Exalted just to farm up that XP.
Yeah, we see Asu here going for the Pandora's items on 2-1 without clear direction already committed, right? So that's going to be interesting to see right now because you're kind of looking at it like, okay, that's a Nashor's Tooth, that's a Gargoyle Stoneblade, 2 of the best items in the game right now, right? But will just be kind of start. Well, there is the slam of the Nashor's Tooth to protect it from the Pandora's items, but seems like it's going to prioritize getting these offensive items kind of already locked in place and then try to figure out what the defensive components will be here because you could have saved a Gargoyles as well, but doesn't provide a lot of value in the early game.
Yeah, so keeping options open for the time being. Do note that I believe again we've got a lobby where we haven't had anyone with early access to Fortune again, though of course Kabuko is one of the Exalted, which would something make things a little bit easier longer term. Double 61 with the 2 healthy board. This is one of the ones which should develop into something fairly interesting later on. We might be looking at a center reroll here, Weta.
Yeah, and something that's worth noting here for the likes of Topman, right, is that he cannot really benefit from the Exalted if you kind of wants to make most use out of his augment here, right? So a little bit of a kind of an interesting line that he has to balance on for the start of this game here. He did also end up losing his initial fight, right? So really, really weird spot to kind of be in at this point in time, but again, he'll just make out that with more common power. You can look at Dalsum here, has gone for the slamming route, Giants there, and Bloodfur has already slammed on towards this Darius 2 with the Exalted in play. Just means that Todman is going to be taking an even bigger hit again.
And we can see on the right-hand side that some of our players have been taking those early hits in. Of course, in the previous game, we did see our players managing to hold onto their streaks pretty heavily, but I think with so much focus on these one-cost units, thanks to the Exalted you mentioned, we could end up with some pretty strong boards here, especially if they're all equipped with Radiant items.
Yeah, yet again, we see this encounter come through. It really just puts the entire lobby into a spin for a single round here during the early stages, because sometimes you don't even have enough space to really make great use of these. But also, right, it really just means that some of the players that were trying to balance out a loss streak will have to figure out, like, how do I avoid taking just full damage, right? So this is going to be a really fun one to kind of watch how it is going to unfold. We see double kind of going early level 5, and then we're going to see a lot of early level 5s actually, Peter, right, as a consequence of this Exalted combination.
Yeah, just bringing you down the overall XP need, and we see Double able to itemize a couple of different centers here to make the most out of this early board. Has spent aggressively, as you said, to get to this point, but hopefully this will be the turning point here. Arzu on the other side, you can see, getting a lot of good tank items there to keep himself up. Unfortunately, the Volibear walks right into the back line, which means Cogmore doesn't get to survive, and Double will seize back control.
Something that was kind of interesting to talk about, right, was the fact that Arzu was like talking about earlier on today, like his game plan was like going into the weekend was kind of like, I'm just going to try to play Cogmore. But no Cogmore has been found from like in terms of like gameplay options here. And with the fact that Exalted doesn't automatically push you towards that level, right, he can choose when he wants to get the additional EXP boost here. So with the way the Arzu's kind of itemized so far, prioritized the various things, I do believe that something like a Cog line or just a regular Mythic line here could be on the cards for Arzu.
No, that's a really good point, a very good point pick out there for some of our players. We'll see if anyone does decide to hold on to that XP and cash it in later on. Of course, we'll be scooting around the place and keeping our eyes on everybody. Dalisum coming out of the midpoint of stage 2, the only player to have kept their win streak intact. You pointed out before, the Darius proving very, very effective. As we get our next champion delivery in, we can see 3 costs coming in. As you pointed out before, this could be big swings for some of our players if they find the units they're looking for.
Yeah, we see right now definitely Arzu here, and there's going to be an interesting kind of combination here going on for him, right? Because he kind of has to hold units on his bench here with components he doesn't want to make, because he doesn't want to make this blue buff on this Cogmore right now, because he doesn't want to win these fights. And with the fact that the Exalted takes off an additional bench spot here, it makes it a little bit difficult for him to kind of like hold on to everything he kind of wants to. So really interesting kind of one of the dynamics of the way the game is played with Pandora's items in play.
Yeah, I mean, Arzu, along with Tartman, keeping the loss streak intact, and unfortunately is taking some fairly harsh losses here, and Tartman will do much the same. Tartman, of course, our built different player, who under other circumstances we could expect to see doing pretty damn well. Dalisum are losing out that win streak at the top of the lobby, so we are seeing a pretty scrappy stage 2 here, with nobody really able to seize control.
Yeah, but you can kind of argue that Tubman and Arzu have kind of seized control just like by being able to kind of maintain their loss streaks, right? But now the real big issue here becomes, can they dodge each other, right? Because if they're able to dodge each other, they'll be able to go 5 streak in towards the Crocs, they'll be able to just build up their economy even more. And for someone like Arzu, who might be ankling for a 3-1 roll down, maintaining that streak, getting that extra gold is going to be absolutely critical.
Well, Dalisum showing one of the avenues which we hadn't considered as of yet, the 5 Exalted in play to get even more XP, a little bit more damage there as well. Suddenly after losing that win streak, it's happy just to sit back and let the XP by way of gold come in. Kubikson on the other side, not necessarily in the strongest position. We'll see, maybe Dalisum might even be able to sneak out a win here. The Ari on the backside is doing a lot of good single target damage. Remember, we've got the Caretakers in there for a little bit more refining, but instead, Kubikson will move into a slightly stronger position. Hopefully we'll be able to start moving up levels and taking advantage of that Caretaker soon.
There's a combination here for Dalisum, right, of the 5 Exalted plus the slamming. So there's just like so much, there's just so much XP, right? Like he's going to be able to go level 6 just naturally on stage 3 here, and also just decides to juggle in the fortune here, Peter. So we'll be going for an even bigger way of kind of just getting that additional economy into play. As you were talking about earlier on, Kabuko is Exalted here, so opens up a ton of interesting options.
Alright, so we've talked about the idea with Fortune before players want to double down, you know, have Fortune and have something else that rewards you for losing as well. In this case, Delasum getting it almost dead last in the first game, tripling down on his loss streak, so has the potential to come back absolutely huge. We'll keep our eye out, again, as you mentioned, not the only player loss streak in the lobby. Arzu keeps the loss streak intact with 5 losses. Fortune could potentially run into trouble as soon as this round if Delasum goes up against Arzu.
You see Double now also trying just like to figure out the roll down here, try to get a strong board put into place here, trying to find that center too, which would make him stable enough here, but the Kaiser also opens herself up to be put into play here, opening up the 5 Ink Shadow line here on free 1 with the entirety of the lobby pretty much being level 6. Again, just due to the influx of EXP in this lobby, it's absolutely insane.
All right, I'm absolutely here for it. We were certainly talking a lot about Ink Shadow coming into the day. Definitely didn't have the best stats overall, but so, from what we've heard and what we've looked into, particularly if we can find an Ink Shadow emblem, this could be very strong indeed, but it doesn't absolutely have to. Certainly the extra health is helping keeping this Kaiser nice and safe. Even without any items, she's still doing a lot of hurt. And I think, yeah, it's going to be good enough to get double 61 the win.
Yeah, just about here, but also it's worth noting that he's so heavily invested here, right? So if he took the loss, that would be very detrimental. Gets the other crest augment offered here, not the Warden. That's not the one he wants. He really would have liked to see the additional Ink Shadows you're talking about here, but the Epoch Plus will just provide him with a little bit more rolling here just to kind of show off the sport even more. And then as we've been talking about, we're seeing so much fall throughout the set here at the start of each stage. The additional EXP boost, the additional rolls will be coming in.
All right, let's take a look on the right-hand side and see the augments landing. Topman going in for heavy hits is really interesting. Enzo going for the Reaper Crest. Across the rest of the field, looks like our players are keeping things otherwise relatively nice and calm. But do note as well, Kubixum picking up the reigning goal. We did see that be a powerful augment in our previous game for Clamu to really push yourselves towards the extreme late game.
Yeah, and also again, worth noting, right, Enzo really just sticking to the Reapers all throughout the weekend here. Yet another Reaper game coming out here for the French player, something that he knows like his own back pocket. He just knows how to navigate this to absolute perfection.
I will see how it does. Clamu with the Dualism picking up the Combat Castles as well. Going to be running with Duelist at least for the time being, and the Heavenly as well. Hands out the loss to Enzo. Remember, of course, what we celebrated tremendously Arzu's win in the first game. Clamu coming in second place, still a player in a great position to challenge for the title by getting in a second good game.
Yeah, again, we can see Arzu now has gone towards level 6, right? Sitting on a ton of gold, so no real investment into the Cockmore reroll line for him just yet. I'd still set on a 1-star Cockmore. For him, he's just about to hold on to as much gold as possible, go level 7, go level 8, and then try to roll down for that Mythic Lilia line is what I assume is going to happen here at least, right? Just going to build up the Mythic stacks on the front line, but let's be real, Peter, right? A 1-star Cho'Gath, not necessarily much of a front line.
No, not at all. We do have the Spatula on the bench for Arzu, so the promise of power later on. I do see some folks in the chat asking, coming into us newly as we are here in the second round of our EMEA regional finals, looking to try and find which of our players we're going onto the Tactician's crown. Arzu, the only person guaranteed from his previous play. As makes us noted in the chat, Wet Jungler, Sologo saying other players coming into day 2 who won't be playing in day 3, but still have got the guaranteed spots.
All right, here's a Kane on the carousel opening up here for the likes of Dallison, right? Who's already building towards that melee AD line. And if you're Enzo, you're like, why did I not have just 6 HP left? Because that would have been an absolute godsend for him, right? But it could be a repeat of what happened in game number 1 between these two players.
Oh boy, I mean, it certainly feels like we're a little less trafficked in terms of the Reapers at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on how things develop. I think having our players split up a little bit more, we know that the Heavenly and the Bruiser variations both can work relatively well, as Dallison gets a Kane dropped in by the delivery. It's exactly as you predicted, Wheater. Some people just get lucky.
It is so real, right? Like, and it's like, if you're Enzo, you're like, okay, he gets one from the carousel, then the champion delivery comes through, and he probably got something that he doesn't want, like, at all here. And then Dallison, well, he does need some fortune to favor him after the previous game, right? So definitely a big pick up here for the Spanish player. And again, Peter, something to keep in note as well with the lobby. Every single player, pretty much outside of a couple, level 7, 50 gold, just absolutely chilling. 4-1, 4-2, these level 8 roll downs will be absolutely huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to work with to get that happening. Over to the side for Corbixen, we do see a little bit of a development here. Building out a slightly stronger board. Corbixen has been hovering around the middle for a while. 50 gold in the bank and the lost streak. Of course, raining goals means Corbixen relatively happy to do without the streak because he's got that passive extra income.
And now another encounter rolling around here, as we also see that Dalsum gets the opportunity to cash out his fortune, which he will do. And as I was talking about these roll downs, Peter, well, the rolls are going to be costing one less, but if you're Dalsum, that doesn't matter now. And in the blink of an eye, this 2-star Kane came out of nowhere.
Oh boy, and of course the items are ready to go immediately. Again, for our newer players coming in, we are playing 6 games today, of which this is the second. This is not checkmate. So our players who are in the top 4 positions or top 5, if Arzu, who's already qualified, gets into one of those spots, will go through. And of course, our player remaining with the highest average placement. So a lot to play for today. We should be seeing things mixing up. Of course, as you mentioned before, we are waiting for those big rolls downs to come in. A ton of money in the bank, and Arzu has made the committal. The mythic emblem is going to be his choice.
Yeah, pretty much was the expected outcome after he just picked up the spatula earlier on with the Pandora's items, could guarantee it's here pretty much at any point throughout the game here. And even though Enzo has found his own access to a Kane 1, it's not going to be enough to snatch a win away here. So Arzu's streak getting broken, Enzo continues to kind of be building out here a little bit. So gonna be exciting to watch what will unfold here. Again, keep in mind that the rolls are still costing only 1 golden will, so as well for the 4-1 roll down. And with that, with the players having gotten a ton of free EXP this game from the likes of their Exalted setup, we're gonna be seeing a ton of heavy investment coming through.
Yeah, it's doing so much to accelerate the game further forward. Tartman with the Ash, and of course the built different setup, a good amount of flexibility as to where and when you put together your different compositions. Of course, we've seen Kaiser be very popular. And of course, our flock of Nautilites from before proving extremely effective. So we will, of course, be keeping our eyes out on the build different board as we go throughout the game. Arzu, though, our first place finisher from our first game. I mean, it's got such a good setup here already.
Yeah, we're still lacking those Lilias, right? That's going to be the biggest kicker here at all for the likes here. Enzo finds his own Kane 2 now. So that's going to be Dalsum and Enzo are both going to be online. And depending on whether or not Arzu will be able to kind of get a functional board up and running here, that will be a big issue for the people at the top of the standing, as the 3 players below could start rampaging.
I believe there are 4, with Tartman also using Kane. 4 different players are scooping him out of the pool at a great amount of speed. Arzu, though, one away from getting the Mythic 7 online. You can see fully Icemines Morgana on the backside. I think already a pretty reasonable front line, but the Lee Sin is holding his ground pretty damn well. Arzu will take the L. Do bear in mind that his board was strong, very close to amazing, but he's still got a way to go.
And now we will be seeing this last round of augments come through. And with the fact that the players have already had their roll downs, they will be able to make much more educated decisions on which augment here will have the biggest impact to kind of change their game around here. As we do see Invoker not today, and something like a Bolt being on offer for Arzu.
Oh boy, so yeah, Arzu at the bottom. What's he going to do? Invoker Crest, really interesting to see that one come in, as we've got some other big upgrades also which have slipped under the radar a little bit. Clemu, we saw how powerful that 3-star Tristana can be in as a secondary carry, and we've also got the 3-star Kiana as well, the duelist composition with a little bit of Heavenly as well. This is looking real good.
It definitely is, but also got to keep in mind, Peter, right now, he's on a 4 loss streak. His components on the bench are absolutely horrific for the squad. He's in no AD components to kind of help bolster up this Tristana right now. We're looking at a double rod on the bench. Meanwhile, you have someone like Campus also eating in towards the line here. Already found that level 8 Irelia too, so has his top end to play for, already kind of in line. Massive amount of rounds coming through, but Reapers are the most premier melee line at the moment, and we see why in this fight.
Oh boy, yeah, I wasn't really expecting to see Duelist be the one which was getting fought into, but I suppose there's so much crossover between there and Reapers as well. So keep our eye on everything developing. Tartman, of course, will have built different boards. We mentioned before, finding a double upgrade of Silas and Kaiser in this round. That's going to be absolutely massive. Currently on the loss streak, needs to start building up because we've got several players who are starting to creep towards the lower bounds of HP.
Yet not ideal situation, right? Meanwhile, Dallison has found his way onto the Reaper Irelia, right? So that is going to be an absolutely powerful setup here from his side of things, and also going to complicate the matters just a little bit more for the likes of Clemu, who is currently bleeding out in 7th place at the moment.
Yeah, well, we certainly Aurelia has incredible target access, be able to spread across the entire board and spread that extra Reaper bleed, 5 Reaper in place for just a little bit more use of that bonus. Of course, right in the middle of things, Kane will buy a lot of time, but it actually looks like not going to quite be good enough. Tarman, the built different board, those upgrades really putting down a lot of pressure.
And there are some issues here for Dallas, in terms of the itemization on offer right now. You gotta keep in mind here, he has no Edge of Night on this Kane, so the second that Kane gets targeted down, there's no way for it to drop the aggro. It will just be the priority target for the fight, which means that, yes, there might be double BT, might be great for sustainability, but not having access to that hard aggro reset makes this so much more difficult to kind of compete with.
Absolutely agree with you there. We've certainly seen it in enough rounds so far. Enough focus damage will just overcome the raw DPS output. Taking stock of where we are coming into the back half of stage 4. A lot of comping towards our top players of similar HP. Arzu, though, down on 18 with a loss streak. Everything seems to be coming together for him, but not quite until perhaps now. Mythic 7 online, the Invoker 4 thanks to the crest as well. Arzu needs to start climbing and needs to do it immediately.
He's trying to make a decision here as well, right? Does he want to anchor around this 2-star wave while trying to print this second copy of the leader, and then he can next turn start printing away here, trying to play for the utterly highest cap that he can and has available to him right now. Just gotta pray that this is gonna be the correct decision to make.
And we certainly know that players who've got a lot of points in the first game do have that cushion to fall back on, but going out in 8th would reset his day pretty much entirely. We do see the way he's doing a pretty decent job of clearing a lot of the ground away, and Annie really picking up the slack here, even without the Lilia in the mix. Actually going to be good enough to take down the Aurelia ball from before. Arzu holds on for a little longer.
Yeah, and that is definitely something that we gotta keep in mind here. Derek goes to print now, could go for the roll, trying to find that 2-star upgrade, but it's not gonna be the case here. And Dallas, well, he's holding on to an infinite amount of Kane's almost, like holding on to 5 at this point in the game with how contested this unit is. It is a very strong spot to be in, but again, the itemization here just really not panning out for the Spanish player, who again, looks like he's gonna be starting off today with back-to-back bottom 2s here, depending on whether or not Arzu will stabilize.
Well, Tartman's feeling a lot better about his chances as one of the 2 players who, of course, finished the first lobby in bottom with 2. Found the Lissandra 2 upgrade along with those massive amount of upgrades from before. We're talking about how powerful Lissandra can be, especially if she's getting extra items from the Ornn. She starts getting those deletions through. This would be a huge swing for Tartman. Double 61 on the other side. With the Kaiser we saw before, the Ink Shadow board, I think might just be strong enough. No, the Kaiser drops, double 61 goes down further, and Tartman starts to establish a streak. Yeah, with this 2-star Lissandra in play here as well for Tartman, right? He's just going to be able to print out components, print out a lot of ways to kind of cap out this board. And when you're playing a board that just caps around multiple forecasts, you're going to have so many great ways of just utilizing every single digital component and just getting your board up to an absolutely utterly capped state. All right, let's take the stock again. Kubixen currently up at the top of the lobby on a 5-win streak. Cambid starting to slip down with a loss streak of his own. Tartman and double 61 doing the same kind of dance in the center. I think what worries me most is for Arzu with almost no money in the bank. Delasum on 16 HP, but does have the money to put together the stronger board here at level 9.
Yeah, and this level 9 roll has to be absolutely huge, right? Finds a Morgana too, but no other real upgrades to speak of at this moment in time. We've spoken so much about how this Yone free is such a key component to kind of just capping out this board, but not going to be available now. Kubixen, the player, kind of contesting the other line, making it so difficult for Arzu to kind of find his way in towards that Lilia board state here. Just absolutely trucking along at the top of the standings on a 5-win streak.
Yeah, it's going to be disappointing, particularly for EMEA fans to see that there's a good chance of Arzu getting knocked out here. On the other side, one of the Reaper boards going face to face, cutting through the front line very quickly. Lilia not up to full strength as of yet, but Hui is doing a decent job again of clearing the field. Annie barely survives, but is good enough, I think, to hold on for the round. Arzu still very low on money, but should be at least able to hand out a little love tap to Enzo.
Yeah, this Mythic Annie is such a powerful frontline option as well. I just get so much great use of all the stats. Slots perfectly in with the combination of the Invokers now, as you were talking about before. Really just enables it all with that being an option here as well. And something else we see here now as well from Arzu is the fact that with the way online, you can just start printing out a Cogmore free at home, right? Sure, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be super impactful, but he doesn't really have anything else to kind of print for with that Lilia 2 online. So just, again, good spot recognition coming out from Arzu.
Yeah, certainly turning that into just an extra goal per round is no bad thing at all. Dalasum heroically holding on for Spain here for quite some time. We'll be going up in another deathmatch. Arzu on the left-hand side as well. I do think Arzu with a little bit better chance than before. Do bear in mind it's a built different board on the left-hand side, which has the Lilia now with 3 items thanks to Ornn. I think she'll be able to bust through the Annie. She will. Arzu so close to having a tournament reset right now. I don't think Hui has enough of the tank to save him.
No, not going to be the case here. Arzu on his way out in 8th, as we do see Dalasum clutching on yet again here. Meanwhile, Enzo might be on his way to hold hands. The two Rio players here not necessarily finding the success that they were angling for and hoping for at the start of this game.
Oh, still, it's good news for Dalasum Topman. It keeps both of them out of 8th place and helps push them towards getting back into contention. Enzo, as you see on the right-hand side, just missing out on the bottom 4 in the previous game. This Reaper board is very, very good, though. Topman on the other side, not building up a flock of North Lions we saw before, but relying on the double Kaiser setup. Dalasum will be going up against, I believe, the Ghost version of this board. We'll see if it's different enough.
Yeah, and the real issue as well here, right, it's the fact that Double is holding on to Kaisers as well, so it will be difficult for Topman to really find access to this Kaiser free, which will be an absolutely huge part of capping out this board. But right now we can see doesn't really have any struggles. The Kane cannot get to the back line, and that does mean that Campus also falls here. Now it's going to come down to the negative HP. But I do believe we're going to be seeing a bunch of eliminations here coming out left, right, and center. 4 players out of the way here. Enzo, yet again, 5th place. Dalasum takes a back-to-back 7th.
Yeah, we're seeing some really big developments here in this game. Arzu resetting, other players like Dalasum really struggling here. I mean, at least Campus had the 3rd in the previous game to help shrug that one off. But Enzo hitting 2 bottom 4s in a row, not a good start for him at all.
Definitely not ideal to kind of be in this position, right? But again, we can kind of see just the way that these players have kind of just been playing around with the additional XP that they got earlier on here. Clemu finds his way into another top 4, right? Really making another strong case for himself as one of the best competitors in this grand finals here now. Lee Sin 2 also an offer, but he cannot afford to take another loss here. So he has to figure out, is there anything he can do to repurpose his board state? And at this moment in time, it doesn't seem like there is. So just gotta pray that a 3-star duel is going to be enough to take him over the line against Todman.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty impressive board, but as we pointed out before, the built different board focusing all of its damage on the left-hand side there. I do like the Quicksilver's be able to shrug off at least a little bit of that Lissandra damage, but immediately they're resetting, getting onto the Volibear, pumping so much damage into him that the board just falls to pieces. Clemu will have to settle for 4th place. Still, though, as we talked about before, after a strong first game, that isn't too bad at all.
No Double here also taking a loss, right? So it does seem like he's going to be on his way to a 3rd place in this game, but he finished 6th in the previous one, so a nice little injection of points, especially with Arzu finding his way to the 8th place position in this game, really opening up the entire race for those top 4 spots here. So Topman, again, we've seen the power of the disruption that is provided by this double Nautilus setup. Meanwhile, slowly but surely, this Lissandra 2 is also getting kitted out with any AP items that might drop.
And you can see again, The Ornn being put very carefully on the right-hand side there to make sure he passes the units, or passes the items to the closest unit with space to do so, which in this case will be Lissandra, making sure that she hits like an absolute truck. Tartman splitting up the two Kaisers to make sure that no shenanigans come his way. You can see double 61 looking a little unimpressed with how things are developing here, but Tartman's board is just too friggin' strong. A battle of the Kaisers, and a double 61 takes the L.
This means that we now have our top two here, Kubixen and Tartman, going head-to-head here. Kubixen did take a loss, however, right? So really, really interesting fight we're going to have to watch now. And again, for Kubixen, this could also be a huge game for him, right? Finishes 4th in the first game, on his way to a first place. Could build some distance between himself and some of the other players in the competition, as Asu kind of left everything open here. Can start matching what Clemu has been outputting from this game as well.
Again, we've got to remember from earlier on, Kubixen, as you can see on the bench there, with the wave printing, with the raining gold as well coming in, the potential to become absolutely unstoppable in this game. Tartman, in a little bit of a rougher spot. We do, of course, still have the deliveries coming in, so even if you don't have that much money in the bank, you can potentially get lucky and find exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here that Kubixen right now not really trying to block away the Kaiser free option for Tartman, right? Again, the only thing really limiting Tartman to hit this is the lack of gold to kind of work with now. Lee Sin 2 going to be a frontline upgrade here, add another disruptive element that the Immortals also kind of provide, but in a different way.
All right, Tartman, if he can get first place here, he will fully reset his day. He can go into the final 4 games with his head held high. For Kubixen, the chance to get a first place. Our only Polish player here in our regional finals would, as you said, way to really push him up to the front of the pack. Those Kaisers are chewing through the board with reckless abandon. The Annie, unfortunately, not itemized, so won't stay up as long as they would have liked. The 2 big carries left at the backside as Tartman takes another L. Kubixen with a comfortable win at level 10.
Yeah, really just proving the power of the Asir 2, right? Those soldiers just so difficult to push for here, and now finds that 2-star wave. What's the final upgrade really needed to the backline to really start pushing through? Obviously cannot really make any use of the printing ability now, which is, I mean, doesn't really matter. This game is going to be ending very shortly unless Tartman can pull something amazing out of the bag.
Kubixen told us before that he was not broken. He was not going to be the person who is going to be coming through and doing well today, but it seems like he's made a lie of that in this game. Tartman down to a single life. Kubixen with an absolute monster of a board and all you could ask for. Keep an eye on where Lissandra was able to punch through, and the Kaiser on the left-hand side. She's really carrying through a lot of these units. We do have a lot of the costs. They're not landing necessarily exactly where you'd want them to be, but as the Kaiser barely survives, there's the slimmest of chances, the slimmest of margins, but in comes the Lilia, and Tartman goes out. Kubixen, our only Polish player, takes the second game in first place. A stonking good performance.
And yet another game that really just showcases the power of playing the early strong tempo line. We've seen this now 2 games in a row from Kubixen. Very clear that's going to be his gameplay, just playing around his tempo lines. And also just showcase the power of this Lilia line and why it has been so sought after and so coveted all throughout the weekend so far.
All right, gentle friends, we have 4 more games to go before we will crown ourselves an Inkborn Fables EMEA champion. But we're headed to the break. We'll be hearing from a wet jungler during that break in a pre-recorded interview. And when we return, of course, we'll be hearing from our analysts. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
My name is Tang Yuan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Red Jungler and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Joe's mechanic because with the Joe's mechanic the champion pool decreased and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even focus meta right now. It's really hard if you have like 0 economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs, there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
Welcome back to your analyst desk, where we break down everything that has been going on in that second game of our EMEA Grand Finale. Now, first, right out of the gates, Kubikson taking that first place. Iberia looking really good on that Lilia.
Yeah, I mean, it may come to a surprise for everyone who's been playing the last patch and watching the last GSCs, but it turns out Lilia's good, or something like that. The Mythic line, of course, strong start from Kubikson, contested there by Arzu, but having that early tempo to work with, having the extra economy, the extra items coming from Caretaker's Ally and the gold augment, allowed him to build up a really strong backline. That Lilia for the start, and then the Azir and Hui to support for the rest of the game, and really give him that cap that the other boards didn't have.
And for Tardman, finishing second place, another great build different game on display in this day 3. And I really love the combination of augments in particular. The idea of picking build different, getting extra health on your units, and then having heavy hitters, an augment that is usually picked up when you have 3 stars, when you have this extra HP coming from the star upgrade level. In this case, using the build different HP to get that damage instead. Really great combination of augments. And then the lock-in at the end, similar situation. You're shielding, you have all this extra HP on your unit, you're buying so much time for the duo Kaisas to put in so much work for Tardaman, who was the Grim Reaper for some players. Dalesom, 2 fights against Tardaman, ended up getting knocked out because of it.
And speaking of a little bit of creativity, you mentioned it in that previous analyst desk after game 1, David. It is about playing those unique comps, and we have been seeing some of them break out. I mentioned a duelist top of show. Clamus says, I don't want to go into a contest of the Reapers with my idealism. Instead, I'll go for the duelist. Similar story for Double 61, who claimed that 3rd place in that previous game. Had the 2 healthy, normally you see that going into a 2-cost reroll, but he decides instead to go for the full forward strength and just absolutely knocks it out of the park with the Kaisa trick shots. Now here are our standings after game number 2, of course, with Arzu taking that first and then that last place. The field has opened up just a little bit more.
Yeah, you have that middle of the pack from the 3rd to 7th being within 1 point of each other. They're all 9 and 8 points. So especially that middle is incredibly open. The top 2 there in Kubikson and Clamu looking fantastic. They've got a lead. They've just got to maintain it.
And that is falling a tiny bit behind. I think maybe the idea of becoming EMEA champion a little bit unrealistic now with that gap already opening up, but still has to fight for those world spots, has to fight for the comeback. Has played 2 games of Reapers today already. He hadn't played any leading into this. So maybe go back to your old plan, Lalesom. Go play Lilia. Stop playing Reapers. Thank you.
Yeah, that same train of thought, but we are going to be going into a quick break before we head into game number 3. So stay tuned here at the EMEA Finals. Welcome back after that quick break here for game number 3. After that, we'll be at the halftime check mark, so it's fast approaching the end of today's tournament. But first, we're gonna have our game 3 to 6. And I personally just asked my co-casters here if they were ready for a triple prismatic lobby, because that's definitely what my script says.
Well, I mean, you also asked us about cactus ice cream, so I feel like we're kind of going in different directions here with game 3. And of the two, I'd pick the cactus ice cream. I'm kind of curious.
I'm gonna also go off topic and say, Makes, I thought you were gonna mention a halftime show when you were introing this segment, and I was very scared because we don't have any musical performances planned, and our viewers would be very
That's what you
disappointed
think.
if we had to be the ones singing.
Look, I'm
Well,
always
Panda,
ready to
get
get a
this.
text
There's a
direction on these
surprise for you.
We've
No,
hired-
here's our lobby. Of course, same players all day. The top 8. Just a quick reminder, Arzu already qualified on the back of those qualifier points, but the other 7 players are fighting for 5 spots. So really, the name of the game is to try and get into those top 4, which is why you're seeing players try to steer away from the high-risk scenarios, because if you go very high, you can fall very low, as Arzu has experienced in that very first and 2 games.
Worth noting again, I'll call it out. Talked about it on the analyst desk. Going to talk about it again here. We have 5 players within 1 point of each other right now. This is the most open the field will be for the rest of the day. Everyone is in contention for the title except for perhaps Dalasum with those 2 finishes. But we've seen, like you said, Manx, with last round, the field opened up considerably with Arzu taking that low placement.
And I'm curious to see if we see Dalasum trying to take bigger risks now. It is a really big point gap after just 2 games with 4 games left. Might try to play for fortune very often. Might try and force this as well to try and fight for that maybe 5th or 4th place spot at the end of the day. We'll see what he goes for. I do think the Reapers has not been working overall. Enzo seems extremely committed to playing it every game, which I think is already going to be contested. And Tardaman trying to one guy the spatula, not going to work out.
My script was right. We're getting a prismatic party.
All right. Triple prismatic lobby. Let's get to it. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. Makes is on air with me. So, of course, it's going to be a prismatic game. Tempo is going to be pretty quick.
In fairness, it was 7 out of 8 players who voted for it, so it is in the players' interest to send us there. The will of the people, and I'm not gonna disagree. We're in it right now, looking over Kubiksen's shoulder, and honestly, I'm curious on whether or not specifically Dalasum is going to change that trend on the Reapers like you were mentioned earlier, Panda. What's a comp you would like to see him play?
He had a lot of success with Lilia yesterday. I think he really understands the line and just how to cap out the board, when to take risks. The last game he played to qualify this day 3 was a massive loss streak into a stabilization on level 8. You have to get fortunate when you do this game plan, because if you miss on your roll down, the game's pretty much over. But I think he understands kind of the limits of the comp very well and when to kind of take those big risks. For Kubiksen, a player who has not played a duelist game yet, but he did play a game of Umbral Flex yesterday with this Darius start here. I wonder if he's going to try and go for Reapers once again and maybe contest Enzo.
You look at the Exalted. Nothing standing out to me as an easy composition to fit all of those into. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look across these boards. So 2-1 augments are going to decide a lot about this game, of course. Gold augments give you pretty strong direction. Prismatic augments really just send you flying in a direction pretty quick.
Well, that can be good or it can be bad, depending on whether or not that direction is up or down. For Kubiksen, it's going to be a Sniper's Crown that's offered, says absolutely not. Instead, we'll go for the Freaky Friday here as our first Prismatic locked in very quickly. Game plan is locked in for Kubiksen, hopping on over to Dalasum, thinking about what to pick up. Mythic Crown would lead into that Lilia you were mentioning, Panda.
We've seen a few players go for tickets into Lux, Janna reroll, and reroll for everything basically. Alawi, Amumu, Diana as well. Usually picked up at 3-2 because this means you have a dead augment for most of 2-1. You're not rolling obviously until you have 50 gold to work with and trying to accumulate more goals with your economy. So a little bit suboptimal, I would say, from Dalasum to pick this up as a first augment. We'll be sacking most of the stage due essentially being down an augment.
Looking across those prismatics here, one stands out to me, and it has to be Tartman's Wandering Trainer. We did see success with that in that previous game, and this time around it's going to be Duelist, Bruiser, and Altruist. I think I can see how this would work out.
We're playing a Riven. That's all that tells me. You got the Altruist, you got the Bruiser, everything else is gravy.
Good see the Riven already slammed though from Tardaman. I think it could actually just be Kaisa with the Bruiser and essentially have Lee Sin taking the slot of the 4th Bruiser and add in Dragonlord that way with a Duelist as well for Lee Sin to be kind of a utility bot with his Mana Reef.
I agree that that would be very possible, but it could also be the duelist. So we'll see. Plenty of options there for Tartman to go for, depending on how all of these items and unit pickups shake out. I will mention we do have one player on the Reaper Crown with Klamula Hagra. We saw this before. Coming, actually, he's on the opposite side of Tartman. We're just switching POVs here to the opposite board. And with that, everyone else knows, okay, at least one player on this. It hasn't worked out in the previous games to contest this Reaper line. This is where you need to pull the court and say, okay, I'm trying something else. I'll let this guy get the Reapers and we'll go a different way.
There's an interesting dynamic that happens, though, when you have a composition that's usually contested and suddenly nobody goes for it except for one person, which is the one person that does go for it has such a better board than they usually would. When you have people contesting for that Kane 2, we've seen it a million times this weekend. Someone's struggling, someone's stuck on Kane 1, and they're both suffering greatly for it. If you're no longer contested, that Kane's going to come out faster, that Yone 3 is going to come out faster, and you're going to have such a better board from the jump.
One more interesting player to make note of is Enzo, who has picked up Blue Kale as a first kill upgrade, indicating he won't be playing for the more, trick shot Storyweaver lines. Instead, might go into the vertical Storyweaver with that Zoe reroll option and potentially the Irelia in the late game. And this is actually the most played comp throughout the tournament that none of the top 8 players actually played once in day 1 and 2 Storyweaver vertical. So really curious to see if Enzo has the reps on the comp in the first place and really understands the positioning nuances in the late game, with Blue Kale being a really great counter to Reapers.
It absolutely is, but you also need to get to that late game where you can have those 7 story weavers in. So using March of Progress in there does make sense to me if the early board is strong enough, and it looks to be like that might just work out for him. Personally speaking, I'd love to see it. I think we've been seeing a little of it, like some more, and we can check out how the games all shake out after this extra round of Artifact here, shaking up those streaks. Tartman on 3 wins. The lost streaks have all been broken, and there is a spatula in this carousel.
Take a look at the options as we go across the board. Of course, have a lot of artifacts getting in the way, but we do see Arzu positioning potentially for that trick shot composition already. Has a really good dummy for it with that ice cream cone alongside the Zeke's Herald, so giving AP, giving attack speed to that backline. It's exactly what Timo wants. It's exactly what Kai'Sa wants.
There's the blue kill I was talking about earlier, and we'll see what actually items Enzo wants to start making here. He can use the Janna as an item holder for what will be Zoe items in the late game. Could wait to Krugs as well, but yeah, I think Nashor's is an insta-build on pretty much every single AP unit, reroll or forecast or blue buff or Shojin. Nashor's is the item to build in this current economy.
Well, I'm kind of curious as well, David. I mean, we see already that March of Progress coming in, and normally when we think Storyweaver vertical, we think of having to cap with that Aurelia. If you're stuck on 7 for a while, is that even a possibility still? Is he hoping for a crest or just sticking with 5 Storyweaver flex?
March of Progress really fits the game plan of Storyweavers because you are on 7 for most of the time, which is where you want to be. You're rolling for the 3-star Zoe, and you get to 8 at pretty much always the right exact time where you need to hit that next big power spike near the end of stage 4, start of stage 5, which is where you find that Aurelia. You can get a lucky Aurelia as well, or maybe even from a carousel in stage 4. But overall, I think this is really the game plan. It's the 3 cost rerolls and that general space that really fits so well with March of Progress because you make it to 8 without having to spend your gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of free to move there, and then that Zoe will just come naturally, hopefully, depending on what everybody else is doing here, of course. But there are more players in this tournament who picked up some interesting choices. We do have some economy angle from Double 61 something we're very familiar to see him do. Values this highly, and this time around doesn't even need to sacrifice as much HP to make the bank full.
Maybe hoping to find a Zoe or a Tristana on the stage 2 carousel to get in Fortune. Has not found it yet. We're at the end of stage 2, so suboptimal play from Double as well. I understand the idea between going for hedge fund, trying to get Fortune in online early, and trying to get a big enough cash out to play into the what we've seen already. Fortune into Kai'Sa trick shots and just dominate the lobby with the highest cap comp in the game.
We'll see whether or not he can put that together. Losses are definitely coming in, and we are going to be moving into Krugs next. Taking stock of the lobby just a little bit, we're going to be hopping over to our zoo. Was that a cane?
Hold on.
Yeah, there was a cane.
Tartman's got a cane on 2-6. Well,
this was not in my script, I will say.
No, it doesn't really synergize well with the dummy all that well, but hey, you got a cane early, you got a last whisper. Sitting pretty happy coming into stage 3.
He'll definitely do enough heavy lifting in the stages for now. We've seen how much power a cane can be, and there's another player who has one. Klamu just said, you got one? I want one. And that's exactly what happened for Klamu. This is insane. He's the player that's on the Reaper crown, so he's currently looking over to Tartan and saying, don't you dare. Don't you dare go down this route.
And this is a very similar game that we saw from Solo yesterday. It's not a 5-win streak in stage 2 for Klamu in this case, but it is, 4 Reaper and a cane at the start of stage 3 is, unless you're really messing up, almost a guaranteed win streak throughout most of stage 3, or at least 4 wins, which keeps you so healthy to then try and maximize your gold to guarantee the cane 2. And again, maybe even an easy top 4.
Wow, big rolls coming out for Dalasum here. Went level 6 and basically rolled it all down to try and get a power spike, to try and get that extra upgrade on the Janna, on the Lux, but hasn't found too many copies just yet. If I'm not mistaken, all of these bench copies are 1 stars, so was maybe hoping for a little bit more, but at least there's 2 stars on the boards.
Not sure if I like rolling down so much here. Gold is that much more valuable with Dramatic Ticket because you get obviously way more rolls per gold spent. So going kind of, axing your economy this early in stage 3, despite obviously wanting to defend the win streak, I wanted to play high tempo, is a little bit, I think, premature from that. So maybe going down to 20, 30 makes some sense, but I don't know what his board looks like really after that stage 2.
Note on the side, Klamu with that cane already as of 2-6. He's going to pick up Freaky Friday. So we've got a cane with Hand of Justice and an Infinity Force at 3-2.
This now makes it 4 players in this lobby who are running Freaky Friday. If you want to take any conclusions from this, I would say Freaky Friday good, but coming back to that Dalasum conversation, he was on a win streak, and if he can build out that win streak, I think it makes sense to sacrifice the economy a little bit. And if you only had 1 copy Lux Jenna, then maybe it was necessary, but I do agree that it might be a bit dicey.
If you can guarantee the win streak, sure, but there's 2 players with cane makes, I'll remind you, in this stage 3. So if you're scouting, you are maybe a little bit too confident in your ability to do so.
Oh, look at this cane. Looks like it's going to lose at least here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Canvas somehow with this board able to take down a stage 3 cane. So strong start for him as he's building up towards this mythic board in the later stages of the game. Well.
Ooh, this is really good for Dalasum.
Yeah, it gives him the opportunity.
This is really good for
Dalasum. In they come. Lux 3 has been acquired. Now the problem is, you don't have the funds anymore. You're broke.
He has a Lux 3 on 3-3. I think he's not too worried about that little nitpick makes.
He doesn't have any items yet. He doesn't have remover to transfer them over if he wants to, but I do agree, looks to be pretty good. Hopping over to double 61, 80 gold now, leading the lobby by a fair bit on that hedge fund, and has picked up buried treasures. So really saying, I want all of the resources. Thank you very much, and I'll take them.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I mean, we've talked about it so many times before, how all of those fortune players are going to go for that lost streak, go for that econ, build up into trick shot, double, no stranger to that line. Going to be able to do the same off the back of hedge fund. So he's sitting here at 80 gold, does have the fortune in, is going to start losing. So that cash out for him is going to be so much stronger than the traditional fortune cash out we see, because he's going to have this massive influx of gold naturally just from interest.
Big pickup for double. Kaisa with a glove on the stage 3 carousel. Going to really set up the cash out and the stabilization potentially if he's able to find just 2 more copies of the Kaisa on his roll down with what should be a fairly big forging cash out. Could maybe see double going all the way from 8th in the standings back up to top 4, maybe even a first place.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge pickup, similar to those canes that we saw. Double completely in a great position to make this comp work. I'm just taking stock at the bottom half of our lobby to see what everybody else is on. Of course, we know Dalisum is on the Lux, and of course we know some of the other players are on Reapers. It seems like Tartman has locked himself into at least playing it for now, with a little bit of splash of Duelist and Riven in there. So curious on who comes out on top between Clamu and Tartman on those Reapers.
Well, here on Arzu's board, the other Fortune player, he's picked up itemizing this Kiana, lots of melee offensive items. I'm not sure if he has a strong enough direction yet, is probably looking towards the Reaper is what I'd be eyeballing. Duelist is also open, Reaper's pretty contested with the Duelist crest, with 2 people on the cane already, so Arzu needs to find an option soon, level 7.
I think it's likely that he'll play into Duelist if he sees that it's a bit more uncontested than the Reapers. Arzu is a player who I spoke to a lot throughout the GSCs. He was doing so well across so many different tournaments, and he mentioned he was someone who really liked playing Fortune in stage 3. Even if he's not going fully into, full lose streak, huge cash out, he liked playing for the extra little bit of resources if he could fit it easily, and we're seeing that from him once again.
Well, I did mention 2 players that are on the Reapers as the Janna comes online for Dalisum. We do have a 3rd player who's currently on Reapers, and it is going to be Kabixon on that Harmless, on that Freaky Friday. Has also found 1 cane, so right now 3 Reaper players in this lobby. And if the first 2 games of today's grand finale tell us anything, that's not good news for these players.
Y'all remember when I was like, hey, Reaper's really strong if it's uncontested, and someone starting with Reaper Crown probably means it's uncontested. I'm not too proud to say I was wrong. 3 people going Reaper, despite this very strong direction set early on in the game, feeling like they're just going to get the better of the holding hands. They're going to come out on top.
Well, I will say one of the other 2 had a very early cane, so I understand going there. I'm not sure when Kubixon's cane appeared, but he also has one, so clearly at some point you just have to say, all right, I'll just try it. I have the Freaky Friday, I have the units, I might as well play it for now, and we'll see if anyone backs out, finds themselves back into Reapers. I still think there's a fair chance that Tartman might switch it off once better units come in.
Looks like you want 134 gold, takes that Fortune cash out all the way up to 144, which is the most I've seen in quite a time.
And Last Whisper, unfortunately, going to start rolling now on level 8. Not going to try and go too crazy into the hedge fund. I think ideally if you find a Kaisa 2 and maybe even the Galio 2, you can stop rolling, maybe even just now. Gonna keep rolling a tiny bit. I like this. I think you can definitely roll down to the 50 or 40 and still get a lot of value from hedge fund throughout most of stage 4.
I think the important pickup here was that extra Zaya, which we found. There's going to be extra money from the PvE round as well. So a little bit of juggling on those units and what's on the board and what isn't. We're going to be making some space, slotting them in. In comes the Kaisa and the Zaya, both of these units now in play. And once all of that rolling is done and dusted, we get that front line in. Silas 2, Galio 2, huge upgrades. Now those items are going to be slammed, and this is where we stop. Has gone pretty far into that hedge fund.
Yeah, and there's the Last Whisper you were talking about, David, and the Moonstone Renewer, one of the strongest support items in the game at the moment. Having those bonus shields every couple of seconds is so strong, especially in a composition like this that relies so heavily on the front line, especially that Galio is going to have a ton of defense coming out. Unfortunately, running into the Reapers, not great just yet.
Well, they're pretty low, Timo. Clutching it out at least, but the Moonstone, of course, is going to disappear as well, as that was just given for 3 rounds. Would be nice to have it long-term for sure, but will need to sustain itself another way and income our 3rd augments to maybe try and do just that for our players.
Dalasum's change in game plan working out up until now. He is done with loose streaking early and just hoping that the Reapers comes and be good enough for him. Instead, plays completely different roles to zero all since the beginning of stage 3, trying to stay as strong as possible, as healthy as possible, and has accomplished that. 91 HP, still streaking. Did get fortunate, I have to say, with the Darius encounter, that extra rerolls proccing off the prismatic ticket as well allowed him to hit the very early Lux in Janet 3, and we're seeing here a very scary board to face in stage 4.
Y'all, I'm looking at a call to chaos over there on Kubix's board. One of my favorite to see. Huge pickup going to be there for him. Was going for that Freaky Friday. Meanwhile, on Arzu's board, we can see him, like we were talking about earlier, going for that duelist line, having some great items for it, knowing the Reaper's contested, finding the next best thing.
And that's exactly what you need to do. On the opposite side, the double board that just had over 100 gold injected to it now needs to find those wins. And I assume with that hell of a backline, that's going to be an easy feat even against Arzu's team here, despite the new recruit being picked up. And, well, I'm curious on what Kubixen got. I'm seeing a call to chaos.
Double so much flexibility over his items. Buried Treasures has 2 removers on the bench, can itemize the Teemo and the Isaiah and the Kaisa. And it was a really, really great fortune capture as well. It's going to take over the lobby. So I think Double, a guarantee for top 4, maybe even for a first place. We've seen it so often already, the fortune to the Kaisa just being unstoppable in the late game.
I think this call to chaos turned out pretty good. We've got the double lock-in here on a composition that relies so much on melee damage dealers. So having those additional stats for the Reapers, pretty strong pickup here for Kubixen.
Yeah, I agree. If there's anything you want in this comp, it's a little more sustain, a little bit more shields, and it absolutely has worked out Kubixen's way. I'm always a little bit scared when the call to chaos comes through, especially in compositions where you want to be rerolling at least for a fair bit. But for Kubixen, the path is clear-cut, says I don't need Yone, I have my Kayn 2, I have my Silas 2, and my other damage dealer is going to be Kindred. As far as I saw correctly, there's a Yone 1 in play with 0 items, so absolutely neglecting that part of the composition.
And the Locket there really big against the Lilia comps in particular. It's going to just stop a lot of the burst damage coming in from Lilia's orbs and allow Kayn to wrap around like we saw there. Could be a Hui too for Cambiz, has to try and race towards it. He is going to be 3rd pick, so maybe a little bit unlikely just from the gold and a pretty standard chain component as well.
Double Rod's still open here. Something Dalasum might not be too mad about looking at his compositions. Go for the tier instead. Works out as well for now. And the one thing I'm a little bit worried about for Dalasum is that front line that we were mentioning so much in the Golden Special Cup number 3, but also in the past 2 days, where if you have the backline, you now also need the front line. You can see a set is in play for Dalasum here, has gone to level 7, still looking for those upgrades of something like that Amumu 3 that you usually see in this composition. And for Enzo, there's a Zoe 3 online as well.
This is exactly what you called earlier, David, with this composition, just going for the stability of that Zoe with the benefit of the March of Progress, going to be hitting level 8 rather soon, having that opportunity to go for Aurelia, should he still wish.
Unfortunately, hits the Grim Reaper of the lobby. I think anyone facing double in this stage 4, as we've seen happen so often, will be taking a loss. In the end, Enzo did not go for the Storyweaver variant of Zoe instead of going for the Ghostly variant. I think it makes some sense. You're going to have a lot higher chance to roll for things like the Alawi, the Shen, while you're waiting for that March of Progress to level up. Super narrow loss here. Enzo visibly frustrated, knowing that he has to try and stay alive, down to 10 HP now in really dire straits.
And a big part of that is not being able to level on your own. I was kind of thinking that with the free XP that he got earlier from the encounter, he would have a little bit of an easier time in the March of Progress, but still stuck on that level 7, cannot upgrade, cannot go to the higher tech of playing those Story Weavers, so really trying to outposition now. Checking in with Canvas at the top tier, looking very healthy, but back to Enzo we go, and you can see it here, even playing 2 Shens just to throw something in that front line, to try and throw anything against all of these Reaper comps in this lobby, but we'll see whether or not that Zoe can survive.
Good first target here onto the Aatrox, going to be able to get 2 kills right off the bat, so the bounces are going to be coming out from the Zoe, but the front line already down so quickly. Enzo really unhappy with that, and I don't blame him.
I don't blame him considering his items. He has one frontline item. He wasn't given the chance to build any items for the Alawis, for the Shens, has only a single adaptive helm on the Alawi in that case. The augments as well maybe just didn't favor giving him any extra items as well. So he cannot buy time for Zoe to do her thing, for the ricochets to start popping off. Frustrating game from Enzo, who was counting on a big result in this game 3 to end the half of today's games in a good spot.
Honestly, if you're playing Story Weaver and you're locked in with March of Progress to reroll Zoe instead of going for big levels, and then you get 4 bows, I think you're probably just gonna tilt. I understand it, at least from that perspective. So not the best game, but obviously not the only game for today. So gonna need to reset that mental and then come back stronger, like some of our other players have shown to do. One of them, Dalisum, had 2 unfortunate places in the first 2 games. This one looking to turn out better.
Big swag potentially incoming here. If he can find these next few frontline upgrades to stop this loss streak, go back to the win streaking he was going through in stage 3. One more
He's digging
Mumu.
deep here.
He has to.
Dedicating all the way down to that Amumu, like you were saying,
close.
David.
The bench space. Painful. That's not the position you want to be in.
One off of both of his wardens, so if he survives this round, his chances are not too bad, but he's going to have to deal with this Reaper board that has been terrorizing the game. Luckily, the Kayn on the other side of the board from his carries, so Janna going to have some time to get those shields out, get that damage out. There goes one carry. The Kayn's still going, but Janna going to be able to get the shield, going to be able to get the damage. Dalisum has another round to work with, only needs one more Amumu, one more Alawi, and he's got some stability to rely on.
Unfortunately, faced the weaker of the Reaper players. Still a 1-star Kayn there for Tardaman. 4 loss streak, 20 HP to work with only, where it's Kubikson, opposite side of the spectrum. 9 win streak, the double lock at Call to Chaos, so impactful. And of course, we saw before how just powerful
there we go.
Finally, the Amumu is here for Dalisum. Enzo going down means the Alawis came back to the pool, and now 1 off of Alawi as well. If he finds both, I think guarantee stabilization in stage 5, guarantee top 4, maybe even can fight for a second. Unless double has something to stop.
Might
there it
be
is.
very scary. Alawi 3 also coming online, and now you can actually upgrade and then also fit in those invokers, fitting that Annie together with the 4 wardens enabled by that emblem. I think Dalisum has one of the best front lines now that we've ever seen on the back of a Lux reroll board. So curious to see how it deals with some of these Reaper combinations. But we're going to be taking a look at Clemu going up against Candace here. Lost out on some of those Reaper matchups. Is trying to spearhead that Yone, but not enough. Candace taking out his fellow countrymate.
Important to note here as well, Clemu coming in 2nd highest on the leaderboard, so him taking a 7th once more, like Arzu last game, is going to open up that field one more time. However, Kubikson, 13 points so far, guaranteed at least a top 6. Could still be, by and large, the winner after this game.
And really, I think an evident display in terms of the gap between some of the boards that we're seeing now in this stage 5. The top 4 just so far away in power compared to everyone else. Enzo, Clemu on the triple Reaper contest, just having a very, very tough time. I think no surprise to see them going out so early.
Level 61 is our camera, but our player is Arzu, so don't let that trick you here. Hopping on over, this is the duelist board that I was hoping for, but is it going to be good enough against that Lux composition? We were just talking about how massive this front line is, and while Arzu is able to take out some of these units here, it will be a loss, will stay in here. Tardman knocked out. We do have our top 5, and Arzu on that sliver of health moving into the carousel.
They're not really going to help him. Already got the Aurelia too, so nothing from here. Absolutely going to change his fortunes around. The Gunblade will help get a little bit more sustain across the board for this composition. Buy a little bit of time indirectly for that Aurelia to do her magic.
Really big pickup for Candace, finding a Shojin for his Lilia. Double as well finds the Rabadon, the last item onto his Silas. So now Double has really all of his units fully itemized at this point in time. The Gunblade here for the Wukong to help Arzu try and deal with a lot of these boards that are really, really scary. The Aurelia 2 upgrade was really big for him. We'll see if that'll be enough for a top 4.
Vixen rolling down. Udyr 2.
That's a good pickup, but really you're looking at your other damage dealers and you're trying to position them in a way where they can actually do something with players like Arzu in here, Irelia too, fully itemized, Lee Sin and Wukong both fully itemized as well. Legendary soup with some duelists is what I would call it, as both of these players go up against each other. Who will have the upper hand here? Irelia taking out some of these smaller units first and foremost. Lee Sin stopping the brink of the Kane coming in, but not for long. Irelia under attack and Arzu knocked out.
Taking that bottom 4. Not the worst position for him, but definitely disappointing after the strong start. That second game really wanted to recover from, but will be around the middle of the pack as we see Dalisum, who 2 really rough games to start it off, 2 7th places in a row, now making a top 4 with an incredibly strong looking board. The double Nashor's Janna doing so much to keep him alive.
Positioning really important here, though. I think we saw there the Lux getting soloed by the Annie stopped a lot of the DPS in the later stage of the fight, leaving the Amumu alone. So positioning matters so much for Dalisum. I think a top 4 is not enough. I think he wants to fight for a second or a first if he wants to really get back into the race for those world spots coming into the last 3 games today.
He did lose to Candace in that previous round. We saw just a glimpse of it at the end there. Is going to come through again. Before it seemed to have been the ghost copy. This time it's the real deal. Question is if positioning can change anything here, particularly with that Lux. You'll try to get her to hit those backline units. Often we see her in the middle of the field. This time around, they're trying to also protect her from that Lilia, but I think it's just too much to handle even for that massive front line, and an unlucky matchmaking progress for Dalisum here as we move into Drake.
Yeah, we saw that Mythic Annie before, and this composition didn't work out great for Arzu, but turns out it still is really strong. Just impossible to kill on that board. So much burst in AoE coming out between the Hui and the Lilia that a composition like Dalisum's in the backline just does not have defense.
Just the Baboon more than anything, right? I mean, we saw the few orbs that came through immediately chunked down the Janna and Lux to really low levels, and they couldn't really join the fight for the later stages. So that's gonna be the most impactful thing for Dalisum there. Lilia centered, always so scary in hitting your backline, which is why placing Lux by default always in the middle hex is not always the correct option, depending who the last few matchups are in this top 4.
Yep, that's exactly what I was alluding to. Now checking in with Kubixen here, 2 wins in, 40 gold, lots and lots of health to work with. Similar position for Candace, and then it's Double 61 who just lost on the back of this trick shot comp, and Dalisum who are looking at those top 2 saying, please let us just win some fights, but they will be going up against each other.
Really rough fight for what Dalisum's looking for. The backline axis coming out from Double, 2 DPS, 3 DPS, counting the Teemo who can access those backline AP carries. And the burn is coming in hard, but the Janna surviving with a clutch shield. It will be down to the Xayah and Kaisa, who will finally take down Dalisum's board. Double 61 and Kubixen getting low on that HP. Canvas positioned to win the lobby.
Really unfortunate loss here for Dalisum. We were talking about his first 2 games. Really needs those high finishes in today's tournament to make it. And while the 4th is good, after those first 2 games, you need higher ones even still. Now, Canvas, Kubixen, and Double to finish out the top 3 here. Last second positioning coming in from Canvas.
Let's see what this Lilia and this Hui can do. Usually the Kane, a very scary matchup for this Mythic board, especially when, there's just so much tankiness from the Lockets coming in from Kubixen's side, but the Baboom just adds so much extra oomph. The Mythic Annie we're seeing there soloing units, kills off the Kane. It's down to just the Udyr, and Camus, I think, has assembled the mythical AP cap board that is almost unstoppable when you get everything together. The Hui 2, the Lilia 2, fully itemized on both fronts.
And 2 Nautilus 2s, maybe looking for that 3-star in the later stages of the game, given that he already has capped out pretty much every other unit on the board, only missing a Silas 2. I'm not sure how much it would contribute in light of the units that we've already pointed out. Pretty much the Exodia for this composition.
I love the narrative juxtaposition of this current top 2. Cambiz, Double, cousins, both playing the high cap boards on both AP and AD, trying to fight for the win.
Absolutely true, but can they finish it out? I'm also kind of amused to see Canvas once again banking on a Nautilus 3, but now we're going to be looking at Double 61 going up against Kubixen. Both of these players on their last life, potentially. Kubixen with that Reaper comp just sneaking through this lobby and also trying to sneak through the board from Double 61. The Udyr in the backline will cause some chaos, but not enough. Teemo will clutch it out, and it will be the KC Cousins first and second here.
Mythic Spat would do a lot there for Canvas just to pick up another unit if he wants it. Oh, nope. It's brutal. Family fighting family. You hate to see it.
It's all that brotherly love. A Nautilus coming in shop for Canvas, getting close here.
They're not on the board this time, Nibiru. Are you equally excited to see these 4 Nautili?
Oh, you know I am. You know I am, David. We could see it happen. If Canvas takes a couple of weak losses here, we could have the Hui just print another Nautilus. My dreams could come true.
It might be everything with this round here. Double is on 3 wins, but Canvas is on 40 health. So both of them going up against each other now. It will be about the targeting. Teemo in the backline there with those toxins spreading so much across this board. Clutched out by the Kaisa eventually, but both have vanished at the same time as the backline is running up to that Xayah together with the Hui. Will not be enough. Canvas taking a loss. And the dream of Nautilus 3 keeps on going as we are getting it right now.
Baby! Nautilus 3. Perfect timing there for Canvas. And if I'm Double 61, I'm just like, all right, you know what? Fair enough. That's going to be a second place.
And consider rolling. Actually, no, yeah, Canvas is the one that has a lot of HP to work with. Could have considered maybe losing one more and then trying to go for a Xayah 3 by selling board. It's the only real option to try and win this, but I think there's just not enough time, not enough gold to work with here for double.
And not enough HP. 15 HP to give 6-6 is the stage that we're in. And we'll take a look at one very chunky anchor boy in that front line there, just absolutely clutching it out, annihilating everything that was in the front line for Double 61. And Canvas, former EMEA champion, taking a first place here in game.
16,000 damage from the Nautilus 3 with the Rabadons. Oh, couldn't ask for a better game. It's not the Lilia, it's not the Hui. Nautilus, the true DPS carry in any Mythic Cup.
What a message to be sending to the rest of the players in this top 8 from France, from Carmine Corps, and from the cousins. They're here to do it again. Both players have been EMEA champions. Double, of course, back for Rising Legends in set 6 at the very start of our circuit, and Canvas in set 8, both trying to fight, in some cases second, and in some cases third regional win.
Well, we are going to be going into a quick break, and we'll hear from another player in our top 8 from Enzo, who's been to the World Championship before. We'll see what he has to say, and then our analyst desk is going to tell you more about this amazing game.
Hello, I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, is really good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis. We have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think True Damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
We surveyed 100 tacticians, including the chat, which we hope we will do so right now, and asked them the question, who is most likely to be top 2 in any one of your games from our top 8 here today? What do you think the answer was?
Canvas and Double 61. Peter, are we playing TFT or are we playing Family Feud? Like, what's going on here? Like, what's happening?
Well, chat seems to think Wawa is getting into our top 2, but instead it was the KC Cousins coming back with our vengeance here. Kubikson will, obviously came into that one with a very, very good game, but I feel like this is a statement of intent from Canvas and Double to say they are pitching themselves up as the players shooting for the EMEA title.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy just like to watch this game kind of unfold, right? We'll get into our standings in a little bit, right? Just kind of like watch like the outcome of this fight. Just overall, right, Dallison, it seemed like he had everything going for him with that pickup of the prismatic ticket. Just got everything online in a second, but was struggling a little bit towards the back end of the game. Just couldn't match the tempo of this huge 100 gold roll down on the back end of Hedge Fund and Fortune from Double 61, Peter.
Yeah, and I think that's the question which I really want to open up more in today, is because, I think picking up the hedge fund early on felt like such a bold move from Double, but I think it was a statement of intent. As we saw throughout that game, players are starting to really pick up the pace here. I think they're going to need to make more bold choices just like that one.
Yeah, absolutely incredible to kind of just like follow this now. And we have players like Enzo, like Dallas, like they're going to have to take even more risks, right? It's going to get fully back into the mix to try to make their claim for the title, more likely one of those spots at the Tactician's crown coming up next week, right? This is what they're playing for right now. We got to see the Cousins here. They won the same amount of points going into this game as well, Peter, right? Had pretty middling performance to start of the day here, but now they're catapulted themselves right back to the top of the standings, and that's why you will kind of just see these things. They can change so rapidly because we have these same 8 players in the same lobby, so these point swings can be huge.
Yeah, Cambiz and Double 61, they've got the dream of getting back and becoming 2-time or 3-time regional champion, but Kubikson, who, as Matt did point out in the green room, the same age as Double 61 was when he took his title before, with big dreams beyond this point, representing as the only representative of Poland, is still ahead of the pack. There are 5 French players in this lobby, Wita. the odds are we will see a French champion here today, but there's still the chance that we won't.
Yeah, and that's a big thing to kind of keep in mind here. It's been a while since we've had 5 French players in the finals. I think the last time was in set 4, where Campus was actually on the brink of making that final lobby, right? A player that's also been in and around this for so long, right? And it's just crazy to see, like, we have so much longevity, right? We have the first regional champion, the first world champion as well in double 61 in the lobby. So just so much action waiting along for these next 3 games.
All right, gentle friends, I do believe our casters are ready for the next game to come. There is, of course, just 3 more games before we crown ourselves an EMEA champion. So, we'll send you across and get Game 4 started.
Thank you guys so much. After that very interesting halftime show, we're now back for game number 4. And in the previous game, both Niberia and I got exactly what he wanted. Nautilus 3 for you, Matt, a prismatic game for me. So it is now time for you, Panda, to actually tell us the script.
Okay, so Dalesom will win this game and come back into the competition. Is that too much to ask?
I don't know. It worked before, so I'm just giving you the chance now.
Okay.
I feel like it might even be too little.
I shot my shot.
Yeah, you should have gone bigger, I feel.
Okay, Dalesom will become EMEA champion with 3 wins in a row.
There we go. That's
All
more
right.
like it.
All right. Well, I'm glad to see we fixed the camera angle for Enzo. I always feel like I'm sliding off my chair whenever I look at that one, at least. But now we can see him. Before that was just a wall, maybe due to a little bit of tilt. And then for Clamu, we can look at every single key strike that we have as players are getting ready for their 4th game today.
I miss his RGB board, man. I remember one of the Golden Spatula Cups, we got to see the pretty lights. Oh, he's got a little bit of
You see it for Enzo. You see it for Enzo, yeah.
All right. We've got at least one of them rocking the lights.
Few people know this, but RGB
Not
actually
again.
makes you 10% better at your games. Now, Trainer Sentinels could
Not
be
again.
picked up here. Players are interested in it at least. Nobody wants that radiant item, guys? No?
Oh boy.
Oh, nope.
Well,
It will. Oh, look at Canvas. He did not like that pickup, and honestly, I can relate.
Oh.
he didn't exactly
The
get the
pings
great.
start flowing, the tears start falling, the rage quells within you as players understand that they might have tougher games to navigate when it comes to the trades they've been given.
I mean, he can run a ribbon. That's what I'm gonna say every time.
Stop it,
Bad
Matt.
reroll is back,
Okay.
surely.
Okay, listen. We have a Bruiser emblem. We could be playing 8 Bruiser, and then we play Relia. There's just we
There
need
we
to get
go.
there somehow. Okay, that's my cook for this one.
Get a well-fed
I don't
in there
like
if
it
we're lucky.
for what it's worth. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, the best thing about these Trainer Sentinels is that whenever they're picked up, you can see players in group just hop across these boards to figure out who's in what spot and what they can go to. So at the very beginning, you just saw like a group
my
of 3
God.
players moving
Look at
through
tournament's
it.
combination.
Some of these are better than others, and some of these are worse than others.
Got a couple interesting ones. Kubixins, I think he was the one who picked it, and I think he's the one coming out ahead. This is just the freest Sage line I've ever seen.
Similar story for Arzu, has that free Story Weaver emblem. We were talking about it in the previous game with that March of Progress being picked up. Also has another Bruiser emblem to just make his life a little easier. Slot in that
gosh.
Galio, don't need any other Bruisers. Can go for
Janna's
the 4 Bruiser.
exalted this game.
Oh. Okay, but so is Yoni.
So is Galio and Kaisa. Hello? Hello? Is anyone balancing Tardaman's game right now? Tardaman is loading up game 2 of today's broadcast and seeing exactly how Double navigated the trickshot game to try and just repeat everything he did.
Dusting
My
off
goodness.
the cheat engine from 2008, finding it somehow works.
Okay, interestingly enough, as these augments are being picked, I made the same
wait.
point
Arzu?
yesterday.
Wait.
Yeah,
Arzu,
yeah.
what are you doing?
Buddy, he's not just doubling down, he is tripling down. Road less traveled here for Kubixan. Great pickup, sure, but I need to see what Arzu is cooking. Man
Okay.
is deep
There
in
you
the
have
kitchen.
it. It's
Can we say
double
one thing?
ghostly emblems.
It is very clear who has already qualified to the World Championship. Arzu's like, you know what? Yeah, give me some more traits. Let me see what's going on here.
Honestly, if anything, it wins him the Woksh trophy for sure. That one, it's just cooking.
Oh my god. I
will
couldn't ask
say-
for a better start to the game. I'm not gonna lie, this is so fun.
Mom,
Maybe
pick
not
me
for
up,
all
please.
players.
I want to go home.
Something that we see a lot in these trainer sentinel portals is extra emblems being picked up by the augments. Of course, this is the same here. For some players, it might be even extra wandering trainers, but interestingly enough, for Double 61, he picked up an Ink Shadow crest despite not having any Ink Shadow emblems just yet. For Dalisum, we're seeing 2 Faded emblems already online, so it's in line with what the Trainer Sentinel has given him. But Double just said, the more the merrier. Where's my stand united?
Dalisum, I'm generally not a big fan of going out of the Fatal line by picking an augment that gives you the +1. It might be different in this case with the +2 essentially off of the Sentinels. We've seen very few players make Faded work throughout this entire weekend. And most players have avoided the line altogether, not playing it even once. Someone that did play it twice yesterday is Clemu, who saw those RE3 games, and he really made that work. So I'm curious if Dalisum checked out any VODs from yesterday, picked up on any kind of small tips in terms of how to optimize the Faded line.
I will say, you mentioned it already, both times we saw it work out was with that RE3, and she is nowhere to be found for Dalisum. He's on RE1, he's item holding the Kindred, so we'll see how this one works out, but at least with 2 emblems, we're going to get a lot of that power early on that normally you're looking for a long time, so I'm not against it, so to say, at least not for now.
All right, guys, the most fringe recipe here for Dalisum. He just needs a 3rd Faded emblem, and then he's got 10 Faded, and then he wins the game. So I think surely that 2% chance is going to be the best route.
I think you only outlined 3 steps. There might be a few more steps in between that, if not met, could result in an 8th place. You not bait my Spanish players, please, Nebula. They have enough on their hands, okay? They're Spanish.
Luckily, he's not listening to me. I could not recommend listening to me in this case less. But it'd be real funny.
Somebody that is listening to the voices for sure is Arzu. We mentioned this comp before already on 4 Ghostly on the back of 2 emblems, and everybody in this lobby is probably saying like, okay, what is gonna happen here? We're running a lot of strange things, and there is several outs that you can see with this board. I'm just curious on if we're actually going to try and chase those 8 Ghostly.
I mean, the crazy thing here is that Arzu doesn't even need to run a single Ghostly unit this game, and will still get benefit from Ghostly thanks to the Sentinel. As long as it gets enough hits to proc it, you're just getting a free % damage increase on a single target.
Aerosol coming in here, no spatulas, notably so. No further upgrades for our players in any of these traits. But there is
Timo
going
Ford
to be
tournament
raw
though.
power.
Going down that fortune line. Was maybe hoping for a Zoe or Tristana to maybe have that 5 fortune earlier, considering he has the +1 from the dummy. Not the case here. You're gonna have to find those naturally at the start of stage 3.
Still time to work with. The bonus HP will do him well. We've seen deep into stage 3, Fortune's obviously more dangerous, but having the extra health from the Fortune 5 has been enough to compensate for it for our players in the past. As we head back over to Campus's board, I think from the players that we have gone to their board so far, I think Campus got the worst Sentinel.
Yeah, I'm not loving it, but we're trying to make it work. So he picked up too much candy, trying to get some extra early power, and I'm thinking the route is going to be to try to go into bruisers for what it's worth.
On the flip side, we saw from Enzo, he actually has a Reaper on his Sentinel, which means that that's just straight down the path he's comfortable on. He's played, this will be his 8th game on Reapers this tournament, so I think the player that has played the most on just one comp, kind of one trick if you would, and still finding success, really happy with what the game is giving him because he feels so comfortable on the melee bruiser line in general.
It's a close one there.
One
for Campus,
unit
but
loss.
Securing the loss.
Yeah, that was important, trying to get that loss streak going here. Kubikson on a similar trend, while our win streakers are trying to build that one out. One more fight to go before we make it into Krugs, and it will be only Arzu and Canvas who are in that position. Checking in with some of our other players in the middle of the field here. You already mentioned Enzo with that Reaper crest. We already talked about Double 61 who picked up that Ink Shadow, but why don't we check in with Kubikson, the road less traveled, already mentioned before as first augment pickup. Are we going to see him go into the Sages as far as possible? 5 Sage, potentially.
He's a player who played 2 games of Zyra Sage in day 1. Didn't have the best of day 1s. Reminder, he had to get 38 points in day 2, a crazy amount to even qualify to this day 3. So really had to do a bit of a comeback. And again, he had not played any Zyra in day 2. So maybe he said, hey, it's not working. I'm going to switch off of this. Might be going down that path in this game because just everything has been set up so well for him.
Would love to see it. A little bit of creativity, but will come in here. Not working out for Arzu. That win streak was broken there. Canvas, however, is going to make full econ here.
Vixon having some options available to him. The Dragon Lord already on the board. Taking a look at the right-hand side of the screen. The only streak that's still intact there is Canvas's full loss streak, as we see him also picking up a Zyra 2 on that side of the board. Nothing super exciting on this board, I'm going to be honest.
What players
Could it be
get
the combination of
from the
Bruiser and
Krugs
Ultrist?
No, it must be something else.
Well, honestly, I'm a little bit curious on where the second augments are going to be leading Canvas, because that will be important. If he can get something like Belfat, his chances suddenly become much better.
Kubikson already building a blue buff, maybe indicating he wants to play for some kind of a Lilia in the late game instead. We'll see what the path has in store for him across his stage 3 especially, and what other players try and do as well. We've seen Lilia be so dominant across the day, winning so many games already.
Back on Dallasum's board, we see the Faded 5 already in place. Actually, an RE3 to boot. We've seen this before, usually at the hands of Clamu, but
you were right. He did watch the VODs from Clamu. He's like, wait, Clamu popped off with Faded? Time to make an RE3. It's the only way.
I mean, he's not wrong. This is legitimately the way. She's the perfect item holder. Even better so if you can get these items off of her once you actually have that Syndra online. But we've been seeing dual carry RE3 and Syndra. Now, in is going to come some silver augments, and players like Dallasum will be tempted by recombopulators. Dallasum says no. Absolutely not. Do have extra emblems, but we'll see what other players are going to go for.
Oh, options open for Arzu. Don't think there's anything good he can roll into. I don't know how many 3 costs he has. Yeah, none. It's the most sensible choice by far.
So I'm picking up late game specialist. He's very stable now, obviously, with the spike from the RE3, with all the different emblems, with the early trait spike on the Faded as well. 7 Faded at 3-2 with an RE3 means that you have to not even position at this point in time. You should be winning pretty much every single fight. He has rolled pretty heavily in gold, but you mentioned it's a joke makes the idea of trying to go for 10 Faded. It's a little bit likely if he finds a spatula somewhere down the line, he can push levels pretty much all throughout stage 3 and 4. The extra gold coming in from late game specialist, and maybe, just maybe, he can pull out one of the prismatic variable traits that are going to be so strong in the late game.
As much as I would love to take credit for that, that was Matt, and he already got one crazy idea to work out today with that Nautilus 3, so it could happen, Panda. What do I tell you? You wanted the script. You got the script. You said Dallasum will win. Matt said it will be Faded 10. Honestly, we might be on track for that, but first we're going to be going into a set of encounters for all of our players here. And like I said, something that could knock items off would be very good. Instead, we're going to be getting Jenna with a treasure armory.
We're just waiting, seeing if anything fun comes out of this one. I feel like we're the 3 precogs from Minority Report, just alternately predicting the future. So far successful.
I Nice up for tank items here. Could have maybe considered rolling a bit more, trying to optimize, but I think happy enough with the Warmogs and the Vow.
Here comes Canvas, dealing with what he's got. Silver ticket picked up here.
Wait.
Interesting.
Riven on bench.
Wait.
I mean,
Surely not.
Surely yes.
Makes it too much candy plus silver ticket. It makes wasn't wrong. Like maybe 8 Bruiser is the cook here. Master Chef Makes coming in clutch.
Reminder for any viewers who missed.
For a while,
GSC3.
it was viable.
Enzo popped off with a almost 100 HP win playing Riven reroll from the right spots. It can be a very, very strong fringe, very niche comp. You have to have the right setup for it. But Canvas maybe watch that game as well, taking a page out of one of his compatriots' books.
So the only thing that made me a little bit unhappy on how the game is going for Canvas right now, if you're like in Canvas corner, a Canvas fan, so to say, is that usually when you're running those bruisers, you want to try and get early wins. For Canvas was the opposite. He built out a loss streak and is now slowly climbing back, but it could still work out. Personally speaking, we'll see how it goes. I'm always ready for some Riven reroll, personally speaking.
Take a look across the board, we see Double setting up once again for that Ink Shadow vertical. Already has that crest on board, so probably going to see a repeat of his previous game where he went down the Kaisa route. Depends on how long he decides to stick on that level 6, level 7 area to see if he rolls for the Senna. Back over on Kubixen's board, still building out with that road less traveled. Level 7 now on 3-5.
There's a Lilia on the bench. Consideration for the swap already. And Kubixen seems to be, he's been watching the games today. He's been watching the games this weekend. Lilia, we've seen so often being that comp that if you can make it to the promised land of the Hui 2s, the Nautilus 2, the Azir 2, which costs so much gold to actually get there, and, road less traveled, essentially kind of an econ augment in this case, could help him make it.
So for now, saying that Zyra is just too valuable over that Lilia one, I'm not sure I agree. I've seen some crazy Lilias, but with Dalisum in your pool, you're probably just saying, okay, I'll try to cut my losses. I'll try to go for as low as possible. RE3 is going to be lifting very heavily in these rounds that Dalisum has assembled, and as you can see, still streaking there at the very top. One more encounter to come, though, that could be turning game plans upside down, as Enzo seems to be free plummeting at the bottom there.
A lot of money in this lobby still, though. The only person below that 40 mark is going to be Arzu. Everyone else sitting at 40, or most of them sitting at 50 with the Ash encounter. Gonna mix things up. Everyone's going to know who they're up against.
And understandably so, I think this lobby, the way it's panning out with Sentinels, especially, and the potential for these crazy trade spikes in the late game, everyone cannot really play this very high tempo, use up all your gold early, just try and preserve HP game plan, because no matter what you do, there'll be absolute Grim Reaper behemoth players in the late game who have instead greeded out to maybe hit a 10 faded or 8 ghostly or these crazy trade spikes in the stage 4 and 5s. So you're going to be seeing, I think, overall a much greedier game plan from pretty much every single player.
As they have to, one more round before we go into Wolves, and for players like Enzo at this point, you're probably saying, okay, one more loss, try to get as much of that economy as possible before I then try to turn it around. Going to be looking at Kubixen on the other side. Still has the Lilia on bench. I was checking for her, but it's still Zyra that we're currently holding as carry in that backline. And we did get a word of the tattoos that Double 61 has available. Speaking of that Ink Shadow crest he picked up earlier, it's Tattoo of Toxin as first one. You saw it there in the bottom right corner, and then it's Tattoo of Protection and Tattoo of Fury and Vitality if he chooses to go to 7.
There he is, pushing all the way to level 7. We'll see if he decides to slot in that Ink Shadow later, but I think 5 for the time being as well. Doesn't look like he's holding for those Sennas either.
Less about the 5 Ink Shadow and maybe more about the Silas 2 on level 6. No, a double. Yeah. Using to catapult himself up in the HP standings. 4 win streak now for the French player, trying to fight Kubixen for that number 1 spot in the standings after this game 4 concludes.
So now
third augments. Lilia is finally going to get some playtime on the side of Kubixen. Hopping on over to Clamudo, we're seeing
Rolling for
a
the
little bit
Senna.
of a similar story to what we saw from Arzu. Is on several copies, 6 at a time. Cannot find more though.
Now we won't know why double pivoted off, didn't go for that Senna 2. We already have someone contesting along that line for the Senna 3, as well as the Exalted, worth noting, includes that Kaisa, so options abound.
So in his
6
comfort
wins.
spot, we've seen Spanish players like Yosko and Safo and so many others very happy to open forward and lose streak and come back, you know, with these fortune cash outs. But that is almost the complete opposite. He's always liked playing very, very high tempo. His peak in set 10 in that 1900 LP ranked push was playing disco from just very high tempo. Pretty much most of that set, most of those 2 or 3 weeks we were at the top of the ladder. Similar in this set, he likes to play from a win streak. He's been able to achieve that in game 3 and now in game 4 as well. And it's going to be a good result once again for the Spanish player because of it.
Final
We'll see
augments
just
coming out for
how
everyone.
good that is going to be as augments roll around. Arzu here has the chance to go for that talisman and says, yep, absolutely, I will take it upon me. Very nice little upgrade. And in we have the Aid Bruiser, not for Canvas, but for Arzu instead.
So it's going to be a Silas, right? Like that's what we're afraid of at this point.
I think so.
Considering the Kaisa as well, trying to fit Exalted in alongside Galio. But ideally, probably just wants the Irelia. More traditional setup with the 8 Bruisers.
Well, speaking of 8 Bruisers, can I interest you guys in more 8 Bruisers? Because you're seeing it from not 1, not 2, but now 3 players. Tartman, Canvas, all on that very much same line. And it's going to be tight on who actually comes out on top. For Tartman, at least there are 2 emblems in play, so can make a little bit of a stronger variation here.
There's something funny in the water this game. 8 Bruiser, a composition we have yet to see this weekend. Believe saw once in Golden Special account number 3 being played by 3 players at the same time.
And Canvas, I'm not sure he actually watched the game from Enzo and GSC3 because you need to usually have 3 items on your Riven and 3-star her some point before, you know, stage 5 if you try and have success with the Riven reroll game. Not the case.
Okay, don't be a hater. Yeah, we're close to that Riven. He's like 2 copies off. It's not his fault. There's suddenly 2 other people on the only line that was available to Canvas. Let's keep it on the down low. His Sentinel was kind of tragic, and that's your only line. And then suddenly 2 other players are also playing 8 Bruisers. You're probably punching the air at this point.
Here we go. This is the board from Arzu that we were looking at, that 8 Bruiser on that side with the Ascension, trying to put it on that Silas, sticking in the backline so that it procs as soon as possible. Got the Gunblade, got the Crown Guard, so plenty of AP, plenty of healing. As soon as it procs, this is going to be a very dangerous Silas, even at 1-star.
Ascended. In he comes. Absolutely beautiful, one giant Silas. Not only the hidden star of that Reaper comp, but now also the very much obvious star of the Bruiser comp.
The HP total is really evening out at the bottom end. There's no player that's really tragically behind when it comes to the HP, but look how it's really packing up from the 8th to that 4th place position. Only 10 HP separates these players. So the start of stage 5 especially, and when all of this extra remaining gold is used up to hit those final spikes, will dictate so much of how this lobby shakes out. And it's a pivotal game 4 as well.
Last choices on the carousel here. Kubixen, the player that was on the Sage line. We did talk about it. I think, generally speaking, Kubi's Sentinel looked really good when we looked at it first, but doesn't really seem to be able to upgrade it the way you would normally want to play this board. Now, Wukong in play should help a little bit. Lilia upgraded in the backline, 1 more stack until the Mythic is fully activated. Hopefully that's going to be the turning point.
Lots of power here in the Sage Lily with the 4 Invoker. And of course the Dragon Lord. So Kabixen finally getting full benefit out of that Sentinel, and we'll see just how strong it can be with this Lilia in the backline against Campus's board, who, like we said, was looking for that Bruiser vertical, is looking still for that Riven 3, but is contested 2 different ways, with Tardaman holding 4 Rivens.
Campus unbothered, sitting on 50 gold, taking another big hit for the end of the stage 4. I don't think he can really wait until the PV round to just use up all this gold now. Maybe, and just no one's dying either, so not sure what the game plan is for Campus, but he has to pull the trigger now if he wants to stay healthy for the start of that stage 5.
So the thing is, he has too much candy, right? So he might just be already in a bad position to roll,
just
and has to just sit until the next stage.
That's tough.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, because I'm pretty sure he would have acted before. Good news is, with 25, he still can lose one more round, make it to PvE, and then act very quickly on high APM, which is something at least I think Canvas can do in terms of what we see from him normally, but definitely back against the wall kind of situation.
Here on Tardaman's board, one of those Riven players actually holding 2 Rivens. I misspoke, assumed the Riven on the board was a 2-star. Instead, going to be relying on that Zoe in the backline to try and dish out damage while the Bruisers take the damage.
On the Senna, huge disruption, stopping so much DPS and taking down the Senna all by himself. Could swing the fight in favor of Tardaman. The Udyr cannot be stopped. Silas finally coming out to check what's going on in his backline, but it might be a little bit too late. Zoe's still left alive as well, and a big win for Tardaman.
And a big loss for Clamu and Canvas both. Both of these players now need to make something happen right here, right now. Clamu already down to 10 gold. Canvas, as you can see, 3 costs on the reroll button, so definitely was locked out of the too much candy and will be moving as soon as this PvE fight is over.
Spending up his additional gold in order to try and hit that level 8. Prepare for it at the very least. Wants to hit that Riven, if at all possible. But still 1 item, as you pointed out earlier, makes. So
there's a few more coming. We see Titans on the component managers and Anvil still open up to use with the glove. 1 off of the Soraka, 1 off of the Riven. 2 massive upgrades that could see Canvas staying alive in this stage 5 at the very least. Needs to, I think, roll for everything here. Use up all that too much candy, all the free or at least cheaper rolls here as well to try and hit those last few upgrades.
Come on, Soraka. There she is. We'll need to sell something. Wukong goes bye-bye, and in she comes. Now those items are going to be slammed. The big question is that enough with some of the other players in this lobby hitting so strong of their verticals? We're going to be watching Canvas on the right-hand side, Clamu on the left-hand side. Both of these players fighting for survival.
Riven on the right-hand side doing quite a bit of damage, as we can see, pretty much untouched on the left-hand side. Kaisa about to fire off her last ultimate. I think both these players are going to be safe this round. Unless Syndra gets frisky. Nope. Dallison taking the loss there. Is level 9. No luck with the 10 faded, but we'll get an extra Dryad spat in the end there.
I'm really stressed out.
The extra HP that he's able to save up will be enough. The bottom end is honestly really scary.
Yeah, there's 13 HP, 11 HP, 9 HP, then there's a little bit of a gap to double 61, but then all of the other players besides Tartman are in 30-something, so we could be in a very quick couple of rounds in our top 3 easily. So we'll see how all of this shakes out. Arzu finds himself with the back against the wall as well, going up against Dalisum here, the faded board that we were talking about. Irelia has come online, the Talisman of Ascension in the backline. They're trying to lock out the Silas to not have him be attacked too early on and try to get the proc off. Will it work out? It looks like it might be the case, but the Ari's on them, and the answer is no. Arzu tried to cook, but I think the food got burned.
A really good lobby for Dalisum in general. I'm not sure if he maybe decided to go down this route because he saw so many Bruiser players, but overall Bruiser players want to have these very stalled out fights. They have these massive meat shields buying so much time for the Aurelias, for the Sorakas, and that benefits Syndra. Her scaling ability is just going to take over these fights in those 20 or 30 second marks.
5 Dryad, 7 Faded here from Dalisum, still carrying that Ahri. Extra items going on that Syndra, so still going to be relying on that Ahri for a large portion of that damage, getting the bonus AP, bonus damage from the Faded pair.
Honestly, you love to see it. We were talking about how that makes the Fated comp so much more stable, and Dalisum just said, yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. But we're going to be hopping over to Clamu and Canvas, and someone is going to get eliminated right here, right now. That Riven under fire goes down despite all of the extra HP she has. Kaisa will finish it out. You can see the pain in Canvas's face as both of his upgrades were not enough to carry him to a better position.
I'm exactly as perplexed as he looks. I cannot believe that Riven was not enough to make it through that fight. And his Ghost wins, the ultimate insult.
Props to Canvas for making it work. I think he had by far and away the worst of the Sentinels. I think he was probably one of the more tilted players when this was the vote that came through in the portal selection. He did not seem happy at all. He wanted to have more control over the outcome of this pivotal game 4 when him, Double, and Kubikson were kind of starting to get away with it in the standings. So unfortunate 7th place, and especially more unfortunate the fact that Kubikson is currently win streaking, is currently first in the standings. If he wins here, Kubikson will have a pretty big gap between all other competitors going to the last 2 games.
And we were talking about Kubikson looking a little bit scary at the bottom of the leaderboard. Since then, has 100% stabilized, has managed to get all of the expensive units onto board for Sage Online, and has been winning ever since, in a great position to maybe clutch this one out. But more and more players are on their last sliver of health. Enzo on 2 HP, Clamu on 9, Double on 21. We'll be watching.
Enzo here also running a bit of a Sage here, not actually proccing it, mostly relying on that Dryad Reaper in the back line. That Kindred going to be putting out as much damage as humanly possible. The Kayn in the front line under threat. This is Tartaman's board. We've seen it before with that Aurelia chunking through the Bruiser front line, doing quite a bit for this board. Final ult from Aurelia comes out. It should be enough by the looks of things, unless that Kindred doesn't get targeted.
I think it's just way too much HP for the Reapers to chew through. Enzo on his 8th game of Reapers, this time forced by the Sentinels, trying to make it work with the unique 4 Dryad variation. Couldn't do so. Clamu also taken down. France filling up the spots in the bottom 4 here. Double, Tartaman, Dalisum, and Kubikson remain.
And that's an interesting factor, right? Knowing that many of these players on the regular sets do practice together, especially those French players, all very close to each other. And sometimes that can be painful as well when you go up against each other. We saw it with Travis and Lelouch yesterday. We saw it with Canvas and Double in that previous game. And now it is all eyes on Tartman and Double 61 for the fans of the French scene to maybe clutch this one out. Double, the only player in the top 4 besides Kubikson that could jump ahead here. And we'll see whether or not he's able to do that. Goes up against Tartman, has lost the previous round. Have the last positioning changes been enough to maybe secure this one, to maybe find the Aurelia in the backline there? I'm not so sure. It's looking like everything is collapsing onto that backline. Zaya is down on the right-hand side. Zaya is down on the left-hand side. And it will be Aurelia finishing out Double 61.
If I'm Double with that board, I'm thrilled with a 4th place. Didn't find a single Kaisa until stage 5. Stuck on a Kaisa 1, was carrying a Senna 2, said, finally, I guess I've got to swap this out. I guess that Zaya's going to be a little bit stronger. But the ability to make a top 4 on an Ink Shadow board, carrying a Senna 2 for the entire game, pretty good result.
And for Dalisum, I think equally so. On paper, you look at his Sentinel coming into the game, you don't think it's a top 4, you don't think it's a high roll compared to Kubikson and Tartaman, who I think right off the bat we could tell are going to be the 2 strongest players, both Sentinels feeding into the strongest AP and AD lines with Kaisa trick shots and the Lilia Sage board. So for Dalisum, I think he played a really, really great game. The high tempo, high win streak game plan for stages 2 and 3 bought him so much time where now, even if he's much weaker, even if he's free falling in his HP throughout the stage 5, it's still a 3rd place.
And something that maybe we haven't mentioned too much just yet on Dalisum Sport. We talked about the potential of a 10 Faded. Instead, we're seeing 7 Faded, 6 Dryad. Not really a comp we get too much show off these days, and we'll see whether or not it can withhold the ghost copy that is being thrown in his way right here and now.
That one is going to be a real problem for him. That's the front line. That's the backline damage he's looking for. Meanwhile, Ari's chewing away at the frontliners that are coming in from Tartaman's board. Still healthy enough, getting those extra KOs. The Aurelia going to fire off another ultimate. Not enough to take down the backliners. One more ultimate here from Syndra. Takes down the Udyr, takes down the Aurelia. And Dalasum's going to survive for another round, bringing Tartman down to 6 HP.
Honestly, the Ornn was MVP in that round. The way he absolutely zoned out the Udyr in this fight was beautiful. Let him away from those backliners. Let the backliners to be able to do their damage. If he can replicate that, then there might be a bigger chance for him than I originally thought here.
See some item swaps, getting the Shojin off of the Riven. Heads up play here, getting the items onto the Lee Sin instead. No set 2 for Dalasum, unfortunately, but every fight he wins, the set is scaling a tiny bit more off of the massive Dryad HP plus the Warmogs on this Ornn as well. We'll see what the set can do in terms of disruption if he can try and get to the Irelia like we saw in that fight.
You see, here it comes. The ultimate's coming out from those backliners, but the front line,
oh, the Ari,
pretty weak. The Dryad not going to be able to save set. The Lee Sin in the backline doing so much disruption. Another ultimate from Syndra, not enough to take him down below half. Ornn with the shield, saving him quite a bit of time. Another ultimate from Syndra is enough. Dalasum makes it into 2nd place, taking down Tartaman.
And if Dalasum finds set 2, he could maybe contest this Kubikson win streak. Not going to find it off the natural rolls. Maybe if he wins this next fight on the carousel.
Honestly, that was mad impressive, the way this one shook out to be, but I agree, it could be very hard to stop Kubikson in his domination of today's tournament. From what we've been seeing so far, you can see him smirk. He knows exactly he's in a great spot in this game. He was the one that chose these trainer sentinels. He got a very good combination and is now trying to win it all out. Dalasum on his last life, as we see a little bit of repositioning, trying to avoid those Lilia hits into the backline, but it's so not good enough. Everything else has crumbled. You can see him yell Polska Gurum, if I'm not mistaken, as he takes this 1st place.
Another game.
Pretty far ahead in the leaderboards.
Another Lilia win. If any of spies from other regions are watching our championship, trying to find out what's going on with the meta, they're starting to get a good read. Lilia, very, very strong if you have the right setup for it. In this case, for Kubikson, couldn't have asked for a better Sentinel setup compared to some others that we saw across the board. So a little bit of variance, a little bit of luck going down his way, but suddenly in a commanding position to maybe become EMEA champion looking at these next 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely right. Has won a Golden Spatula Cup before, and now might just be the time where he takes the next title, but there are 2 more games to come before it's all over. We do have our analyst desk ready to tell you all about this Trainer Sentinel madness after a quick break and an interview with Double 61.
My name is Double 61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wet Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the 2nd at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a 3rd title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship 1 time. It was in set 3, and I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, mean, this is what TFT means. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be land. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out, I mean, I always say it, K-pop fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
Welcome back to the EMEA finals and to the analyst desk. Weezer, we ended up with absolutely wild game, but for me, I feel like this really exemplifies Kebixon, who's currently, of course, running ahead of the pack. It really feels like we're seeing some of his stylistic choices here. Previous game was willing to take Call to Chaos third. In this game, it was his choice of bringing out the Trainer Sentinels that made this particular game completely chaotic.
Yeah, it was really rough for the likes of Campus to kind of navigate through this game. But right now, there's just no way to kind of beat around the bush here. Kebixon just has the Midas touch going on. I think that is like just the absolute biggest takeaway. Like everything that he does and everything he touches right now is just turning into gold. And that's absolutely incredible. He even took the road less traveled this game, Peter, and still found a success.
Yeah, to have that with the early stage, you're really breaking that augment to give yourself a huge leg up over the competition. It looked like he might stumble for a little bit, but for me, the big other thing coming out of this one is we knew that the Casey Cousins doubles Campus were both trying to catch up on Kebixon. For Campus especially, it didn't go the way they wanted.
No, right, and I think that's also one of the real things here, like the Casey doubles and Casey Campus of the world, so they really like to have control over the game itself. I see Enzo also not necessarily super excited about the outcome of that, like having those having like all this taken away from you, right? It's just such a rough one, because when you're in a spot like this, like you're just getting locked into lines that you may not be familiar with, you don't want to play, right? For the likes of Enzo, he gets the Reaper Crest, kind of has to go down that route, but the rest of the emblems didn't necessarily help him out that much, right? So really just lock himself in a tough spot now. Enzo is the one player right now that is like the furthest behind anyone. Dalism having a great game was actually pretty bad for the likes of Enzo's chance of kind of qualifying, because now Dalism has kind of put himself back into contention, really left Enzo and the rest of the players down towards the end of the lobby in the dirt.
So do remember, of course, we've got our top 4 players, and then below them, whoever has the best average place at the end of this will get another spot as well. See Kebixon quietly pleased with how things went there. Let's take a look again at our table. A 6-point lead for our only Polish player. Everyone below there is French down to 5th place right now, but still Kebixon ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and this just kind of exemplifies just how strong Kebixon has been so far today, right? 2 first-place finishes for the French, for the Polish player, right, who burst onto the scene at a very young age, like his name was Micah Richards, right, like really incredible the way he came onto the scene. Now is kind of like, again, just like really manifesting himself as well. Like if he was able to take home the title, would be an absolutely immense accomplishment.
Yeah, there's only been one previous regional title for Poland. This will be a second. But gentle friends, we'll be taking a break. When we return, we'll bring you Game 5, and we shall see if Kabixen can remain on top of the roost. Welcome back, one and all, to the penultimate game of the EMEA Rising Legends Finals. We have just got 2 more games to go. Now we have got our first front runner, but gentlemen, of course, we've got to remember there are multiple spots up for the Tactician's crown, so there's still everything to play for.
Exactly, and I think for most competitors, obviously the big, ambitious goal is to become EMEA champion. But I think if you ask at the start of the tournament what players care about more, it's just continuing their set onto the World Championship, defending their country, defending their region as well, in a situation where I think we need it. EMEA has been laughed at for too many sets now, and we're gonna have 8 players this time. Surely nothing can go wrong.
I mean, even then, right, with jungler, set 9, strong performance, Capeus made it to the final lobby last set as well. We have had a good streak now.
Trend.
getting these players into the final lobbies. So I am just super excited to kind of figure out who these players will be. But obviously, first thing to check off on the agenda is going to be who is going to claim the title. And right now, Kubikson looks like he's just on an absolute tear.
Yeah, as we talked about before, he seems to be more than willing to embrace chaos as some of the other players struggling to adapt to this kind of situation. It very much reminds me of what we saw from Lococo before, David. You know, when we had unusual encounters come up, being able to keep your nerve under this kind of situation and keep your mind clear feels so important.
And Kubison's a player who I think has really started to evolve since the very beginning of the set. This is not a player that has, really turned on their, better form coming into GSC3 or coming into finals. He was this strong and this dominant from the very beginning of set 11. Something has clicked with him, especially the Kaiser trickshot comp, and he dominated ladder at the start of the sets. He did so well in the Wild Rumble ladder race. He was consistent in tournaments as well. And when a player pairs success in both ladder and in tournaments, you know he's the real deal.
Yeah, and how do you feel about this for the start of the game encounter here as well, right? Every single player getting locked up to level 3 immediately. This also means that a lot of lines kind of already get kind of neglected, right? The Cockmore reroll line, which we haven't seen a lot of today in the finals, just gets absolutely removed from any shade of the equation here.
I mean, we've got, of course, our early champions being dropped in here as well, so our players should be able to hopefully put themselves with decent early boards, but honestly, compared to some of our previous ones we've seen, this feels like more of a return to classic TFT.
Kubikson deciding now what pairing of units bring online. Of course, one of the strongest openers across the entirety of the set has been the Umbral Duelist opener alongside Yorick, Darius, Yasuo. I imagine going to have at least a consideration for keeping on to the Lux, potentially, but of course you can't hold on to everything, and we'll see if Kubikson really wants to prefer certain comps more than others. It looks like that's the case. Lux Janna not on his radar.
Absolutely not, right? And that's one of the key skills when you're playing a game of TFT. It's like how you navigate stage 1 and stage 2, right? Figuring out like what am I going to hold, what am I not going to get baited into, and holding on to something like the Lux when you're holding on to so many other critical units here that's not really going to fit into your opener when you have no components to go off is a very different, I guess, a very tough decision to make.
So, gentlemen, since of course we have an audience who's very engaged with Kubikson right now, after having an astonishing at first, a few opening games, we're on to, of course, to round 5 or 6 will be a new total. How do you feel he should be approaching this kind of scenario right now? He's 6 points ahead of Double 61, even further ahead of everybody else.
Very consistent, very safe, nothing crazy. Play for comps that get you a top 4, even a top 5 in this case across the last 2 games. Maybe is enough depending on how his closest competitors do as well. No fortune, I would say. No reroll because you can get targeted by specific players who, if they're trying to fight for the EMEA championship, trying to go for the ambitious goal, could be holding on to your Luxes, your Jannas, whatever kind of unit you're trying to reroll.
We see a double going back in towards a line. We've seen him navigate multiple times today already, right? Going in towards this Ink Shadow open here, slamming this Runaan's Hurricane just for the sheer amount of tempo. Obviously will get a ton of value coming in from this over encumbered here. I want to highlight something else really interesting right now. Enzo, one of the players that kind of has to start thinking about the AVP race, gone for the Tiny Titans to start off the game.
All right, yeah, it's certainly going to be a good safety net going forward. We do have Kubikson coming in here against Arzu, who did go for the random emblems, so it's looking like we're going to be having ourselves a little bit more Arcanist in here for Arzu as he tries to make up ground, currently second from last.
Luckily for Arzu, a player who I talked about being very inflexible coming into this day 3, had only played 4 different comps across 12 games, compared to 6 and in most cases 8 different comps for all of the other competitors in this day 3. All of a sudden, he had a new comp that was offered to him off of the Sentinels in game 1 with both the Porcelain and the Arcanist emblem, and now once again down the Arcanist line, so we're going to play it twice in this day 3.
That's a pretty good one, I'll say, right? It's okay, cool. Do you want a Jan and a Timo to kind of work around with this AP line, go right for the Fortune? And as you were talking about earlier on as well, right? Arzu is a player that is very willing to dip into the Fortune, even as a mid-game kind of top-off. This time around, he can play it for one of those like big cash-outs here. Whether or not that's going to be for the Zoe AP cash-out, well, time will tell. But, okay, why do I keep talking about this? I get baited. I was on this perfect set, and he's like, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna play Fortune anyways. Screw you.
He's certainly left it on the bench for the time being, so maybe he'll come back to it later on, but you're right, for the time being, just going to bring out as strong a board as possible. Dalisam with a good recovery from our previous game, now on 16 points. Our only Spanish representative will be going on a little bit of a search for the early going, finds an early Story Weaver board. We certainly know this is one of those kind of boards that can give him the big wins he's looking for.
If you're looking towards the Kai'Sa, you have to scout, of course, and see kind of what lines players are going for. We saw Dalisam playing a lot of Lilia yesterday. Didn't play much Kai'Sa today at all. Started off with Reapers and then went down AP lines like the Fated game we saw in that game number 4. Dalisam needs to do a little bit more than just play consistent. He needs to try and climb up those rankings, try and make up those lost points he had in those 2 7th places in a row in game 1 and 2. So a little bit more risk. I do like the Kai'Sa. If it all works out, it's a comp that has a very high cap. We'll see if he can make it there though.
Yeah, and the thing to note here as well right now is that Enzo's board is actually looking kind of similar in terms of the fact he's on the Story Weaver line, has gone for the red KL as well. And meanwhile, you have Clemu going in towards a line here that potentially could contest what we saw Azu kind of building towards, right? So a lot of Story Weaver-centric early games.
Yeah, 3 different players going for it early on, so something can be tricky to get those upgrades in good order. Though, with an early streak in here, I think having the early Shojin and the early Zoe, we've certainly seen that she can do a whole lot of hurt. Running over Kabixen here, the Edge of Night gives a little bit more time for the Darius, but Kalmu's board just too good of a quality.
And looking at the augment selections and the items that have been built, it looks like 2 players will be going down the melee bruiser line. There is for Kubix and a Yone with a sword. He's waiting, but I think he knows what he wants in this case. Has the Edge of Night already built on the Darius. Can maybe even just swap the items straight up into the Yone right now, just to have a much stronger early game. And potentially Tardaman and Kubix can both end up on Reapers. Maybe they'll split 1-1 between the Reapers and the Duelist line.
Definitely going to be an interesting thing to figure out how they are going to navigate that, right? And also, this is the first time today we're going to be seeing Kabixen really like... He did have, like, obviously, he hasn't been, like, fully on win streaks in every single of the 4 games, right? But it really has been, like, one of the signals of the way he's been playing this game, how he's been approaching, like, his approach so far to this finals has been to play from ahead now. We'll have to play another game here from behind, trying to kind of make that comeback game. But gets the priority on the carousel. That is one of the advantages of sacrificing your HP in the early game.
And he's got the stationary support coming in a little way down the line, so... As guys are saying, Kabix, I'm trying something a little bit riskier here, which may end up backfiring, but Cambiz, on the other side of things, with an extra item in pocket, going for just an early strongest board as he comes into Enzo. Remember, Enzo with the tiniest Titans has found Fortune. It's going for the big win on 12 points overall, the lowest in the tournament remaining.
It's pretty clear Enzo knows his mission. He's too far behind. His propensity to play mostly just Reapers across this day has not really worked out. It was the most played comp across the first 2 days, the most contested comp in the meta right now, and it's a comp that I think really suffers when you have a Kayn 1 instead of a Kayn 2. With Kayn needing the extra HP to have that survivability in stage 4, you suddenly start, bleeding out too heavily in stage 4 and 5, and that's been the case throughout most of Enzo's games today. We'll see if this riskier game plan works out, if he can have a massive cash out into the Kai'Sa line and potentially jump up, not for an EMEA championship win, but at the very least to try and fight for some of those world spots.
It's also worth noting here, right, that he's still struggling to find a team to really get this Fortune online or a Zoe. And again, he's kind of waited an entire stage in terms of like the loss streak potential of the Fortune stacks building up. So we'll have to go for that stage 3 here. And that sometimes begs the question a little bit, did you want to have to roll a little bit deeper trying to find that teammate? It's a 2 cost after all, but has just been said, you know what, I'm just going to use this economy that I'm going to get here just to build it up. So you know what, okay, cool, I'm down an Augment, and then just take it from that.
All right, we're checking with Cambiz again, who is going to take the L here against Tartman, who's running a pretty darn strong early board. Of course, Keeper's one of those augments that definitely does encourage us to play around with the Reapers and with the Duelists again. Keeps himself, again, ahead of the pack. Clemu, of course, in the middle of the table right now with 18 points, still with a slim but real chance of making an upset over these next 2 games.
In Arzu, I'm curious to see how far he's going to take the Fortune cash out, how far he wants to play for the Fortune. We know, of course, he was on the Arcanist line, and I'm curious, because you want to spike a little bit earlier with a reroll compared to Kai'Sa, for example, I think any clean chance to get out of Fortune anywhere in stage 3, he'll probably take.
You did see that the initial rule was a 6-rounder as well, right? So we know that's going to be something that we will kind of have to keep in mind to get locked up here. An early Nautilus on offer for the likes of Campus. That's something that if you want to go down that Mythic route, that is something that we gotta pay attention to. I'm also paying attention to our screen to see whether or not Enzo will find that Fortune. You see him kind of just rolling down a little bit here, trying to find that Teemo.
Oh, there's 3 Fortune players. Okay, no, this is Enzo. I was baited by Glamoo. That's just way too much. But Arzu is in Enzo's pool, so Enzo has to try and make his board as weak as possible. Of course, he has to take these huge risks, take these massive HP losses until he gets Arzu out of his pool at the very least.
And of course, there are plenty of other players more than willing to hand out harsh losses as a result of trying to play in a more loss-streaking style. Double 61 with the over-incumbent, of course, means he gets extra components to bring this board online. Big style double. It already has the, of course, has the tattoo in place as well, and a very, very strong front line as Enzo dips down.
Yeah, again, obviously Enzo would have preferred to have this available to him at 2-1, but with the additional HP from this Tiny Titans, he should be able to get a relatively strong cash out coming into stage 4.
I have to imagine as we pick up our second augments here, any French viewers are currently spamming in the chat, screaming, "Stop the count." Top 5, all French right now coming into stage 3. A strong early game for France. We'll see how it ends up panning out as we end up the game in stage 4 and 5.
Let's take a quick look at the augments coming in. Clearly going for the 2 healthy. Tartman is going to be going in for Duelist in this game. We definitely saw them with the strong Kiana board from before. So hopefully, based on what we've seen so far, if you're a French fan, it's looking like the augments are mostly on the more sedate side of things, with only the players towards the top really making it in too much of a commit.
Also worth noting here, right, Dalisum is in the pool of Enzo, also on the Fortune. So now we do indeed have the 3 Fortune players that you were talking about just a second ago, David, here. And that's going to create a really interesting dynamic all throughout stage 3, trying to navigate how to keep the streak alive.
And it makes sense. You might think, oh, Dalisum's being a rat or he's griefing, but there are different clusters of competition right now with these last 2 games. Cambiz, Double, and Kubikson, they're fighting each other to try and become EMEA champion potentially, but players like Dalisum are fighting the players on the bottom end of the standings, fighting Enzo to not let him come back into the fight for those last few world spots.
Yes, there are a lot of players qualifying from our Final 8, but definitely not everybody. We got some extra rerolls coming in to start pushing on the board power. We can see there's a lot of economy online for across the entirety of our lobby. This should be a pretty big spike up for whoever can get in those rerolls early.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you have people on the reroll lines, they'll take these rerolls and like almost use them immediately, right? But for someone like these players on the big Fortune cash outs, kind of being able to hold on to those rerolls when you get that cash out, if you're able to do that, will provide you with so much extra value and really save you a ton of gold, making these cash outs potentially even bigger with the spikes.
Notable on the right-hand side, Dalisum on the loss streak along with Enzo. As was pointed out before, the Tiny Titans propping his HP up, making him look healthier than he actually is. But Dalisum on 81 gold at the moment. Certainly not a hedge fund lobby as of yet, but Dalisum's got some big plans brewing.
The timing of the cash outs, unfortunate for both Dalisum and Enzo, going to be so important. Whoever's able to cash out with a better timing in stage 4 to roll down and get those early copies of Kaisa and Galio and Silas first, if both players try and navigate the Kaisa trickshot line, will be so impactful in terms of stability throughout the stage 4. And also the carousel, because right away a Galio with a belt, a Kaisa with a glove. Is Dalisum on the right side? He is, because I'm casting and the blessings are going his way.
He's going to be snatching that up here. Now the question back as well. Enzo just beeline it for that Galio. Right now, he's going to go with the rod instead here, David. He has 2 rods open already. Like, is he going for a different wave here? Again, he's still on only level 5, right? So a potential Teemo-centric line and approach here is, I assume, still open for Enzo?
We saw it from Taplast, actually. GSC2, the game to crown himself champion when he was fighting Chuso for that final win. He played a Fortune cash out into Lilia instead of Kaisa. It's something we've seen a little bit throughout this set as well, and it's definitely a viable path. I'm curious to see if Enzo will consider going down that route later on in stage 4.
It's just a little bit scary, right? Because it's kind of a line where you need to get those mythic procs fully online for the competition to really start firing at all cylinders. So if you end up going down into a catch-up situation where you have 20 to 10 HP to work with, it becomes really dicey. We've kind of seen those fine margins being navigated so far, so many times, both today and over the course of the entire weekend.
Dalison waiting to get the cash out of his own. The bruiser board being put together, of course, the Kaiser from before, ready and waiting to give Dalison the big push up the table. He desperately needs Tartman at the top, along with Double. Again, we talked about before how the French players are dominating. It looks like it's going to remain the case. As Dalison takes another L there. We still have a contingent of 5 French flags flying. At the top, no, my mistake. Enzo takes the L, Kubikson infiltrates the top 5.
Really good loss for Dalison. Has a chance to cash out here. I think he's going to take it. Going to have the priority in terms of rolling down on 4-1 potentially for these Kaiser units. Yeah, 6 is just too much to hold out for. Trenchcoat on Silas, Toxin on Kaiser. Last Whisper already built. A very strong potential setup here for Dalison.
Yeah, and this is really going to come down to how this dynamic is going to work for Enzo, right? Because if he still has like 3 more rounds to kind of work with before his cash out here, it's going to give so much free time to operate in for Dal sometimes of kind of just navigating these roles here, right? Trying to figure out when and where he's going to be able to hit as well. That's going to be super exciting to kind of follow here. And I think it was really like probably one of the better catches you could go for, right? As you're talking about, we've seen this Trenchcoat do so much work. Like that triple threat into the back line is such a big deal.
We'll see if Dalison's done enough to turn this one and start getting the wins in. Certainly getting much softer losses than he would have before, but no, with the 2 healthy board, we're seeing Zyra coming back to our screens again. And so far, it's working pretty well.
Because Dalison is on the Tattoo of Toxin, he really would love to find a lot of his upgrades or enough upgrades on level 8 and push 9 quick enough to be able to fit in Udyr and Ink Shadow without sacrificing any other traits like the 4 Bruiser or the 4 Trick Shot.
So I'm excited to see like this Asu roll down is gonna be one massive APM
just
check.
start out, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I was about to say, there was something we saw Double doing the game where we were set with like 100 gold on Wolves, right? Like trying to say, you know what, I need to figure out how to navigate this. And this is something I feel like is an undervalued skill for a lot of players, right? Just getting the stack in terms of like how you want to get your actions out over the course of a turn fully in line here. And again, great to see Asu kind of making these decisions, but it is going relatively slow right now, taking a lot of decisions instead of just like rolling down.
I've got Dalison just above on the score table as well. 2-star Kaiser coming in, as you say. This is a big step up in power. We've got 4 Trick Shot. We've got the Bruisers in place already. Arzu, that's why I should find a little bit more, but has been running this one out relatively slowly. Very considered approach to what is going to be a very important game for him.
Dalison rolling down to under 20. I think he really wants to find a Silas too because of how impactful it'll be with a Trenchcoat split, especially to have a 2-star Silas instead of a 1-star Silas. For Arzu, still a little bit far away from so many upgrades, but still so much gold to work with. And curious on Enzo, 10 lost streak, Tiny Titans, buying him time. He's still on 50 HP. 70 gold to work with, will be a 4-2 roll down.
Yeah, the issue is though as well, but keep in mind here that we already have Campus on this Lilia line in the lobby, so it's going to be a contested line that is going to be going into later than the first player kind of got them. Kind of see like Campus also have been heavily invested right now, down to just single-digit gold, and this encounter here can change everything.
Oh, wow. It couldn't come through better. A little bit of extra free gold, as you say. Much less impactful for our players who are already sitting on a good amount in there. So hopefully this will bring things back online in a hurry, as we will get our 3rd augment coming in. It's gone silver, it's gone gold, it's now prismatic. And the call to chaos, Arzu asks, and we are answered with 3 different Thieves' Gloves.
I will say, overall, the injection of gold from the Tristan encounter and Prismatic being the last augment devalues the Fortune players a little bit more. Their cash outs no longer going to be as impactful in terms of just the straight up value. One thing to consider for this lobby.
And it does seem like he is going to be trying to find some sort of AP route out of this. And even with the additional injection of gold, it is such a rough spot to be in for Enzo. His entire season hangs in the balance of this roll down.
Lilia
And
1, no tiers,
one.
no upgrades. Nautilus 1 as well. Lilia, it's looking really grim. I don't think you can save this.
Oh boy. Enzo. As we talked about before, the player to bring EMEA back to the world stage. Definitely in a rough spot at the moment. At least the front line is relatively good. We don't have any acceleration for our back line. And at least there's only the one item on the Kai'Sa, so she won't hit as hard as she will in the future. But we do see the split Silas, which means there's just too much there to handle.
Silver lining is that Jewel Load is one of the best augments to pick up for this Lilia comp coming into stage 4. One of the most impactful augments. I don't think it'll be enough though. Just everything else is not going in Enzo's favor. The opposite for Dalisum that we saw sitting on 40 gold, hit the Silas 2 upgrades, will be able to potentially go 9 and fit in all the traits he needs to have this Kai'Sa comp really pop off.
Really just desperation station here, just trying to find anything to tie this board together. And Annie 2 or Nautilus 2 as well would be huge bonuses for Enzo to try and just like at least buy time, because we can see even at a Lilia 1 with the way his augments have been set up, it hits like an absolute truck. But the real issue is what we're looking at right here. Cambish yet again holding on to a collective of Nautilite and just absolutely firing on all cylinders.
And it's very worth bearing in mind, given how high the stakes are on these last 2 games, our players more willing to throw things to the wind. We've had 3 different players going cold to chaos. Camby's one of them, where apparently he was able to find himself a whole bunch of extra 3 costs in the mix, but it's still not going to be enough. The Zara board from Clemu still strong enough to knock him down.
And a big thing here, like we've been talking about how it's Kubixen versus the KC Cousins for the title. Clemu is only a singular point behind Cambus here, right? He's absolutely frying so far this lobby. Full on win streak, just full on vibing away here. He could potentially make his way to get closer towards Kubixen, make a claim for the title going into the final game if this current game keeps the way it is right now.
Big pickup by Enzo, finds a Lilia on the carousel. She does not have a tier though, so at the mercy of 1, surviving these next 2 fights in stage 4, his matchmaking pool will be so relevant for that, and 2, hoping to find some kind of mana regen item at the last PvE stage.
Yeah, Enzo, as we noted before, with the Titans has lost a massive amount of HP in this lobby, a 13-round loss streak, very little road left to go. Arzu in almost a similar spot, but with a lot less of a streak behind him. Double 61, of course, moving up towards the top. Maybe going to be going up against Clemu in this round. The Senna reroll. We have seen a little bit of this playing through. We have got the Ink Shadow emblem. We know this could get very big.
Very big setup here as well on the side of Clemu, right? That Galio 2 is going to be able to pull so much to load here now. Enzo has to just go all in on damage items. And speaking of all in on damage right now, looking at the Zoe free in the backline for Clemu, it's going to be a rough one for Enzo.
Looking for those resets for the Zoe. She's going to start cutting through the front line. Even with 4 Invoker, I do not think it's going to be enough soaking the shots. Enzo, we're talking about players starting to tilt. He's down to 2 HP. He's on 12 points overall. This couldn't be going worse for him.
If he wanted to come back, he had to take a high risk. Of course, risk sometimes entails consequences, and in this case for Enzo, it just did not work out. I love the idea of saying, hey, that is someone contesting me on the Kai'Sa line. I'll try and play for AP cash out instead into the Lilia, but just couldn't hit any tiers, couldn't hit the Lilias, couldn't hit the natural roll downs, even with the injection of the Tristana Gold from that 4-2 encounter. Just a really, really tragic game for Enzo. And even more so, having to sell the Annie pair here to make the Lilia.
Yeah, now
14 loss streak.
PG. Right, it's such a rough spot to be in now. You just gotta pray. He's on 7 units as well. Like this board is so imbalanced, goes directly into Arzu's upgraded Arcanist board. This is not a side you want to see.
No, the Arcanists are so strong already. In fact, we've got an Arcanist Janna in there for maximum shields and damage as well. Lilia at least is avoiding a lot of the damage so far, at least. But even if Enzo can somehow make it through this round, it doesn't feel like he's got too much left in this game. And as his front line collapses, Enzo throws his hands up in the air. This has not been his finals.
So 1 game left, but that might just have been the final nail in the coffin in terms of his aspirations to make it back to the international stage, to fight, to defend his honor, France's honor, and EMEA's honor on the big stage.
But meanwhile, something we haven't spoken about here, Dalisum looks like he's in a spot where this entire kind of situation he was like fighting himself back in towards after the previous game is kind of smoldering against his fingers right now, right? Like again, he's down to just 8 HP, free loss streak. This cash out hasn't been fruitful enough to work with.
No Udyr is the big thing, and no Galio too. We know that Clemu hit a Galio too early, taking a few of the Galios out of the pool. We don't even see a Galio pair on the bench here, so has to roll here, has to find at least one copy of Udyr, has to find potentially the Galio 2 upgrade, give him enough stability, enough time for this Kai'Sa to do her thing with the Tactician. There's the Udyr.
There we go. That's at least some kind of good news for Dalison, but yeah, currently on 16 points overall. You can see above his portrait. I don't know if this is enough to make the difference here. We've certainly praised these kind of boards here with multiple carries active. Right now, it's just the Kai'Sa and whatever disruption we can see coming in from our friend Silas and the newly minted Udyr.
Last second swap, the Aegis trying to get more attacks, but he's facing off against the Zoe, against the strongest player in the lobby. 8 win streak for Clemu. That is someone on a 3 loss streak, 8 HP, 1 life to work with for a player who needs to find a good result in this game 5 to stay in the fight in contention for those last few world spots to finish in the top 4 or the top 5. It looks like it's good enough for now. Kai'Sa putting in so much work. Zoe left alive. The Ricochet not enough, and too many targets to chew through with the trench coat spawning out so many extra Silases.
And when you look at it as well, though, it's not like going to be a bad thing for Clemu. Obviously, like losing that is obviously not going to be ideal. But when you looked at how much gold he's sitting with, he's just trying to go level 9, just cap out this board in absolutely immaculate fashion.
You get a little glimpse of Kvixen, who of course has been quietly working, where, as we noted before, returning it back to the most popular composition, Reapers, but just quietly working through the lobby. I don't believe, in fact, even contested at all, hitting up a hugely strong board for later on. Clemu, as you mentioned before, with having now spent a lot of his gold to go up to level 9, he's going to still be a major threat from the top of the lobby. Kvixen and Dalison again fighting it for his life. Cambiz is only on 14 HP.
The Accomplice gloves rolling the Zeeks, giving Kai'Sa some extra attack speed, getting that damage out a little bit earlier. Aatrox down, Galio holding the fort. Trenchcoat is going to be, I think, the difference maker here already. Almost procs, but Kai'Sa is left alive, not touched by the Lilia Orb for most of that fight. Big win for Dalison. Is it big enough to take down Cambiz? No, but he's down to just single digits HP, 1 life for the French player.
This is going to be a rough one to follow for sure. And there's Galio 2 as well.
Big.
Ooh. These comeback stories have been absolutely huge for Dalison all throughout the weekend, right? Like the fact that he makes it into the final lobby at as the last player to do so means that this guy just keeps on building this story up. He made it into the entire finals overall as the last player, right? Because of the way that Sappho winning, heading down the spot, they can win to Dalison via ladder. Like there's just so much about this story for Dalison. It's like comes up and just makes it an absolutely amazing story to tell.
Well, Cambiz, if he falls here, that's amazing news for Dalison. There are several players on very low HP. Keep your eye on Dalison on the left-hand side of the screen right now. You can see that the Silas is doing a lot of work to create space for that Kai'Sa. The defensive line is holding extremely well against Tartman right now, who's trying to punch through. You can see the Kiana is going absolutely crazy, but she doesn't quite have enough in the tank, surely. And that means Dalison gets to fight again, whereas Cambiz, I believe, eliminated as of that round.
We saw Dalison's hand gestures, asking for calm, asking his viewers to relax. He has it in the bag. He's making sure to try and navigate through this nail-biting situation. Kvixen as well, we said, had a pretty big gap, but has to try and stay consistent, has to finish in the top 4 in this game number 5. A mythic emblem up for grabs for any of our Lilia players, but I'm not sure there's any left. Cambiz and Enzo both taken down already.
Yeah, just kind of just showing that it's going to be a very, very rough one to kind of follow him again. Like this is a line that just requires so many things to fall in line, and that is just not always going to be the case. It's such an expensive composition, just so reliant on just getting fully online before it starts trucking along here. Meanwhile, Clemu just keeps on trucking at the top of the standings here after a little bit of a loss there at the start to Dalison, but Dalison does seem like he is the strongest player in the lobby, but one bad matchup, one bad fight, and it's all gonna go away.
Oh boy, yeah, finding the Zaya in the mix there. As you alluded to before, for the Spanish players, this has been their season to start taking things into serious mode, making the decision between themselves to work as a unit to get ahead. Keep an eye out on the Silas to see us to get through. The deletion, though, there is enough damage for the Kai'Sa left all on their own. We also get the last whisper onto the Zaya. Dalison has got enough punch left in the tank to rip through the board. He is staying up, and he's close, so close to top 4.
Kaisa and the Zaya both on what I would call the wrong side, but the Silas gets targeted and cleaned down before it can get too disruptive, try and maybe sneak in a kill on one of the 2 damage dealers on Dalesom's side, and the Senna could not do enough. Maybe Double starting to peter out in terms of his board strength, was very strong throughout stages 3 and 4 after hitting the Senna 3, but now might be free falling. Still a lot of HP to work with though.
Yeah, and that's a big deal, right? Because right when we're looking at the race for the top 4 in this game, Kabixen and Dalesum 15 and 8 HP, and then there is almost a 30 HP gap up to Double, and then even more to the likes of Clemu and Top Man, right? So this is just going to be such an important game. Every single fight will matter immensely.
All right, Kabixen, yeah, will hopefully hold on against the duelist board, and there the Ghost version that's on the left-hand side, continuing to fight tooth and nail. He said a massive leap up the table is required for Dalesum to come back in and even take one of the lower places. Currently, it's looking like it could be enough. We've got Kaiser a lot of time to free fire, and Double 61 takes the L. Kabixen still fighting on the other side, as we do see the 3-star Yone keeps Kabixen nice and toasty.
Not quite the fight we saw from Yone's or Kevin Parker's Yone in Las Vegas, but very, very close. The Yone clutches up for Kubikson, gets a big, big win, keeps him in the fight.
Yeah, this Lucky Gloves really putting a lot of weight here, right? In a competition like the Reapers, where you have so many different carries, being able to put a set of Lucky Gloves onto the Kindred, onto the Yone, just means you have so many more strings to play on when it comes to dishing out the damage.
Do bear in mind, of course, for anyone who's coming into us late, Kubikson is currently leading every other player in the tournament by at least 6 points. Double 61, his closest competitor right now.
We
on
find the
21
Udyr
points.
2.
Kubikson's 27.
The Zaya 2 would be so big. 2 massive upgrades still waiting on the line for Dalesom. Keeps those Wukong on the bench to try and get some slightly better odds. Finds the Udyr. Doesn't find the Zaya just yet. Could go for another Udyr item here. Potentially get an IE on the Zaya instead.
He just keeps on coming up Millhouse here for Dalesum, right? Like, he had a rough start to the day. He's really been able to kind of lock in and turn it around here towards the back half. And again, that's such an admirable skill to have as a competitive player. It's such an important thing not to get two-faced by those early results. No, you have an entire day to turn it around.
This Kiana, if she wraps, she's going to be in so much trouble. The Silas moves, allows the wrap from the Kiana. And the Kiana's going to take down the Kaisa. The positioning was not there for Dalesom. I think he really messed up by not moving the Galio forward, not blocking the path for the Kiana. It's a loss, and a deserved loss, to be honest. Dalesom mispositioned in a pivotal fight in this Game 5.
Oh boy. And of course, we've got one more game to go after this, but that could be the mistake that costs Dalesom the chance to go to Worlds. Kabixen still stay up and fighting as we have a slow and steady brawl to end us out here. Double 61, of course, with the center reroll board. Still doing very well in this lobby. 50 gold in the bank, ahead of anybody else.
And any distance a Double can put into Kabixen here is absolutely critical for the fight towards the title. Same thing goes for the likes of Clemu, obviously, right? But this is one of the things here now that if Kabixen goes out in 4th here, everything is going to be up for grabs in that final game. And again, Double just playing a very strong game plan here. Recognized his spot very early on, went for the over encumbered, got that item advantage, then went to the Jewel Lotus, and then finishing it off with the Ink Shadow Crown once he was locked in and had everything coming together.
See how he does against the Kiana board here. This time around, it doesn't look like we're going to get the wrap in the same way. The defenses are good enough to keep Doubles carries alive for a very long time. Unfortunately, on the other side, top right-hand corner, the Silas breaks through and cuts the Aurelia down, but the melee units still more than strong enough to win the job. Double takes the L. Kabixen is out in 4th. With that loss there, it does mean he becomes eminently more catchable.
And Clemu really, I think, the player that benefited the most from the Call to Chaos. I would say Cam's is 7th place was almost a guarantee because of how poor his Call to Chaos was, hitting the 3-star 3 cost and having to sell it for just its raw gold value because it just couldn't synergize with what it was trying to do with the Lilia board. In the case of Clemu, it really did work out. The extra gold allowed him to push levels. You're on level 9 now with 50 gold to work with, dominant stranglehold over the rest of this lobby, a chance to go 10 and make sure he gets a massive victory to inch him oh so closer to that #1 spot, considering Kubiksen's 4th place.
Remember, double 61 is the one most in position to try and challenge Kubix's spot at the very top. If he loses here in this round, that would be a major disaster for him, but the front line does evaporate pretty quickly. The Zoe's going to start ricocheting. She does get enough damage. Double 61 is not dead yet. He's down to 1 HP.
Very close fight there to kind of top it all off, though. But now some interesting options here being put forward now on this carousel. Trying to figure out what the right choices will be. The IE coming through here for the likes of Double. Try to boost this Ash damage just even further.
And this top 3, really bad news for Dalisum as well, because all 3 of these players were right in front of Dalisum on that pecking order to try and fight for those last world spots, even for the EMEA championship, considering Kubix's 4th place. So it's really tough here. Tardaman was only 1 point behind Clemu coming into this game. So if Tardaman wins, he ties Clemu and it gets so close at the top end, with players like Enzo and Arzu falling off just a tiny bit more.
Not ideal setup here for Todman either, right? Like having to pick up the Aurelia on the carousel, trying to get that 2-star Aurelia to really set everything up here. Has to go for the double anti-healing setup when you already have such an efficient spread of anti-heal as the Aurelia is. Getting the red buff onto Rakan, not necessarily ideal.
See how he does on the right-hand side. I believe that is the non-goes matchup. Zoe again will be looking to try and burst through target. She takes on the volleyball early on. She should start to get a lot of bounces in quickly. She completely destroys the left-hand side of the board. The weaker units there feeding the power of her spell. She's ricocheting all across the board, and it's not even close.
Double stays alive, but for how much longer? Clemu is again just looking too strong, has now spent all of his gold, has hit that last big power spike, just making sure that he doesn't give his opponents any chance to come back into the game, to find any upgrades like this Irelia 2 from Tardaman, for example, or even the projection of that Lee Sin 3 that Tardaman is trying to sneak in under the noses of both of the other French players.
It's one of those things as well, I gotta keep in mind, right? We've been spoken about this at length all throughout the weekend here. You gotta embrace the game so you can push forward, try to play for that first place. In a lobby like this, where every single decision will matter, and just like embrace your high rolls, play for them, and get everything going.
All right, Tardaman, double 61, the 2 French players of the 3 remaining in the lobby, face to face with each other. The Kiana is going to get blown up pretty quickly, I think. No, but able to get the proc off just in time. But I do not think this is the end of the line for double 61. He has found his feet here at the tail end of the lobby. Hands up the heavy loss. You can see at the top, though, Clemu on 67 HP. Tartman and double 61 on 10 HP combined.
Oh, things are coming out. It looks like under the noses is no longer the case. The other French players have noticed what Tardaman was trying to sneak in as a win condition, and Clemu especially, I think, doesn't have really much gold to work with to hold these units, but we'll be keeping an eye out now that Tardaman's on 7 Lee Sins with some gold and a few more natural shops coming in after this PV round.
You have like a duplicator could still drop at this point of the game, right? Well, obviously, it's not very likely, but you never quite know what will happen here. 20 gold to work with for Topman. Finds one more Lee Sin. No. We're almost there. That would be the ultimate way to snatch this game away from the grasp of Clemu. That's a big deal as well, right?
Yeah. Doesn't find it. Remakes the Recon, commits to the Irelia 2. He's gonna have to hope that it's big enough, but he's facing Clemu, the current win streak, or 8 win streak as well. A crazy level of dominance here from, well, all the French players, I guess.
Yes. Well, looking very, very good with the exception of Cambis and Enzo, but with having 5 French players in here, they can't all top 4, of course. The top man fighting on the left-hand side. Clemu coming in to test the might of doubles board on the right-hand side. You can see that Zoe, again, is still incredibly good at just absolutely blowing everything to pieces.
Yeah, we're kind of coming together here, right, on the left side of the screen for Totman here. So a bit of a rough one here. We do believe we're going to be losing out on double 61 now into the head-to-head situation here. Totman still trying to kind of give it all up to try to find that Lee Sin free. There's a set 2 right there, ready and available, but do you just like start sacking off your board here just to try to find that Lee Sin free? Is that your ultimate win condition here?
You have to really think, is the Irelia 2 upgrade the only difference from the last time these players fought enough to get me a win here? If not, maybe that is the case, but part of them are going to believe in Irelia, going to believe in his duelist, going to believe in Kiana, maybe trying to wrap in, sneak in, try and get a kill on the Zoe, but the Zoe is proned and ready to get a pretty massive ricochet damage onto the Kiana the moment that she kills off the first target, and that's gonna be the case now. Kiana blown up on this next Zoe ult, the kill, adding in some extra damage as well. The Zyra slowly taking down every single unit on the board, and a massive win for Clemu. Another win for the French player. Tardem in a second place, but is that enough? Clemu celebrating in a very unique style. Haven't seen that dance move before.
And of course, with this ending, with Double 61 going out in third place, that is still good news for Kubikson as the player most closely able to challenge him, reducing the amount of points, reducing the ability to catch up and fight for that first place effectively. Gentle friends, we have one more break to go. We have one more game to go before we will find ourselves our regional champion. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon with our analyst desk.
And with a very strange move, our cameras are mirrored.
It's perfect. It's all we needed. It's all we needed. We gotta celebrate the win with Clemo. You know, he's infectious, man. I'm gonna find that at the club. I've never been to a club in my life, so I mean, I feel like y'all could figure that out from knowing anything about me. But if I know anything about Clemo, it's that the man can deliver not just on victory dances, but on some AP lines, on some games this set in Inkborn Fables. He is on fire.
And I feel like this lobby is on fire too, our top 8. And this game specifically raised a couple of question marks, at least in my book. I don't know if you felt the same way, but starting us off with a bunch of people angling for those fortunes, saying, oh, you know, I would very much like to play fortune, but so do 2 other people, so I'll just not back down. Questionable.
They were all like shoving each other for the fortune and then all fell in different directions, but all of them fell on their faces. So all of them ended up with broken noses and broken placements because there's only so much you can lose if there's 2 other people who their entire being for the next several rounds is dedicated to losing. Like lemmings of TFT, they are trying to fall as hard and fast as they can. And there's only so much of a cash out you can glean from that. And then makes, not only do we start with that, not only do we start with the RNG, we end up with 3 calls to chaos immediately after, which like torpedoes some people's games. It's just such a crazy, crazy lobby, but that's what happens when we get towards these last rounds of the game. This is the penultimate game. The next one's the final, so it is all cards on the table.
It absolutely is. And you mentioned it, the call to chaos definitely causing chaos in this specific lobby right here, right now. But there is one more game for us to go through, and our standings are looking pretty close. I will say one player is already guaranteed to go to the World Championship. That is going to be Kubikson, sitting very comfortably up here. But everything else could still shake out differently. Keep in mind, it is going to be an average placement qualification in here as well, and Arzu is already guaranteed, so everything could shake out quite chaotically as we are going to be moving through this game. Now, while we're here, while we all have you here in this amazing day and moment, we do have something that we prepared for you, because with a lot of the changes in this set of TFT, there is also a change to our circuit. The name of Rising Legends is going to be retired, which also means we're crowning the last Rising Legends EMEA champion. And we prepared a video, Matt, for all of our viewers that has been there with us in the past couple of months and years to celebrate all of these great moments with you.
Everybody, welcome to TFT Rising Legends. We're getting ready for our first Golden Spatula Cup. Swear to God, it better be. Warwick's time to shine, and I could not be more excited.
The fact you did the segment, you just jinxed it. We're not going to see a single Warwick, not even in the top Siberia. It's just not even going to show up in the entire day. It has been removed from the tournament realm.
EMEA, you don't have to worry. You've got this.
It was only a very short glimpse of the journey we had yesterday.
Irelia being taken down there.
On silver action, however, it looks like it's going to be Casey double taking it. The king is back. The king of Europe, the king of EMEA.
I caster cursed it for all the non-French players. It might have been true, right? You never know the true motives, chat.
TFT Rising Legends is back, baby! Welcome back, everyone. We're here for our first Golden Spatula Cup of Set 7. Yes! He lives!
Hello everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda from the Rising Legends broadcast team, and we are here in Team-Fighting Tactics with one of the top German players. Mate, are you ready for regional final?
Wow! Saya trying to fire away against the might of Deja, but she takes it!
This is
one more hit! No! Selby!
All off skin.
That's what it is.
That would be great.
And we're here in beautiful, sunny Alicante for the Rising Legends finals. So good to be here. So good to be able to reach out, touch you in person. There we go.
My mom asks every day, did you play well today? And
the Are You Winning son personified.
Feel like we are in good hands for this year. Cambiz, Hayden, Enzo, Ging as well.
It's lit a small candle to honor the players of ours that left us. All of our friends that we've seen before, lost like leaves on the wind.
Anyways,
Nico will have nothing to hold back on here, and the Soraka actually will do it! She will do it! Whenever I asked them, like, hey, what inspired you to play, or how did you get in TFT esports, the answer is always like, I watched Dark Hydra when I started. Now, you're welcome. I'm sorry, I'm fangirl.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to a Golden Spatula Cup.
I am so thrilled to be able to introduce you all to Raiko Mastery.
He's just absolutely getting annihilated.
Salvi, herzlichen Glückwunsch. How are you doing?
Dude, I'm doing amazing. I honestly can't believe it, but yeah, finally made it to Worlds after so many tries.
Welcome back to yet another Golden Spatula Cup in the new set Inkborn Fables.
Going to the defense, Caitlyn, one more ultimate into the backline. It's blocked. Azir doesn't get the ultimate. Safo is your Golden Spatula Cup 3 champion.
Gentlemen, memories. Now they've all gone past, and we're heading towards making what could be a massive, or what will be a massive memory for one of our players coming up. We seem to have all the pieces together. It seems to be they're all set for Kubikson to take his crown, but it's not a certain thing.
So much at stake for the culmination of this set in our region, but also the continuation of next weekend. Who the representatives will be to represent EMEA in Tacticians Crowns to fight for the honor of our region one more time.
And just so excited to get this final game on the road. So many small things to keep in mind here. Kubikson looks almost as good as locked in for the title, but again, double Klemu made strong claims to be able to be within striking distance of the young Polish player before we will be getting into our final game.
You can see that while Kubikson is still ahead of the pack by 5 points, that does make him catchable. I think a lot of our players here will be hoping that they'll see Kubikson go out early.
And once again, 2 more clusters of competition leading into this game number 6. The fight for EMEA champion Kubikson, Double 61, and Klemu, and the fight for the potentially 4th world slot between Tardeman, Cambiz, and Lalesom. Lalesom has to continue the heroics. Obviously, his mental state after the mispositioning and that eventual 5th place in Game 5, he has to bounce back from that and try and fight. And for Cambiz, similar case scenario. The last 2 games, I think he low-rolled to some extent in terms of his augment, in terms of the portals that were offered to him, in terms of the Sentinel we saw in that game number 4, for example. So some of these players really have to bounce back mentally, and the portal could really affect that as well.
A lot of people be like, you know what, we want free cost champions. I'll be like, what, don't we just like 1 component anvils instead? You know, like, I mean, you get a lot of agency from having access to the early anvils, but we see here, we know why Enzo wants the Radiant Blessing. He needs a massive first place to potentially put him back into contention for the AVP spot, but he is all alone on that mission, and it's going to be a free cost champion to kind of start off this final game.
Zoe or Tristana could be pretty massive in terms of finding the early fortune for players like Daleson, for players who are aware they need to have a pretty big high-risk, high-reward game plan for this Game 6.
All right, gentle viewers, we are started here in our final game of the final Rising Legends EMEA Regional Finals. We're taking a look on the right-hand side to see if any of our players have found anything they're looking for. It looks like we've got some more unusual picks creeping in here.
I just think it's kind of funny to see that Double and Cambiz got the same free cost, by the way. Like, both of them got Bard offered here. And also, David, right, we don't know what the opening augment here will be, but if the Portable Forge opens up here, we could see a Wits End Bard finally take center stage here in the final game of the Rising Legends Finals.
You could maybe even see for the first time today a hero augment like Story Champion if we finally get a gold opener. 4-2-1, maybe even Kabuko's Lucky Pause, and Kubikson would be one that is currently, fingers crossed, hoping for gold augments, because already has the Garen 2, has a great setup with the early Amumu from the Orb for the 2 Warden as well.
All right, do bear in mind again, Kubikson with the 5-point lead will be able to not win this lobby and still win the EMEA regional title. As you guys said, we are very much looking and waiting for these first augments to come in to see what kind of direction Kubikson is going to be going this game, because around him, the rest of the lobby revolves.
And it will be the gold augments here. So hero augments, they are on offer. Enzo instantly going for the likes of the Metabolic Accelerator, has a clear game plan off the loss streak, needs to find a fortune to get rolling.
But you can do it. Just roll these 2 augments, close your eyes, and hope for the champion that you can become. You can actually cosplay Garen but no, gonna go for Portable Forge instead.
Also worth noting here, Enzo actually already has the Fortune online. Zoe, Tristana, and Kabuko already present on the board here, so that's going to be something we got to keep our eyes on all throughout this game.
Wow, with the Metabolic Accelerator, as you said before as well, Double 61 with the Story Weaver. I want to keep an eye out for what Tottenham's ended up going with the Wandering Trainer as well. We know there's a lot of variability there. That, in fact, for Tottenham will be a second Story Weaver emblem in the lobby as well as a Sniper emblem.
Enzo has to pick up one of the upgrades on the scroll. Has already a Last Whisper potentially slammable on the side there. So I have to imagine he will be playing the more traditional Fortune into Kaisa to try and find a first place in this Game 6.
Right, taking a look around the rest of the lobby, you can see Akamo is going to put down a little bit of a stake on the Reaper side of things with the Idealism coming in. Delasom going for the buried treasures again. I think it was very well laid out before with our two different sort of scenarios taking place here. Battling for champion, battling to get to the first ever Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown. Tottenham with the Sniper setup here, looks like he's going to be leaning more on the Sniper side of things than the Story Weaver to start off with.
A little bit too much DPS, it seems like, for this current setup. You want to fit in the Caitlyn too, of course. She's just so great at killing off units. Winning rounds, yes, but also just making sure if you do lose a round, you preserve a lot of your HP. For Tardemon, he's one of the players coming to the day 3 that played the most snipers, so overall should be in his comfort lane. But the Story Weaver combination with the sniper is a little bit awkward, I'll say.
And we do see something that Delsum has been doing. You talked about this earlier on, that the Spanish players in general, Giosco, etc., has been doing this, but the full-on open fort here, this could potentially absolutely end up griefing whatever game plan Enzo has been working with.
Yeah, it's very hard to get your fortune online when someone's willing to run absolutely nothing. But again, Delsum is in the lower end of our players who need the big win here, so it does make sense for extreme measures to be taken. So guys, from the Kabixen side of things, again, this is the big story of the lobby. Potential going to be our second ever Polish EMEA champion. Based on this start, how confident are you feeling in him being able to get at least the solid finish he needs to get up and become champion?
At the very least, I know he won't be dizzy, because this looks to me like he's going to try angle towards Kaisa trick shots. And certain Polish players, like Galush for example, even went as far as calling Kubikson a one-trick, saying that he was only playing Kaisa trick shot at the start of the ladder, at the start of the set. He got to rank 1 only because of this comp. So if he goes down that line, at the very least, he'll be comfortable on it. The game plan will be very similar to what we saw from Dalesom. Trenchcoat on Silas, buying time for Timo and Kaisa to do their thing. Of course, we're still in stage 2. There's a whole nother level to get to that stage 4, especially when Enzo might be contesting that Kaisa line as well.
Yeah, but again, it makes a lot of sense. You see the red Kale already being the choice here, so I definitely do think that's going to be a rough one to kind of keep in mind here. I do like what Delsum's kind of cooking up here as well. Like, goes for the bird treasures, an augment that you normally kind of expect to be very heavy on the tempo side of things. You get those extra items to start slamming for tempo, but for Delsum, who's going to be able to make a big comeback, he's going to be able to just kind of alleviate that power, be able to make better items, where he's going to have more options and then go for that big return play.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Delsum has got for us here, trying to get to the Tactician's crown, that World Championship, which no Spanish player has managed to do before, so needs those big swings. For now, it looks like Enzo has managed to avoid Delsum and his open fort, but I have to wonder how long this can carry on for.
What a setup from Enzo there. Fortune online, 40 gold, metabolic. Really a crazy setup for what could be the most high-risk, high-reward game we've seen all tournament long. Where it matters most for Enzo, as you mentioned, Wida, playing mostly for AVP and not so much for the standings, considering he's so far behind everyone else.
Yeah, but the real big tester here is gonna be if we see an empty board on the opposite side of the field. We do not. We do see Kabixen, we were talking about before, back on his comfort line of playing from ahead.
Well, as you guys were talking about before, Kabixen, who only needs a good finish in this lobby, certainly in the right position to make sure it happens, getting the early streak in, and of course, the potential to build towards that trick shot board. One of the boards most able to hand out a high-powered win. Of course, for merely his pride, he'd love to be able to end out this lobby with the win to take home the EMEA Championship. He just doesn't need to.
Oh, I like this potentially as well from Enzo here, not chancing the fight against Dalisum here, right? Like, again, being able to kind of move other things onto the board, not having to sell off his fortune. Absolutely strong heads-up play here from the French player, knowing that there's just too much that rests him potentially hitting Dalisum.
And you might consider it not to really matter too much, because if two players are playing Fortune, you might just hit Dalisum on your 6th fight or 7th fight anyway. But because Dalisum is open forwarding and not really playing for a Fortune streak, he might just play an actual board and stage streak regardless.
And Dalisum's definitely started to put some few more units in the mix here, as Arzu on 17 points, our Tunisian player. Of course, with the pressure off in his finals with his already guaranteed spot, could pretty much play whatever he likes. Looking like his board is going to be good enough to start handing out some L's though, even if he doesn't have to win the lobby at all.
Would have been really big there for Enzo as well to kill yet another unit, right? Really just getting himself an extra free turn off the Metabolic Accelerator, but still his spot is absolutely amazing. 5 loss can now refit the Fortune onto the board stage. 79 HP here. Has a great set of items here on the Dalisum side of things. Like, also going to be leading in towards one of those Kaiser AD lines. But again, as you're talking about, David, it's a game within the game.
And the juxtaposition of both spots from Enzo and Dalisum, Enzo, much better spot. More HP, preserve more HP while playing Fortune, has the Fortune projection going into stage 3 and stage 4. Dalisum, meanwhile, just fully open forwarded, and it might be going into 3-way contest with Enzo and Kubikson for the Kaisa line. So it's going to look really tough. The stage 4 roll down might decide a lot of the outcomes in this game.
Glad to see Enzo definitely back in the saddle. You're seeing the frustration coming through across his camera. Kubikson, though, managing to maintain his streak all the way through stage 2. Our two lost streakers, Enzo and Dalisum, both avoiding each other, but so far so good for the game plan of Kubikson.
Just looking at this here as well, right? Again, we see this as such a clear lean, and the win streak is just such a strong part of this as well, right? And again, this Amumu is such a great placeholder for the Suspicious Trenchcoat. Gets those free Amumus out there. They continuously healing with the use of the ability now. Clemu also up there on a fall win at the moment. Such a big fight in terms of the overall lobby tempo.
This is an insane spot from Kubikson. Amumu 2, Stoneplate, the Trenchcoat popping, the Sunfire providing so much anti-heal, the 5 win streak as well. And I mean, wow. Kubikson is, I think, the player to beat coming throughout the most of this next stage 3.
Having the Syndra this early on and beating out a player who's a level above you as well, astonishing stuff. But having the Syndra so early on, also with the Orm on bench as well, second Orm coming in, should start to see these strategies narrowing down.
Oh, goes for the Raining Gold. He goes for Raining Gold here. I was looking for the Unify Resistant there just for a second, right? Just to buy time for some of these units. But the Raining Gold, as we've been talking about over and over again, is actually in a very good spot when you already have a board that's established. You can kind of just like keep that streak going and build that economy and then go for those huge capped out boards we've seen so many of over the course of the weekend.
Ambis commits to Reapers. The Mu commits to the Duelist. Tardaman was already on Snipers, so finds the perfect synergy with his second augment as well. Enzo with 2 health, going to try and find value with the extra HP from the 2 cost in the Kaisa comp. And Dalisum on Crown Guarded, just trying to buy maybe some more tempo now after losing so much HP in stage 2.
At least he's ended up with very good items as a result of all of this. We'll be going up against Tardaman, of course, with the Wandering Trainers, the Sniper, and the Long Shot being picked up here as well. So Tardaman on 24 points still needs a good finish, and certainly we've seen the Sniper Warden composition be more than capable of delivering these solid finishes when it's needed.
This is a key matchup here. We get some words from all the mathematical geniuses in the backstages. Dalisum can still make it to Worlds, yes, but he needs to go first. Tardaman, who we just faced, needs to go exactly 8th. And Cambids needs to do well enough to take one of the just natural top 4 spots from finishing in the top 4 in the standings, so that Dalisum will take the AVP spot. Very unlikely, but you know, I have my biases, so I will continue to believe throughout these next few stages.
Also, I want to speak on something that's very unlucky that you also saw, and so it's obviously a very physical play in terms of his reactions right there. Getting the 1 on the Fortune roll there, absolutely unlucky, because there's a real chance now that if he gets like a 6 in the next one, he just has to take the cash out now. On free 5, he might not want to risk going that deep into stage 4, because at that point then he will lose out on the roll down timings.
this setup already
Fortune
from
Tsunami.
Arzu.
It's a bigger part of this game than it was the previous one. Yeah, we'll see. So Arzu, for a little while, has been building up more in the AP kind of direction without too much of a commit either way. See the Loon doing a good job of item carrying for the time being, but Arzu's still a way off from what I presume he's looking for longer term. We have not got a ton of mythic attention in the lobby so far.
One of the dicier, riskier things about that mythic line is surviving this mid-game before you get to that strong board with enough economy to actually roll for all those upgrades. Key carousel coming in here. Dalesum immediately goes for the Galio. He needs to find that Galio 2 somewhere in stage 4 to stabilize if he finds a Kaisa. Cambis, who's on Reapers, says, thank you very much. I will actually take this Kane with the glove. How did you know?
Also, I feel like with Enzo now going for that Annie here, the 5 Fortune might be coming into play now. Opening up the avenue for him to go deeper with the additional HP from the Metabolic Accelerator and from the 5 Fortune potentially coming into the mix here. So that's another line for Enzo to look in for here. Rolls to 5 now, as we were talking about. And that was
Metabolic, though.
Yeah, but again, the issue is not the HP here, in my opinion, right? The issue is he's in a freeway contest. His roll timings will be utterly off compared to the likes of Kubix and to the likes of Dalsum that can freely roll down on 4-1, 4-2 and might get out under him.
Well, Enzo's certainly the one who's got the massive loss streak in place. But as you say, hope for the chance to double down on that healing and make things last a whole ton longer. Cambis on the other side, one of the Reaper boards, the Grim Harvest, being locked down to make sure they've got the longer term power. And here, up against Dallas, of course, you said, the smallest of winners' opportunity for a Spanish player to get in after what has been a rough final day. Dallas takes the L there. Drops below 50 and could be in some serious trouble already.
And the Kane already proving to be so impactful off of that carousel pickup for Cambis. Clears all of Dalesum's board, who was trying to fit in a way to get min-max a few extra copies of Teemo potentially going to stage 4. Gonna have to think about how can I play Kaisa without Fortune? How can I make this comp strong enough? You have to be thinking about the cherries on top of adding a Teemo 3 to the mix as well, potentially.
Yeah, another interesting thing I want to highlight here again is we are just kind of diverging down the Kaiser line, right? Kubixen at the top of the standings here. He's full on win streaking, but a very big thing to keep in mind, he has 0 offensive components committed right now. He only has the 3 tank items on the Amumu, and obviously the 5-story with the Kale doing a lot of the pulling here. Has an 2 as well to build on, so the road is still wide open for Kubixen to go into a different line that isn't contested like the Kaiser line will be.
Yes, those tank items are always wonderfully flexible, as Cambis will take a convincing looking at win there. But I'm with you, Kubixen, you're riding high through this lobby so far, looking incredibly good. The Annie doing a good amount of work on the front line as well. We will see Kubixen, the heir apparent to the throne of EMEA, goes 2 full stages without taking a single loss.
Is it surprising? He had an Amumu 2 with great items and an artifact that started stage 3. Somehow has an Annie tool all of a sudden as well. Everything going his way to not just becoming a champion, but to do it in a dominating style.
Absolutely, everything coming up Millhouse. Now, again, the clock that we are all going to be looking out for here is that Enzo will be cashing out on the opposite side of the stage 4 carousel. Such a critical turn to kind of operate on. Notice that the entire lobby now is being put onto a timer, but with just 39 HP, and you will only get 6 extra HP in the meantime from the likes of that Metabolic Accelerator here. Has had to go in with a transitional board here, go into a weaker setup around the 5 Fortune. Hope that he won't take a loss to any single board in the process, just to try to save his HP.
Dallas on even lower HP. He doesn't have the Fortune or the Metabolic Accelerator to keep him afloat, but he has found a way early. We might be much more comfortable had he got the HP to back this one up. He goes up against Arzu, who's starting to materialize more of the board he's putting together. Dalison wants to take the L here, just not too harshly.
And both Dalesum and Enzo felt the pressure that was exerted from the other contester and forced to roll on 4-1 despite it being suboptimal for leveling to 8 and for just having less rolled gold to guarantee the Galio 2 and the Kaisa 2, which is why we're seeing Dalesum trying to min-max with the Hui. He needs to find one more Kaisa copy naturally to have her be copied when the Hui procs on the 4 costs.
Lucky ricochet, though. That's going to be a huge increase, and snap picked away here. Enzo going for the Martyr. Meanwhile, we see other stuff coming through now. But as you talk about everything coming up, pretty much Millhouse again. The Silas lacking here will be an issue, especially when you look at it towards the top end of the standings here. Quebecson just goes with a strong combat augment to boot.
Yeah, just needs a little bit more punch. Is still undefeated here, as Taliman does manage to get hold of and activate the Fated board. So we've got ourselves at least a decent setup here. If you remember, Taliman on 24 points needs a strong finish here to guarantee his
Ash whatsoever
forwards. Yeah, we're one short of the 6th sniper.
This is really grim for Tardaman. The long shot's going to take a long time to proc. No pun intended there. Sniper's focus going to come in maybe too late to be too impactful.
He's such a rough spot to be in, right? Yes, sure, the box here will trigger and will drop some items across the front line, but this Kiana 2 is going to be such a big threat, and even then, just the unupgraded duelist going into the backline instead here. The good thing for Tom is he has a little bit of an HP buffer to work with, but you know that you have players like Dallasum, you have players like Enzo at the bottom of the standings right now that will just be able to make that charge up towards the high end of the lobby. If you're not maxing out, you're going to be in a rough spot.
You can see that our players have been spending aggressively. Only Enzo really holding on to the cash. Quebecson towards the top, but everybody else down to single digits and minor streaks as well. Starting to see a lot of players struggling economically. Arzu will be moving into 6 Umbral. Not something we've seen a lot at all, but will be Exalted as well, importantly.
Arzu has been playing for Exalted very often across today. I was going to say the asymmetrical effect of this encounter on the Umbral player, but Arzu decided, no matter. I'll just fit in 6 Umbral, make my entire board Umbral instead to not lose any value from the Yasuo HP.
Meanwhile here, very important leaf being turned over for Enzo. Also is going to get the priority on the carousel, but he's facing down one of the boogeymen here in Dallasum. A good loss here for Enzo. Could be absolutely game warping.
How harsh is the loss going to be, though? Enzo has at least reinforced a little bit more. At least we've got the Kaiser to potentially delete a couple of units. We are healing a ton of HP per round thanks to double dipping it into Fortune and Metabolic Accelerator, but Enzo drops down to 8. He's going to need all the healing he can get as the cash out is coming.
But we'll get carousel priority here as well. There, right? A Kaiser, a Silas, and a carousel here would be absolutely immense, but none of those are going to show up.
Enzo picks up the Crown Guard, a last little bit of item to find some time, to buy some time for his comm to get together. But really, all eyes on Enzo, all pressure on Enzo, potentially one of the most important single rounds of TFT in his career up until now. Needs to cash out, needs to roll down, needs to find the last upgrade he needs to assemble this board. And Dallasum, meanwhile, maybe gonna go and visit his board, distract him with his little legend. He needs Enzo to get taken down so the Kaisers come back into the pool.
That'll be absolutely huge. Let's see what the cash out is.
109 cash. That's a 2-star set. I guess that's something to work with here. The Radiant Bloodthirster, not necessarily ideal, but also, again, just an immense amount of... But at least it provides some fun. It's not ideal. It's not what you're looking for. And there's no access to that Kaiser 2. So many of the copies already taken out of the pool, though. But this Bruiser's frontline will stand tall for a second here. Might be enough to hold the line. But with just the Kaiser 1 here, no 4 trickshot, no Cyan over. That's just nothing here. This might just be the end of the road.
He wanted gold. He needed gold.
Beef. But I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Camus over the other side with the duelist board should be able to access all areas. The right-hand flank is starting to collapse a little bit. At least the 2-star on the set means he punches through pretty damn hard. But he hasn't the chance to scale as of yet. The Kiana is going berserk. The Kaiser on the backside drops down. And it's all going to be down to whether or not we can see the volley bear punch through. No. It looks like there's just enough left in the tank, surely.
Don't do him like this. He's on 10 HP.
No.
He's on 10 HP. He should be fine.
But this is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination here for the French player. He put EMEA back on the map in Monsters Attack this time around. He is struggling to make it out. It does seem like he has had a rough go at it all throughout today. He has had some games that just not fallen in line the way he would want them to. Yet another situation where this will be the case.
And I think if you're Enzo, you just have to laugh. The outcome of these last few games, the low rolls are just so immense. And this is one of the problems with the 5 dice on the fortune, you go into the next threshold and you open up the possibility of finding the set as a cash out, which is just so terrible for what he needed.
He's got to hold on. At least we do see the set is fully itemized now. Has a Tattoo of Force as well to make sure that he can make a bigger impact. But yeah, the backline damage for Enzo is just not there at all. The set is going to need to do work, and he will get into Topman's backline. Unfortunately, steps away from the snipers before he can get the last job in. Another ult means that he's, I think, just a little too hard to put down. He's getting healed up, and that means Enzo gets to survive another round as Dalasom drops down to 11 HP.
Bit of a fake win for Enzo. I think Tournament right now, one of the weaker players in the lobby. We mentioned before, long shot hasn't procced in time. He didn't find an Ash. He just couldn't really get the right setup with his augment combinations.
Really tough spot to be in for these bottom 3 players right now. And as you can see, there's still 5 Kaisers left in the pool to really work with, but that might not...
For Dalasom to make it, he actually needs Tournament to go 8th. So Dalasom is hoping Enzo stays alive, but just for enough time.
It's all coming together here. But again, like, it's such a weird thing that you can't necessarily think about that when you're playing a game. You just have to keep your head down, play your own game here. 40 gold and a dream. The first Kaiser shows up now. One more copy could change everything. The Sire turns up as well. Ooh. That is going to be a nice additional boost to the damage when we see the 8 duels come online on the likes of Clemu.
Yeah, Clemu, 91 gold in the bank. Camby's up ahead with the win as well. Kabixon has started to slip a little bit down the table with Simon Clemu having the big old duelist 8 board. Double funding the upgrade. Dalasom still holding on by a thread. Will not be playing against Enzo in this round, but instead against Tottenham. As you said, this might be one of the softer matchups that Dalasom could still potentially win.
The long shot has proc though. The Ash has been found, so Tournament found the last missing pieces he needed to at least have some kind of competitive contest on the rest of the players in this lobby. Will it be enough to take down Dalasom? Kaisa down to so little HP, but she stays alive for the last cast. Dalasom stays alive in the game. And Enzo looks like he also will set, doing enough here, buying enough time with the Radiant BT and a Tattoo of Force especially.
Another thing to keep in mind here, right? The metabolic accelerator, if Enzo keeps on winning here, might push him into a spot where he will be able... the gold lacking is actually huge. But as I was saying, like, the metabolic accelerator here might push Enzo into a 2-life situation at some point. Obviously, will need, like, to win out the stage 5 here, but might be able to tank another loss at some point in the future. Kabixon also kind of struggling now with the 2 players kind of contesting, going in towards this line that he was planning out from the start of the game.
We are in the last game of a grand final for last ever Rising Legends EMEA regional finals. Of course, there will be regional finals to come, but they will not be Rising Legends. Keep our eye on the right-hand side of the screen. Tottenham trying desperately to keep alive with those snipers, but the front line collapses immediately on the left-hand side. Dalasom, the Kaiser surviving to the tail end of the round. One more ult won't quite cut through. And Dalasom, the disappointment just absolutely eking through. It was a very narrow window for him to climb through, and it's just snapped shut on his fingers.
Suddenly, Enzo, with his fortune cash out, is back in the competition. If he can go for a crazy result, maybe off of AVP can make it. The 2 other AVP contesters, Dalasom and Tournament, have been taken out in 8th and 7th place.
Yeah, meanwhile, Double now having a rough go at it. 6 losses in a row here, and that is going to be music to the ears of Kabixon. 1 less player in striking distance in this final game. So a lot of things to kind of keep in mind here that we need to pay attention to. Kabixon finds Lilia 2, goes back to the old tried and tested line, but the lack of any mana regeneration here will really hurt his damage output.
A double 61 on the brink of annihilation here. We can see the fully upgraded Kale is a monster to rip through, and this time he fights back from the brink again. Enzo still fighting in this round. The 2 players on a single life remaining. Remember, Enzo with the cash out from before, trying to make the best use out of the set, and it's so far seeming to be doing enough.
Story we went with him here on the offer as well, David, right? On an Irelia nonetheless here, Double on the wrong side of the field, but I don't necessarily know how interested Enzo will be in that Irelia at the moment.
What a pickup. Mortdog's blessing on this carousel for who I would consider EMEA's golden child, double 61. Trying to mount an epic comeback, but it really relies on Kubikson continuing this loss streak. It's a 3 loss for now. Momentum not in his favor.
Oh boy, yeah, as you said, for double, certainly the player that so many people look at has been denied repeatedly in previous regionals to even get to the top 8 at all. He's hungry to get back on that world stage. Arzu, though, of course, with a guaranteed spot here to play spoiler as much as possible, has the 3-star Elune in place and has even a set of his own, the 3-star Yorick in place. He is looking titanic.
Wait a minute. Where did this come from? Nautilus 3 is being cooked up. Kubikson is trying to not make any noise, let everyone else battle it out, and potentially going to take the win if he finds the Nautilus 3 upgrade. Look, he's starting to smirk now. He knows he's onto something.
Okay, someone like Enter, that'd be absolutely horrible. Again, like you're trying to win out, and then all of a sudden the Nautilus 3 comes out of nowhere.
I mean, this has been Kubikson's trademark, hasn't it? This the quiet smile as everything starts coming together. It has been a hell of a scene for the Polish teams, and Double 61 is eliminated in 6th place. Not at all what he was hoping for.
It's now only really down to Clemu and Cambis to try and contest Kubikson on the win, but I think Kubikson, even with a 4th place or a 5th, would be enough already with the gap he had in the points coming into this game 6.
Just looking at this right now, it is definitely a spot where he will take a little bit of HP, like take a little bit of damage in the meteor. Right? And again, there's some people that might be able to kind of cap around that and then find a cheeky loss around that 3-star frontline while annihilating the backline. So it is not necessarily going to be a one-way ticket to the victory. Meanwhile, Enzo sitting on so much gold to work with right now. If he attacks, I'm about to say Kubikson, but he attacks a ghost instead.
No, won't get a chance to make the influence he wants to. Up on the side, of course, we're going to see if there's enough power. We've criticized before, Lilia not on the 3 items. She has finally reached it there, but we have got the Elune, who should be hitting like a truck. The mythic Silas splitting himself into 3, creating a whole lot of heap of damage to get past. The Elune is starting to get aggressive onto, but the Silas is still up and fighting. There's not enough single target damage. Kubikson goes down to, I think, maybe barely ahead of a single life.
Kubikson just needs to buy time. He just needs that one last print from the Hui to get this Nautilus 3 to almost secure and guarantee the victory in this game 6 as well, to just continue to prove his dominance in set 11 Inkborn Fables.
It's a taking bomb here on the entirety of the lobby. Meanwhile, Asu also finding some last game redemption. One of the players that kind of only had the fingers, only had the title to play for, was guaranteed a spot at the championship already. But now, level 9 roll down coming from Kubikson. The sooner he can hit the likes of that Nautilus, the better. But it's not coming up now. We'll have to wait for the natural progression of the artist ability to trigger. Meanwhile, Enzo also trying to roll as much as he can, trying to figure out if there's any way for him to make this board even better.
Putting a little bit more power in it to our friend Azien, a little bit of careful positioning. The Silas has been doing a tremendous amount of work, but he's not fully mythic as of yet. Kubikson just needs a little bit more time to work with. Up against the duelist board, at least Lilia is as far away as she can be from peril.
Eyes on the Silas, the trench coat split, gonna buy so much time for Lilia and the Azir 2 now to do their thing. It's down to the Lee Sin, but he's surrounded, he's all by himself. It just seems like there's no board that can really fight toe-to-toe with the comp that I think has dominated all throughout today. Lilia, if you reach this current state, if you have the potential for a Nautilus 3 especially, you are almost unbeatable in stage 6.
And Asu getting ever so close to elimination here. We can also see now that we are ever so close to that final print there. The 3 little dots mean that we are gonna see it on the next stage here. So if someone is able to take down Kubikson, it will be an absolutely huge bonus for the rest of the lobby. If not, he's gonna be primed for the onslaught.
Azu holding on by a thread. Of course, Kubikson looking to try and take home the championship for certain here. Cambiz up against Arzu in this round. The Elune, and we've also got the Umbral Emblem on our friend Aurelia from before. Most of the action happening on the right-hand side of your screen. You see that it's going to get very tight towards the middle. The Silas staying up for an extraordinarily long time. His Cambiz takes the hit directly to the face. One of those players who was trying to catch up on Kubikson.
Kubikson is going to be taking a loss here. It looks like, how big is the loss? Is it big enough? It is. Kubikson taken down in 5th place. Cambis takes the top 4. Arzu, Clemu, and Enzo. And Enzo, despite the unflattering cash out, the sets, not enough gold to find the Kai'Sa 2, having to pivot off the traditional Kai'Sa trick shots line, is on an 8-win streak and looking to dominate this game 6.
Really a cash out here that's really proven Enzo's mettle as a player, right? Just the ability to kind of take it and run with it, then transition over to this. Did find that Udyr as well, which really tied this entire board together. Just got everything lined up and primed and ready to go here. But now this fight against Arzu, ever so important.
Oh boy. Yeah, Enzo keeping himself up and fighting here. You can see the punch through on the right hand side is very good. As we'll come into next round, we do have an important announcement to deliver. As you see, Enzo stays alive, will keep himself up and fighting, but as a result of the previous rounds, as the elimination comes in, we can confirm Kubikson, even with a 5th place in this game, has become a EMEA champion. It's all over. Our players know they don't need anything more. We had Zabroyson before as a GSC champion. We had Lelouch as regional champion. Now we have both in a one person, not in Poppy, but in Kubikson.
And Kubikson, much deserved. As I mentioned before, he's dominated throughout every single part of the competition. On ladder at the very beginning, the ladder race to even make it to Master, to Grandmaster, to Challenger. He was there in the Wild Rumble ladder race, carried that through into a rank 1 dominance throughout the first half of the set. GSC, so consistent, making it to day 3 so often, close to even winning it all back then. And now, day 2, 38 points to barely come into this day 3, and today dominated the field.
A tale of a player that has so many near misses in regional level competitions until his GSC win, the last that you're talking about. He was missing out on every single tiebreaker. Well, today there is no tiebreaker he can lose. He's a dominant champion.
Having the double 61 moment, as you said, Kubikson gets his moment in the sun. Of course, we need to have a little word with him and hear how it all went down. So we'll be having ourselves a short break. When we return, our analyst desk will be back, hopefully with Kubikson live and ready to tell you exactly how it feels to be a EMEA champion for the first time.
Welcome back after that grand finale of our EMEA finals here. And I will tell you, we're going to need a couple more seconds to crunch the numbers and make sure it's all in order. But we're going to use that time to talk about that final game and the way Enzo propelled himself to that first place, Matt.
Dude, what a final it was. This is the exact setup you should have for this post-game screen. Thank you, production, for knowing what's up. Listen, this was such a difficult game for Enzo. 5 fortune, metabolic accelerator, you're looking for trick shot 10 times out of 10. Gets the cash out, comes out with a set 2, Radiant Bloodthirster, and 2 training dummies. We in the back room were like, he might be cooked. And then I was like, wait up. If he survives this round, he's going to get 16% AD every single round from pumping those dummies. And Enzo starts working around it, fits in the umbral, makes sure that the set has the positioning, and suddenly, from out of nowhere with a steel chair comes Enzo's set, just ulting into the backline. And what we missed on screen, and I'm really sad about it, I'm going to go back into the VOD later, there was that massive Nautilus that got pushed into the board for Kvixen. So just a really, really cool game from Enzo that I am very glad was our last game. Great capstone.
Absolutely true, but if I can be honest here, the moment I saw a Volibear 2 without items just dumpster the newly upgraded board from Enzo, I was terrified, let me tell you that. It was a stressful moment to watch and witness. But of course, not the only thing that was happening in this game here. We did see a little bit of a contest going on some Story Weaver lines between some players. And I don't think Double 61 was too happy about that.
No, it was really tough for him because he comes out, he gets the Story Weaver quest, already seemingly had selected the red Kale. Traditionally, we're going to see either green or blue if you go for the vertical Story Weaver, and was in fact able to find 7 Story Weaver, but by that time he'd been denied for so long. All he had was the Aurelia 1 with Infinity Edge, and you're seeing the board on the screen. It just was not strong enough, especially against Kvixen's board. And you can see why he's smiling, Makes, because him beating Double 61 means that he was the champion. From that very moment, he knew he was locked for the regional champ. So smiling throughout the entire tournament, but especially this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll need to ask him what the secret is for that, because it's the Kvixen classic. Like every single time I see player cams on Kubi, he's just all smiles, he's vibes, he's chilling. Even if he's losing, this guy has a smile on his face. So there must be some really solid mental that he abides by that I think we can all learn something from.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I need to get a book from him, like sort of like a self-help book, kind of like any kind of philosophy book coming out from Kvixen. I'm the first in line. I'm going to the book signing because we have seen how easy it is, in these high stakes situations. The players that we don't normally see emoting even are just like absolutely heartbreaking reactions. But Kvixen, regardless of what's going on, has at least a little smirk. And I'd love to know the secret because him staying cool has been the key to his success so many times.
It absolutely has been. And while I'm being ganked by my cat, we do have our standings ready to show you guys right here and right now. Of course, we already had 3 players qualify to the World Championship on the back of qualifier points yesterday. But once more, locking themselves in here, Kvixen as your Rising Legends EMEA champion, followed by Clamu and Double 61 and Canvas here. And we're also happy to report that Tartman is going to be taking the placement of average placement in today's tournament. Matt, that means Carmine Corp has 3 players at the World Championship.
Yeah, and I am so elated that it is these 3 players. Of course, Wet Jungler, our strongest representative of EMEA ever since Double 61 took the championship back in Galaxies. And Double and Canvas, Carmine Corp players since the start, these cousins who have practiced together, trained together, have found these incredible peaks of play at different times, finally coinciding for their first championship together with their new teammate Wet Jungler. You couldn't write anything better, Makes.
It's amazing, but what else is amazing? That we have the man himself here with us, Kubikson, your EMEA champion. Congratulations! How are you feeling?
Oh, thanks. That feels amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
During the game, I think it wasn't this one, but one of the previous ones, when you won, I'm pretty sure you were shouting Polska Górom. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe, probably yes.
It was in a fugue state. The Polska Górom just took over his body.
Yeah.
It had to leave at some point, of course. Kubikson, I think I want to start, because eventually I do want to learn your philosophy and write it down so that whenever I'm upset or stressed, I can figure out how to still be smiling. But first I want to ask you, you started out very young, entering competitive in Poland. You were able to take home a cup there, and then Golden Spatula Cup 3 in Runeterra Reforged, and now this EMEA championship. Like, what has been the secret to your continued growth? You have just gone from strength to strength to strength, and now to regional champion.
I mean, from the start, I knew that mental is the key to success. So I just focus on this the most. And yeah, I'm just not trying to tilt or something. Sometimes it's hard, but I'm trying to do it. So yeah, that's the key.
But talk to us a little bit, if you're willing to, on how you do it, because it's so hard when you have these bad games to kind of stay solid on your mental approach. So what do you tell yourself in those moments?
I mean, I just want to have fun in game. I love to play TFT, so that's all. I just love playing it, and it's pop up. I don't know.
I
awesome.
absolutely love that answer, because sometimes when I'm seeing discussions, it's like, have you guys forgotten it's a game? But we can see every single time you're on screen, it's a game, you're having fun with it, and it's so infectious to watch. My biggest question to you, you're now EMEA champion. It's late at night, but you've got some hours left in the day. What are you planning to do to celebrate after this?
To be honest, I'm probably gonna play some Penguins party with my friends. That's the key to success. Not gonna lie.
More TFT.
Yeah, more TFT. I mean, my last 3 days, I think, before the EMEA finals, I just played Penguin party with my friend. I'm not screaming at all. And that's the key, I think.
All right, I'll take it. I'll queue up some Pengu parties right after this as well. Maybe I'll get better then. But we do have all of our players for the World Championship now locked in. You part of our top 8, of course. Looking at our challengers that we're sending into a battle with the rest of the world, how are you feeling about EMEA's chances in direct competition for that World Champion title?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident for myself, as well as for the web jungler. I really love to watch him. He's probably one of the best players in EMEA. So yeah, I'm pretty confident about it.
Love to hear it.
Well, Kubikson, of course, now that we're talking about the World Championship, the Tactician crown at the end of the season, we've talked a little bit about EMEA, but is there anyone internationally that you're either excited to play against or maybe a little worried about?
I mean, I always watch Setsuko a lot, but he's not probably qualified for the Worlds, right? If I'm not missing out. So I guess no one.
All right, bold statement. We take it. Well, Kubikson, of course, we want to let you go off and celebrate in Pengu's party or whatever else you have planned. Anyone you want to shout out today after this absolutely massive performance from you?
Yeah, of course. I want to shout out my family who's supporting me for the whole time. My mom even is crying right now, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that means a lot, as well as my friends. When I play Pengu Party or just chilling or stuff, and whole community, Polish community, Polska Górom as well.
There we go. Big shout out to your mom, of course. That's super sweet. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We very much appreciate it and enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Hello.
From EMEA champion to Pengu party champion, Kabixon does it all, baby. And we've had this happen twice now. Every time a player is just like, yeah, I want to thank my mom. I'm like, that's so sweet. It kills me.
It is. I will say the hello at the end there threw me a little bit for confusion. But we do have more for you guys because, of course, we have our contest winner from social media ready as well. Matt, if you do me the honor of reading it out.
I will. I officially can't have any more answers that you're going to kick me out for. I'm just reading one. And it says, Pengu is supervising the broadcast team after a hard day of work. He's taking a work selfie to send to the other little legends. Well, I feel like having been in that broadcast room, he's probably busier having fun because I know our production team and it's always laughs. They're always doing something. Whenever we accidentally hear anything, it's just them like laughing, having a good time. So I could wish nothing better for Pengu.
Production team is basically just a bunch of raccoons in a trench coat. Let me tell you that. It's just tons of giggles.
They've taken notes from Kabixon on mental. I'll tell you what.
Well, of course, we already mentioned it in passing, but we'll do it properly one more time. Here are your world champion representatives for the Tactician's crown next weekend.
Of course, we have the Wet Jungler up at the top, the whole Carmine Core crew with Cambiz and Double joining him. Of course, yesterday we announced that it was going to be Arzu and Solugasung as well making it. So many names with so much history here. I couldn't be happier with who we're sending.
Honestly, me too. And I'm not just saying that because there's 2 German representatives in there. I think this is actually
For once, I believe you, Mix.
Roster. Yeah, so I'm being honest. But of course, please shout them out, congratulate them, and support them next weekend for the Tactician's Crown. July 12th is when it's all going to go down here on this channel, so make sure you have that marked in your calendar. I personally am super excited about that show and looking forward to it. And with that, the only thing that is left on the menu is to tell you guys to check us out on social media. Casters are hard linked in chat with !casters, and then you can find us over on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA, on Instagram as Teamfight Tactics, and YouTube and Facebook is going to be Play TFT. Matt, any last words before we close the show today?
For one last time to everyone who's been watching since the beginning, thank you so much for watching Rising Legends, and we'll see you with whatever's next.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much from all of us, and until next time.